On a pitch-black stormy night, rain hammered down without mercy, swallowing a lonely mountain village in sheets of cold water and darkness. Hidden deep within those mountains, this isolated village served as the stronghold of the feared and notorious Black Death sect. Through the curtain of rain, a single figure slowly emerged, dressed in black, his face concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat as he walked straight toward the sect's entrance. As though the heavens themselves were announcing him, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky, casting his lone shadow sharply against the towering, ominous gate. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by an entire courtyard packed with armed warriors, each one tense, ready, and waiting to defend their territory. Seeing just one intruder dare to walk in alone, the guards clenched their jaws, their hands tightening around their weapons in rising anticipation. Then panic rippled through the crowd as they finally recognized him. One warrior shouted that the nameless swordsman had arrived, and immediately screamed for everyone to kill him. The swordsman gave no answer at all. In the next instant, he launched forward, his blade crashing against theirs in a violent burst of steel and motion. He moved like a ghost slipping through the storm, becoming a spinning storm of death as he tore through their formation with terrifying speed. Even as blades rushed toward him from every side, he did not retreat. He planted himself firmly in the rain, calm and ready to strike back. Then, in one sharp instant, his hand slid toward the hilt of his sword with chilling precision. A devastating slash burst from his blade, sending a crimson wave ripping through the enemies charging straight at him. One cultist froze in horror, his eyes widening as blood sprayed across his sight before he could even react. Under the shadow of his hat, the swordsman's face remained impossible to read, his cold eyes fixed ahead even as chaos exploded around him. More warriors rushed into the rain-soaked courtyard, splashing through puddles as they threw themselves into the fight. The surviving sect members closed in around him from all sides, while their leader shouted once more for them to cut him down. But the swordsman's strike looked almost effortless, and with a single clean motion, another body was sent crashing hard onto the ground. Every swing of his sword carved a lethal arc through the air, cutting through flesh and bone with brutal, merciless force. He pushed through the horde like an unstoppable force, his dark cloak snapping in the storm as he felled one enemy after another. Gripping the sword with both hands, he tightened his hold, gathering momentum for the savage onslaught that was about to follow. His blade became a blur in the rain, and every swing left behind another spray of crimson slicing through the downpour. Like a phantom weaving between bodies, he slipped through his opponents with deadly grace, every movement sharp, precise, and impossible to follow. Then one of the larger warriors managed to circle behind him, raising a massive weapon crackling with electricity for a crushing attack. Certain that he finally had the swordsman trapped, the warrior roared in triumph, already convinced the next blow would end it. But the strike never reached him. The huge blade stopped just inches above the brim of his hat, hanging there as if time itself had frozen. A strange, glitching sound cut through the storm, and for one split second, the entire world seemed to warp and distort. In the very next moment, the swordsman was gone from where he had stood, reappearing behind the brute and striking him fatally from the rear. The warrior's eyes bulged with pure disbelief, unable to understand how his target had suddenly appeared behind him. Beneath the lowered brim of his hat, only the swordsman's eye could be seen, and there was not even the slightest trace of emotion in it. Before long, the battle faded away, leaving only the endless pounding of rain against the courtyard stones. The courtyard had fallen completely silent, now covered with motionless bodies, shattered weapons, and rainwater washing over the wreckage. At the center of that carnage stood the nameless swordsman, alone and unmoving, the only man still left standing. But his task was not finished yet. Without haste or hesitation, he began walking toward the main temple building. There, seated calmly on the steps, a single figure waited for him, the leader of the Black Death sect. The old man showed no sign of surprise, as though he had already known this moment would eventually come. He slowly lifted his gaze, a faint knowing smile curling at his lips as he looked upon the intruder before him. The swordsman crossed the empty courtyard at a steady pace, his attention locked completely on the man waiting ahead. When the two finally stood face to face, lightning flashed across the sky once more, signaling the beginning of their final confrontation. In the pouring rain, the two warriors stared each other down, their silence carrying the weight of a battle already beginning in their eyes. The sect leader spoke first, his calm voice cutting cleanly through the storm as he said, "So, you are the nameless swordsman." The nameless swordsman remained completely still, offering no answer, no movement, and no reaction. The sect leader scoffed, finding it strange that someone praised as a swordsman of justice would go so far to hide his face. The swordsman's response came short and cold, without a single wasted word. "Because I'm not one." That answer caught the leader off guard. If he was not a righteous warrior, then the old man demanded to know why he had been hunting down unorthodox sects. Slowly lifting his head, the man revealed a pair of glowing red eyes beneath his hat, and declared in a chilling voice, "I am not a righteous swordsman." Instead of angering him, that answer seemed to delight the sect leader, and a cruel grin spread across his wrinkled face. He burst into hearty laughter, clearly amused by how easily the entire world had misunderstood the man standing before him. But the swordsman denied that he had deceived anyone. To him, people had simply chosen to see whatever they wanted to believe. Calling him an interesting man, the leader finally drew his own blade, and a blue aura began to pulse and swirl around the steel. He then declared that even if he were to die here today, meeting an opponent this unusual would leave him with no regrets at all. His own eyes burned with a sinister red glow, the madness in them flaring like embers in the dark. With his body tensed and his killing intent spilling out, he roared at the swordsman to come at him, making it clear he was ready to stake his life on this final clash. The nameless swordsman answered without a word, tightening his grip around the hilt of his blade. Around his body, a deep red aura began to churn and spiral, wrapping him in violent energy as he lowered his stance and prepared to launch himself forward. Across from him, the sect leader steadied his breathing and planted his feet firmly against the ground. His sword rose into position, and a brilliant blue light gathered along the edge of the blade, shining cold and sharp through the ring. For one heavy instant, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. The two warriors stared each other down in absolute silence, and between them, a single raindrop slipped from the sky, falling slowly through the tense air. The moment that fragile droplet struck and burst apart, both men vanished from where they stood. They shot forward at terrifying speed, crossing the distance so fast it was almost impossible for the eye to follow. The swordsman's eyes flared with an even fiercer red as he rushed in, his body cutting through the storm like a blade of crimson light. Every step brought him closer, faster, and more violently than before. The sect leader did not back away. With absolute focus burning in his gaze, he met the incoming attack head-on, matching the swordsman's intensity with his own unshakable resolve. Then their swords collided. The impact tore through the air with a harsh, screaming crash of metal against metal, the sound ringing out across the battlefield like the mountain itself was being split apart. When the battle finally ended, a heavy, lifeless darkness settled over the mountain temple. The noise of combat was gone, leaving only a cold silence hanging over the blood-soaked ruins. The darkness shifted to another place, rising along a set of stairs that disappeared upward into shadow. Somewhere inside that unknown building, the aftermath of violence waited in the stillness. The swordsman walked away alone, his steps slow and unhurried as his feet splashed through puddles mixed with rainwater and blood. Behind him, the storm continued to fall over the carnage he had left behind. From the tip of his sword, blood and water dripped together in steady drops. Each fall washed the blade a little cleaner, as though the rain itself was trying to erase the traces of his grim work. The lone warrior left the Black Death sect's headquarters behind him, walking away from the destroyed stronghold without turning back. In the distance, the ruins still smoldered, dark smoke curling into the rain-heavy sky. He carried his sword loosely over one shoulder, as if the massacre had barely taken any effort at all. On his face lingered a faint, chilling smile, small enough to be quiet, but cold enough to freeze the blood. Then lightning suddenly tore across the sky, flooding the night with a blinding white flash. For the first time, that burst of light revealed the swordsman's face clearly through the storm. He was far younger than anyone would have imagined. Messy black hair clung around his face, blood was splattered across one cheek, and his expression was not triumphant at all. It carried the exhausted look of someone deeply, bitterly disappointed. The scene shifted once more, and the darkness gave way to drifting plum blossom petals. They floated gently through the air, soft and pale, as if the wind itself had grown quiet. Those delicate petals slowly came down, touching the surface of a pool of freshly spilled blood. Instead of landing on clean water, they drifted over crimson ripples, their beauty swallowed by the aftermath of slaughter. This was the result of yet another massacre, and this time, the blood had been spilled at the legendary Mount Hua. The sacred mountain, once filled with pride and sword masters, had been turned into a field of death. Through that sea of fallen bodies, the lone swordsman continued forward. His footsteps echoed through the unnatural silence, passing one corpse after another as though he were walking through an empty road. As the view widened, the devastation became even clearer, and among the wreckage appeared a fallen member of the defeated Mount Hua sect. The sight made the scale of the disaster impossible to ignore. Soon, a massive coalition army began climbing the mountain path. Warriors from the orthodox sects moved together in formation, their numbers vast as they ascended toward the ruined grounds of Mount Hua. But when their leaders reached the scene, all they could do was stare in disbelief. Before them lay the horrific fate of the once great Mount Hua sect, and the shock of it left even seasoned masters struggling for words. When they lowered their eyes, they saw that the mountain path was covered with the bodies of Mount Hua's disciples. The road ahead was no longer a path of training and honor, but a trail of corpses. A monk stood among them, his face dark with grief as he murmured a solemn prayer. Even he could hardly bear the sight, horrified by the sheer scale of the bloodshed spread across the sacred mountain. The gathered martial artists trembled with outrage, demanding what kind of monster could stain Mount Hua with so much blood. But before their anger could fully erupt, one of them suddenly stiffened, sensing someone approaching through the carnage. Far ahead, among the countless fallen bodies, a lone figure stood in the distance. It was the same man as before, waiting there in the blood-soaked silence. He began walking slowly through the field of corpses, his cloak snapping and twisting in the wind around him. Every step made him look less like a survivor and more like a shadow crawling out of the massacre itself. His entire body was battered, bruised, and barely holding together as he forced himself forward. With each shallow breath scraping through his throat, he managed to wheeze out the horrifying truth. The entire Mount Hua sect had been wiped out. The coalition masters froze in shock when they recognized him. He was a plum blossom sword master, one of Mount Hua's elite, and the fact that even one such warrior had survived this disaster was almost impossible to believe. With the last ragged breath left in his body, the plum blossom sword master confirmed the fear already sinking into their hearts. Mount Hua had not been destroyed by an army. The entire sect had been annihilated by one person. Before the masters could even fully process those words, the killer was already moving. He shot toward them like a crimson comet, cutting across the blood-stained ground with terrifying speed. A sharp warning cry rang out across the mountain. One of the coalition leaders shouted for everyone to stop him, ordering the warriors to block his path before he could break through. But their defense meant nothing. The swordsman tore straight through the front ranks, his blade moving in a bloody whirlwind as bodies fell before anyone could properly react. The main force of the coalition braced itself against the crushing murderous intent pouring from him. Weapons were gripped tightly in trembling hands as the warriors tried to stand firm before that overwhelming pressure. One of the leading masters stepped forward and held his ground, narrowing his eyes as he prepared to meet the impossibly fast swordsman head-on. Every muscle in his body tightened for the clash that was about to come. But not one of them had the power to stop him. In a single flash of crimson light, the Mount Hua sect leader was cut down instantly, falling before the attack could even be fully understood. Another master erupted in fury, his voice shaking the air as he shouted for the cowardly killer to reveal himself. His rage boiled over, unable to accept the arrogance of an enemy who struck so brutally and disappeared so quickly. The swordsman landed in front of them without a sound. His foot came down into a pool of blood, sending a small splash outward as he stood there calmly before the entire coalition. Then, as if it meant nothing to him, he tossed something forward. The severed head of the plum blossom sword master he had just killed rolled out before the horrified crowd. He swept his gaze across the gathered warriors and began naming the powerful sects that had come to face him. Shaolin and Wudong were among them, standing in the crowd before his cold stare. Then his eyes moved on, naming Qingqing and Namgung as well. One by one, he acknowledged the great forces gathered on the mountain as if he were simply counting guests at a dull gathering. His gaunt, unnerving frame stood in front of them, thin and bloodstained, yet somehow more terrifying than any army. With a mocking nod, he admitted that they had certainly brought quite the crowd. An enraged master could no longer stomach his arrogance. His face twisted with anger as he barked at the swordsman to shut his mouth. Still seething, the master demanded to know who he was and what possible reason he could have for committing such a massive slaughter. The weight of the massacre hung behind every word. The swordsman only looked bored, as though the question barely interested him. In a flat voice, he explained that he had come simply because he had heard Mount Hua was supposed to be the strongest. After saying that, he casually threw the severed head he had been holding straight toward the gathered crowd. There was no hesitation, no ceremony, and no trace of remorse in the gesture. The head rolled again and again across the ground, turning over through the dirt and blood. Behind it, a long crimson streak smeared across the earth like a final, brutal insult. He finished his thought with that same disappointed look on his face, as if the entire massacre had failed to satisfy him. In the end, he concluded that the rumors about Mount Hua's strength could not be trusted at all. The Grand Masters stood frozen, completely stunned by horror as the truth crashed down on them. The severed head lying before them was not just any victim. It belonged to the Mount Hua sect leader. A blade slick with blood sliced through the air with deadly precision, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. Warriors fell like dominoes beneath its relentless arc, each swing erasing another opponent from the battlefield, until only the remnants of a shattered army remained. Amid the carnage, a lone swordsman stood unshaken, his sword dripping with fresh blood. He surveyed the remaining fighters with a casual, almost disdainful glance, silently questioning whether anyone left could possibly match the challenge of those he had already slaughtered. A strangled roar ripped from one of the martial artists, eyes rolling back as fury consumed him. The audacity of this unknown warrior drove him to the brink of madness, his voice cracking under the weight of sheer disbelief and rage. The fallen warrior's allies erupted in cries of vengeance, their voices echoing across the mountain as they swore to strike down the swordsmen and avenge their brethren from Manhwa. Their fury formed a storm of desperation and violence, closing in from every direction. Surrounded by a whirlwind of martial attacks from all sides, Dongbang-su remained perfectly composed, his calmness unnerving. Not a muscle twitched unnecessarily, not a hint of panic touched his expression. He was the eye of a storm that threatened to consume him. A mocking grin curled at the corners of his lips, a spark of mischievous delight glinting in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, savoring the chaos around him as if it were a performance staged just for his amusement. This place is a lot of fun, he thought, the corners of his eyes lighting up. The thrill of life-or-death combat, the raw intensity of the struggle, it ignited a genuine, fierce joy within him that few could ever understand. Suddenly, the edges of the world began to glitch, the vibrant battlefield pixelating like a digital mirage. The illusion broke, revealing the fierce swordsman to be nothing more than a player. Dongbang-su, seated in the real world, a VR headset over his eyes and a twisted, almost maniacal grin plastered across his face. He slowly removed the headset, and the red glow from the virtual battlefield lingered in his eyes, reflecting the violence he had just enacted. Even disconnected from the game, the ferocity of the virtual world still burned within him. Exhaling deeply, he slumped back onto his couch. The roaring chaos of battle faded completely, replaced by the dim silence of his dark, lonely room. The intensity of the world he had left behind clung to him like a second skin. His hand moved to his neck, feeling the phantom weight of the battle still lingering, as if the strokes of swords and the thuds of bodies had left invisible marks on his skin. He wondered briefly whether taking on so many opponents at once had pushed even him too far. On the table before him, the VR headset and game case lay neatly, ready for his next dive back into that violent, intoxicating world. The battlefield waited patiently, promising new chaos with every click. The game was called Murim Online. It was a newly developed virtual reality experience, plunging players into the treacherous and bloody world of Murim. Its realistic depictions of violence, featuring gory bloodbaths and brutal dismemberment, had already sparked public outrage, with countless emails demanding its immediate shutdown. Staring down at his phone, Dongbang-su admitted to himself what he already knew. There simply was no other game quite like it. No other challenge delivered the same rush, the same raw thrill of virtual combat. He then shifted his gaze toward the TV, lounging comfortably on his couch. This time, he considered a different, quieter approach for his next venture, weighing options with the slow deliberation of someone used to controlling every outcome. A news report suddenly flashed across the screen. The CEO of Daido Industries, a man named No, had been reported missing. The words lingered, chilling in the dim light of the room. A sinister smile crept across Dongbang-su's face as he absorbed the report. Assassination, he mused softly, almost to himself, might just be an excellent choice as well. The thought settled over him like a dark, intoxicating promise. From a room down the hall came a muffled voice, a weak, trembling plea for mercy. Gradually, the voice sharpened into words, "Spare me." The desperation pierced through the walls, carrying the raw fear of someone caught completely at the mercy of another. The sound snapped him back to reality, yanking him from thought to presence. "Right?" he muttered under his breath, recalling unfinished business. In the reflection of the TV screen, the terrified face of the missing CEO appeared, pale and pleading, a mirror of his own dark intent. Rising from the couch, he grabbed a nearby weapon, every movement precise and deliberate. He was ready to return to work, to exact the consequences that awaited. In another room, CEO No knelt, bruised and bound, his eyes lifting to meet Dongbang-su's gaze. His expression was a portrait of desperation, silently begging for his life to be spared. Tears mingled with sweat on the CEO's battered face as his voice trembled with unrelenting pleas for mercy, his body quivering under the weight of fear and exhaustion. Dongbang-su entered, the shadow of his massive form stretching across the room. A heavy sledgehammer rested in his hand, the dim light casting a terrifying silhouette over his captive. Grabbing the CEO by the chin, he forced him to look upward. "Spare you?" he asked, his voice dripping with cold mockery, every syllable a blade twisting in the air between them. Choking and panicked, No insisted on his innocence, stammering that he had no idea why he was taken. His words tumbled out in desperate fear, but there was no conviction to mask the terror. Without flinching, Dong Bong-soo casually tossed a stack of photos onto the floor before him, letting the evidence speak louder than words ever could. The CEO's face drained of color as he recognized the proof laid bare before him. Each photograph documented his horrific crimes, undeniable and damning, leaving him trembling as he stuttered, unable to fathom how Dong Bong-soo could have obtained them. Dong Bong-soo looked down at him with an unnerving calm. "If you were truly innocent," he said, his voice smooth yet chilling, "you never would have become my prey in the first place." Each word struck like a cold hammer. Caught red-handed, the CEO shifted tone immediately, screaming that he was reflecting on his misdeeds, pleading desperately to be spared. His panic had him teetering on the edge of hysteria. Dong Bong-soo's hand grabbed the CEO's face again, tugging gently but firmly. He was growing weary of the endless, frantic cry, "Spare me," echoing in his ears. He had heard that phrase countless times before. A sinister, almost amused smile crept across his lips as he looked down, savoring the repetition of fear and helplessness. Raising the sledgehammer high above his head, his eyes glowed a deep, blood red, brimming with unrestrained lust for destruction. "Isn't it getting a bit tiresome?" he asked, a cold edge to his mockery. With no further words, he slammed the hammer down with bone-shattering force. In that instant, however, the old CEO's eyes flickered with a spark of life, sensing a fleeting opening. Letting out a roar of pure rage, the CEO lunged to his feet, throwing a straight, furious punch aimed directly at Dong Bong-soo. The strike forced Dong Bong-soo backward briefly, but he regained his balance in a heartbeat, his movements fluid and unyielding as if the wind itself obeyed him. For a fleeting moment, it seemed the fear of death had granted the CEO unimaginable strength. He strained his thick, muscular arms against the bindings, fighting desperately, a man possessed by sheer survival instinct. With a final, Herculean effort, the bindings tore apart, shredded completely. His meaty, powerful arms were free at last, flexing with raw, uncontrolled energy. As soon as he broke free, he gritted his teeth, letting out a furious roar while hurling a barrage of curses at Dong Bong-soo, his rage thick and suffocating in the air between them. Twisting his face in pure wrath, the officer pointed at Dong Bong-soo, his words sharp and unyielding. He vowed that the swordsman was dead meat. For the briefest moment, Dong Bong-soo's eyes widened in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden eruption of defiance and strength. Then he slowly lifted his gaze, a chilling smile spreading across his lips, deliberate and almost playful in its sinister intent. In his mind's eye, the grotesque, corpulent CEO hurtled through the air, hammer raised high, roaring that he would end Dong Bong-soo's life. The vision was twisted, larger than reality, yet terrifyingly vivid. The hammer came down in a furious, lightning-quick strike, aiming to crush everything beneath its momentum. But Dong Bong-soo was no longer in the real world. In his mind, he had already returned to the game, to the digital battlefield where his instincts were honed to perfection. His eyes flared a menacing red, reflecting the deadly focus within as he prepared to counter the incoming strike with precise, unrelenting force. With terrifying impact, a devastating punch slammed square into the CEO's ribs, warping his body grotesquely under the sheer power of the strike. The blow was so fierce it distorted his frame completely, leaving him bent and broken, the room echoing with the aftermath of raw, overwhelming force. But Dong Bong-soo still wasn't finished. His body twisted with frightening speed, and in the next instant, his leg snapped upward, slicing through the air with a brutal kick that carried enough force to tear the wind apart. Before anyone could even recover from the first strike, he drove in again, without mercy, chaining another crushing blow into the attack as if he had no intention of letting his prey breathe. The impact blasted the CEO across the room, sending his body flying helplessly before he crashed down hard, completely unconscious the moment he hit the floor. Now sprawled face down against the floorboards, the CEO looked utterly destroyed. His bruised, mangled face was frozen in terror, twisted by the nightmare of what had just happened to him. Barely able to move, he clawed at the floor and scrambled backward, dragging himself away in panic as the madness in front of him kept closing in. His voice broke apart in raw fear, cracking again and again as he screamed the same desperate words, "I don't want to die." Dong Bong-soo stared down at the pathetic man beneath him, then began laying out the warped belief that ruled his mind. To him, most people in this world were nothing more than herbivores, weak creatures who lived quietly and harmed no one. But mixed in among those helpless people, he said, there were always a few different ones hiding in plain sight, creatures that weren't gentle at all, but carnivores. Those carnivores were predators, the kind who stalked, hunted, and attacked anyone weaker than themselves without hesitation. In Dong Bong-su's eyes, those beasts had only one purpose for existing: to sink their teeth into the weak and devour them. CEO No stared up at him, trembling beneath the weight of that shadow as Dong Bong-su finally revealed where he placed himself in this world. In a low, chilling voice, he declared that he was the hunter. The one who hunted those carnivores. His single red eye burned through the darkness, glowing like the eye of a beast staring down at prey with nowhere left to run. Dong Bong-su stepped closer with the sledgehammer in hand, and the moment the CEO saw that heavy weapon coming toward him, he screamed for him to stay back. Curled up and shaking on the floor, the CEO shouted at the crazy bastard to keep away, his voice rising in terror as he tried to make himself smaller. But just as Dong Bong-su raised himself to deliver the final, killing blow, the door behind him suddenly exploded open with a violent crash. Police officers poured into the apartment all at once, boots pounding hard against the floor as the room was swallowed by their sudden rush. They quickly surrounded him from every side, shouting for him not to move. At last, Dong Bong-su stood cornered, still looming over the CEO's battered body. The lead detective pushed forward through the armed officers, his expression dark and unflinching as he called out the name in front of him, Dong Bong-su. With his badge held clearly in view, the detective announced the arrest in a firm voice, charging him with kidnapping and unlawful confinement. And then came the final charge, murder. Dong Bong-su only stared back at him, his red eyes calm and untouched, as if the words meant nothing at all. Rather than panic, he quietly wondered how they had managed to track him down, asking himself how the police had found this hidden place at all. Without any warning, the detective raised his gun and fired a shot straight into the ceiling, the blast cracking through the room like thunder. Then he aimed the barrel directly at Dong Bong-su, warning him that the gun was loaded with live rounds, and that he had better not try anything stupid. But Dong Bong-su hardly seemed to hear him. His red eye glowed as he looked past the moment, peering through the narrow crack of reality in front of him while his thoughts drifted somewhere far away. To him, the police standing there were no longer just police officers. In his mind, they had transformed into a gathered force of warriors, exactly like enemies from the game. His stare stayed locked in place, and a strange, almost nostalgic feeling slowly washed over him, as if this danger was something he had experienced many times before. Being surrounded, outnumbered, and pressed from all sides, Dong Bong-su thought this situation felt strangely close to the battles he had survived in the past. The detective's patience began to snap. His voice sharpened as he demanded whether Dong Bong-su even understood what was happening around him. Only then did Dong Bong-su speak. He gestured toward the man collapsed on the floor and told the police that this scumbag had killed 6 women. He went on, explaining that the CEO had tortured them, played with their lives, and even photographed them before they died. Then Dong Bong-su pointed toward the wrapped corpses behind him, making it clear that they were no different from the CEO, each one a murderer, each one a criminal. To him, those men were not human anymore. They were beasts, carnivores that hunted innocent people and fed on their suffering. With no warmth in his voice at all, he said he was simply the hunter who caught those beasts before they could keep killing. Then he aimed his finger at the CEO, who was still cowering on the floor, and told the detective that the real monster wasn't him. It was the man lying there. The detective didn't look convinced for even a second. Keeping his gun steady, he calmly lit a cigarette, his expression flat and unreadable. He rejected Dong Bong-su's twisted reasoning completely, saying that all he saw in front of him was a psychopathic killer who kidnapped people and murdered them. Dong Bong-su's face stayed cold and unmoving, but something faint shifted behind his eyes, showing that he understood exactly what the detective meant. A quiet sigh slipped from him as the realization settled in. There was no point in explaining any further. He couldn't communicate with the police. To Dong Bong-su, they were just more herbivores of this world, incapable of understanding the role he believed he played. With the conversation over, his fingers tightened around the handle of the hammer, and his body prepared to move. The detective saw the change instantly and screamed for him to freeze, his own finger tensing against the trigger as the room balanced on a knife's edge. But Dong Bong-su had already launched forward, his body tearing into motion so fast he looked like a terrifying blur. A gunshot split the air. Blood burst across the room as Dong Bong-su's heavy hammer smashed down and crushed the 6th CEO's skull a split second before the bullet could fully reach its target. As Dong Bong-su's life began to fade, one last thought drifted through his mind through the haze. If there was another life waiting for him, he hoped it would be somewhere filled with beasts he could kill without hesitation or regret. A place like the Murim. His body dropped to the floor, and at that same moment, the world around him began to crack apart. Reality itself seemed to split open, warping, glitching, and distorting like a broken game screen struggling to hold together. For just a moment, shock flashed across Dong Bong-su's face as some strange digital rift began pulling him in. Then that surprise vanished. His expression turned cold again, his red eye glowing fiercely as he accepted what was happening and allowed himself to be dragged toward a new world. With one brilliant flash of light, Dong Bong Su disappeared from the real world completely, and the wish buried in his final breath was granted. A sharp, piercing scream shatters the silence, yanking So Sam violently awake from the haze of unconsciousness. His eyes snap open, wide and unblinking, filled with disbelief. The last thing he remembered was the crack of a gunshot, and yet, somehow, he was still breathing, still alive. A rough, gruff voice cuts through his confusion. Looking down from above, Mackle's face twists in surprise, his brow furrowing at the sight of the boy he thought dead, now stubbornly clinging to life. But the terror that had once painted So Sam's features is gone. In its place is a piercing, icy gaze that slices through the air like a blade. A sudden flash of red in his eyes signals that something fundamental has shifted within him, an unmistakable spark of change. Mackle recoils slightly, unease flickering across his face as he senses the cold, dangerous transformation in the boy before him. Irritation flares, and Mackle lunges forward, gripping So Sam by the collar with brute force. He shoves his face close, yelling about the trouble it took to drag him from the marketplace, asserting dominance and reminding the boy of his place in a world ruled by fear. Threats of death hang in the air, but So Sam's gaze remains unervingly calm, unwavering, as if the world itself bends to his quiet resolve. Frustration boiling over, Mackle shoves him aside and storms off, muttering that he's done for the day, his anger echoing down the street. From the shadows, So Sam watches silently as Mackle disappears. His red eye glows with a cold, calculating light, sharp and predatory, cataloging everything he saw. Alone on the ground, his fingers curl tightly around a jagged stone. His mind races, frantically trying to piece together this bizarre, unexpected reality that has swallowed him whole. As the last traces of human presence vanish, a suffocating tension lifts from the air, leaving only an eerie quiet. Suddenly, a strange, raw energy surges through his body. He grits his teeth as a painful scream escapes him, every nerve alight with a power both exhilarating and punishing. But the force is too great for his frail body. His limbs tremble violently, and he collapses to the floor, coughing and wheezing as he struggles to withstand it. Panting and gasping, So Sam glances down at his hands. His eyes widen with a creeping dread. Something is profoundly wrong, unlike anything he's ever felt before. His fingers fly over his chest, arms, and face in frantic disbelief. Pieces of a terrifying truth begin to assemble themselves in his mind. Shrouded by a dark, pulsing aura, he stares at the bony, unfamiliar limbs beneath him. In a cold, shocking clarity, he realizes that this body is not his own. His hands trace the network of scars etched across this new form. Memories of inflicting or receiving these wounds are absent. The history of this body is alien to him. Driven by desperation, he crawls toward the nearest window, eyes hunting for answers in the dim reflection staring back at him. His eyes tremble as they meet the reflection. The face staring back is unfamiliar, though there is a hint of something recognizable. It belongs to a stranger. Peering out at the scene beyond, the strange yet vaguely familiar surroundings stir a cold recognition deep in his gut. He knows this place. Through the broken boards of the dilapidated stable, he sees the moonlight glinting off the village streets, and the name hits him like a sudden strike. He has been reborn into the world of Murim, the savage setting of the VR game he once lived for. More than any mere obsession, it was his life. The weight of this revelation presses down on him like a physical force. He slumps against the doorway, struggling to process the impossible transformation. Clutching his head with trembling hands, his frail body shivers. Is this reality, or a hallucination? A dream spun from fevered desire? Finally, overwhelmed beyond control, he collapses fully to the ground, every thought, every breath consumed by the magnitude of the moment. Yet the tears streaking down his face are not of fear or sorrow. They are tears of unadulterated, chaotic joy. Joy born from the fulfillment of his darkest, most twisted wish. A sudden system window shimmers before his eyes, confirming his identity, player Dong Bong Su. A welcoming message scrolls across the interface, sealing his fate. He has officially entered Murim Online, a world where survival is dictated solely by strength. A horrifying grin spreads across his lips, sharp and manic. The psychopath has finally arrived in his paradise. Morning breaks with the snort of a horse echoing through the stable. The maniacal killer is gone. In his place stands So Sam, the quiet stable boy, methodically cleaning the stalls with practiced hands, as if the previous chaos had never existed. Suddenly, the stable doors swing open violently, and a voice calls out, booming across the hay-strewn floor. "Hey, So Sam." It's Mackle. Instantly, So Sam slips into his role, turning with a frightened expression, stuttering the man's name like a well-rehearsed act. Pinching his nose at the pungent odor of the stable, Mackle orders the boy to follow him, his tone sharp and commanding. Playing the part of the timid servant, So Sam stammers a protest, claiming he hasn't finished his chores yet, his voice meek but cautious. He flinches instinctively, every muscle tensing, anticipating the violent consequences that always follow hesitation. Mackle's patience snaps. His glare is lethal, leaving no doubt that defiance is not an option. He grabs So Sam again, snarling, reminding him that he is a worthless orphan who must remember his place in the harsh hierarchy. With a growl, he reinforces the notion. So Sam is nothing more than a slave, a creature born to obey without question. Yet behind the boy's facade of terror, a predator's eye observes everything, calculating, noting weaknesses and patterns with cold precision. Mackle drags him through the village streets toward a blacksmith's forge, where a massive heap of discarded, rusted weapons waits ominously. Another figure, Dongo, meets them at the forge. The blacksmith raises an eyebrow, surprised, asking why Mackle isn't here in person. Dongo smirks, casually explaining that Mackle is busy over at the Bunyong Inn. He makes a crude, knowing gesture, hinting that Mackle is indulging himself with a woman, leaving no details to the imagination. The old blacksmith sighs, recognizing the futility of arguing. His eyes linger skeptically on the two intruders, weighing their intentions. He points toward the towering pile of weapons, noting that it's far too heavy for just the pair to handle alone. Dongo laughs heartily at the old man's concern, dismissing it entirely, and gestures towards So Sam as the solution. Then, without the slightest warning, Dongo's legs snapped out and drove into So Sam with brutal force, as if he were kicking some filthy pack animal instead of a person. With a sneer curling across his face, he spat at him like he was nothing more than a beast of burden. So Sam's small body crumpled to the ground from the blow, the air bursting out of his lungs all at once. While the boy lay there gasping and barely able to move, Dongo looked down at him and mocked him, asking why he was sprawled on the ground like that. With that cruel grin still stretched across his face, Dongo loomed over the fallen boy, his shadow pressing down like a threat. He ordered So Sam to get back on his feet and start hauling the weapons right away, leaving no room for hesitation. Dongo slowly cracked his knuckles, each sharp pop making the air around him feel even heavier. A wicked thought seemed to pass through his mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted with obvious malice. Then, as if something had suddenly come back to him, he remembered he still had an appointment waiting at the inn. Instead of helping with even a single thing, he casually decided to shove every bit of the work on his So Sam. He leaned down and patted So Sam on the head in the most insulting way possible, like he was mocking a helpless child. After tossing him a hollow wish for good luck, Dongo turned his back and walked away without a trace of concern. From nearby, the old blacksmith had seen everything happen with his own eyes. His wrinkled face tightened with sorrow as he looked at So Sam, pity weighing heavily in his gaze. But all the old man could do was shake his head in helpless resignation. No matter how much sympathy he felt for the boy, he knew there was nothing he could do to protect him from the Danri clan's cruelty. Left completely on his own, So Sam bent his trembling body and tried to lift the massive sack packed full of blades. The load was far too large for his frail frame, and the weight pressed down on him as if it might crush him flat. As he forced the sack onto his back, the sharp tips of swords and spears pushed through and stabbed into his skin. Thin lines of blood began to seep out where the metal dug into him. So Sam staggered forward one painful step at a time, his knees shaking beneath the impossible burden. With every stumble, weapons slipped loose and clattered behind him, leaving a messy trail of discarded blades in the street. Again and again, his body gave out and collapsed under the weight. Each time, he dragged himself back up, gathered the scattered weapons with shaking hands, and forced himself to continue. He dragged that crushing load through the streets, his shoulders bowed and his back screaming from the strain. Every single step looked like it was tearing another bit of strength out of his body. By the time the work was finally finished, the sun had already dropped toward the horizon. The sky above him burned in deep red shades, almost like it had been painted with blood. The old blacksmith watched him with worry carved all over his face. Unable to stay silent, he told So Sam that he had already done more than enough, and that his body desperately needed rest. The old man could see how frighteningly pale the boy had become. So Sam's face had gone ashen, and his thin body trembled so badly it looked like he might collapse at any moment. He warned So Sam that he looked like he was standing right at death's door. But So Sam only brushed the concern aside, forcing out a weak claim that he was fine, even while his body clearly said otherwise. As he continued walking, strange memories began rising from deep within this body. The name So Sam echoed through his mind, carrying with it the remnants of the boy who had once lived there. He felt the final moments of the original So Sam as if they were his own. There was biting cold, crushing hopelessness, and the miserable weight of a life treated as worthless as an insect's. Then came flashes of violence, sharp and overwhelming. One brutal beating after another slammed through his senses, forcing him to experience the pain the boy had endured. He saw the world through the original So Sam's eyes, and those eyes held nothing but fear and despair. There was no hope in them, only the instinct to shrink away from more suffering. He remembered a towering figure standing over him, filling his entire vision like a wall. That tormentor shouted at him for being in the way, his voice crashing down with cruel anger. And along with the memory came So Sam's pathetic apology, trembling and desperate. It was the kind of apology made only by someone begging to avoid more pain. But the apology changed nothing. Even after he pleaded, the violence still came crashing down on him without mercy. In those final moments, as kicks and blows rained down on him, So Sam could only wonder where everything had gone wrong. His thoughts spun helplessly while his battered body sank closer to death. Had it begun with the storm that tore his family away from him? Was that the moment his fate twisted, leaving him behind as the only survivor? Or had his real mistake been seeking shelter with the Damri clan? He had gone to them hoping to survive, only to be treated as something lower than human. As the last traces of life slipped away, So Sam could feel almost nothing except the cold ground pressed beneath him. That icy hardness was the final thing holding his fading body. His final breath left him with one desperate wish that no one ever heard. Somewhere deep inside, he had begged for someone, anyone, to save him. Then the memories slowly faded away, pulling back like a dark tide. What remained was So Sam lying on the floor of the damp, musty stable, surrounded by silence and shadow. But the despair that had belonged to the original boy was gone. In its place, something colder and far more dangerous burned, and the predator now living inside, So Sam had fully opened its eyes. A low, unsettling chuckle slipped from his lips, quiet but chilling in the dark stable. To him, this miserable and brutal life was not some sad tragedy. It was the perfect opening he had been given. He pushed himself up from the floor and walked toward the water trough with slow, steady steps. The animals nearby sensed something wrong in him and instinctively backed away from his presence. When he looked down into the water, a stranger's face stared back from the rippling surface. Only then did he finally connect the name to that face, So Sam, the boy whose body he now inhabited. His fingers tightened around the wooden edge of the trough as a quiet growl rumbled deep in his chest. He felt disgust at the boy's weakness, yet at the same time, a dark excitement stirred over this new vessel. He stood in the middle of the stable, surrounded by the stale smell of animals and damp straw. This was the very place where the original So Sam had drawn his final breath. Now everything finally fit together. The stable, the pain, the broken memories. The original So Sam had not merely collapsed here. He had been beaten to death in this exact place. And inside the empty shell that boy left behind, his own consciousness had settled in and taken root. Just as he accepted the truth of his new reality, something strange caught his eye. A glowing blue panel suddenly appeared in front of him, hovering in the dim air like a shard of light. It was the status window from Murim Online, proof that the game itself had somehow followed him into this world. A game-like window materialized before his eyes, welcoming the player to Murim Online. He could only stare at it in disbelief, instantly recognizing the familiar interface that should have existed only on a screen. As his vision cleared, the world around him looked like something pulled straight from ancient history. The buildings, the streets, and even the clothing worn by the people were all unfamiliar, completely removed from the modern world he remembered. He found himself holding a bowl filled with a thick, mushy meal that looked anything but appetizing. It was the sort of food handed to people at the very bottom, barely enough to be called a meal at all. Nearby, a man named Jang Ho grumbled under his breath, his irritation spilling out with every word. He was furious that, out of everyone in the entire Damri clan, he alone had been stuck cleaning up horse manure. In his mind, if the boy had already finished his assigned work, he should have quietly gone home. Instead, from Jang Ho's point of view, So Sam had stayed behind and created even more trouble. Jang Ho cursed his own rotten luck for crossing paths with the infamous madman, Ping Duriang. Then his worry deepened as he remembered that he had sent Guak Dongo along with him. His frustration rose higher and higher until it nearly boiled over. He could not understand why a man as important as himself had to clean up the messes caused by some half-witted boy. Then, from the darkest corner of his irritation, a sinister thought began to take shape. If the boy kept causing problems, Jang Ho decided, maybe he should simply kill him with his own hands. His fingers twitched slightly as the image passed through his mind. For one brief moment, his hand reacted as though it already wanted to carry out the act. But he quickly forced the thought away, grinding his teeth as reality caught up to him. The danger was far too great, and one wrong move would destroy him first. If he were caught, Jang Ho knew without a doubt that he would be the first one dragged out and executed. With that bitter thought still burning in his head, he kicked open the door to the place where the boy was staying. In a burst of frustration, he snatched up the bowl and hurled the food straight at the boy, screaming that the child's useless existence was only making his own life harder. The bowl hit the filthy floor with a sharp clatter, scattering its contents across the grime, while the boy remained slumped weakly on the ground. Yet beneath the tangled hair, the dirt, and the bruised silence, his eyes stayed open, calm and watchful as they quietly took in everything around him. Inside his mind, he counted the days and realized that 2 full weeks had already passed since the moment he first opened his eyes in this unfamiliar place. From Jang Ho's angry muttering, careless ramblings, and the things he had observed on his own, he slowly began piecing together the truth of his situation. The first thing he understood was that, even though the people here used Chinese characters, this land was unmistakably not China. And the reason he reached that conclusion was simple enough that he could no longer ignore it. The answer was right outside, proven every day by the warriors who filled the courtyard and trained there. He had seen their swords thrum with a strange blue light, the blades pulsing with energy in a way that should have been impossible in his old world. That shining power was undeniable proof that this world held something Earth never had, something beyond common sense, real martial arts. The techniques he had once dismissed as fantasy, the kind that only belonged in novels and games, were now standing before him as living reality. In this world, people could kick off the ground and soar through the air, moving as though gravity itself barely mattered. They crossed distances too quickly for the eye to follow, their blades slicing through the air with terrifying, impossible speed. One warrior unleashed a thunderous shout, his voice carrying a force that seemed to vibrate through the space around him. Then an entire legion of fighters moved together in perfect rhythm, their unified cries rolling across the courtyard until the ground itself seemed to tremble. The boy stared at the unbelievable scene, his eyes beginning to glow with a faint red light as he absorbed every impossible detail. At last, he understood what he was seeing. The martial arts he had only ever read about were alive here, breathing, moving, and shaking the world. It felt exactly like the game he had once been obsessed with had come to life before his eyes. Murim Online, made real in flesh and blood. He kept sorting through what he knew, and his second major discovery was even stranger, a glowing blue status window hovering right in front of him. More precisely, the status window from Murim Online still worked perfectly, yet for some unknown reason, no one but him seemed able to see it. His frail hand curled into a fist. At first, he had wondered whether this might all be nothing more than a game. But the weight of his hand, the ache in his body, and the air filling his lungs told him the answer clearly. This was reality. Then his thoughts shifted to the people he had met during these 2 weeks. Every person here acted with their own will, their own desires, and their own ugly, twisted emotions. They were not empty, mindless NPCs waiting for commands. They were alive, moving according to whatever greed, anger, or purpose drove them. He stared at his own reflection in the system window, and a crucial question rose quietly in his mind. In this world, was he a human being or a player? A small, curious sound slipped from his lips. The question did not frighten him at all. If anything, it pulled him in deeper. Just then, a voice sliced through his thoughts. A heavy-set man with a greasy smile leaned into the doorway and mocked him with a sarcastic greeting to Brother So Sam. The man's expression twisted into a sneer. He was still furious over being punished because of some idiot, and now he had come to vent that rage on the boy. He stepped closer, his large body casting pressure over the filthy room as the boy sat silently among the spilled food and dirt on the floor. But then the man stopped, confusion tugging at his face as a stunned sound escaped him. The boy was slowly pushing himself up. And once he stood, the boy did something the man had never expected. He bent down and picked up the broken bowl, its cracked surface smeared with dirt and leftover scraps. Right in front of the stunned bully, he began scooping the spilled food into his mouth as though it were some precious feast, leaving the man frozen in disbelief. That disbelief quickly curdled into rage. The man screamed at him for ignoring him, his voice breaking as he threatened to kill him then and there. But in that instant, the air shifted. The boy's eyes flashed with a terrifying red light, and a sharp shard from the shattered bowl gleamed in his hand. Before the bully could even understand what was happening, the boy lunged forward and drove the ceramic fragment deep into his flesh. A strangled scream tore from the man's throat as blood burst from the wound, the boy's strike landing with brutal speed and chilling precision. The weak, trembling child was gone. Standing in his place was something far more dangerous, a predator with cold fire burning in his eyes. He snapped one hand over the man's mouth, clamping down with a grip that felt as unyielding as iron. The man's scream was swallowed instantly, leaving only a muffled, wet gasp struggling for air. As Guak Dongo choked on his own blood, the boy leaned close to him and whispered a secret cold enough to freeze the room. The words slipped out in a low, guttural rasp, thick with hatred and carrying the sound of pure malice. He snarled that the weak little boy Guak Dongo used to torment had already died a long time ago. A deep growl rumbled from his chest, like a beast that had finally broken free from its cage. But he was nowhere near finished. He started hammering his bare fists into the man's face, each blow landing with sickening, merciless force. Guak Dongo's agonized screams filled the stable as the boy attacked without hesitation, driving his fingers cruelly toward the man's eyes. What began as a sudden strike collapsed into a crimson blur of uncontrolled violence, raw and merciless from start to finish. In the darkness of the stable, the boy's figure turned into a demonic shadow, tearing into his victim with a horrifying, almost delighted precision. Blood splashed across the stable walls and floor, turning the cramped, filthy space into a chaotic canvas painted by the rage of a complete madman. By the time the frenzy finally died down, the room had fallen into a heavy, blood-soaked stillness, and only one shadowy figure was left standing above the twisted remains of his first kill in this unfamiliar new world. Then, from within that gruesome silence, a low and satisfied laugh rolled out of him, deep enough to fill the blood-stained room like an echo from something inhuman. So Sam slowly closed his eyes, his body drenched in blood from head to toe, and felt a familiar heat spreading beneath his skin. "It's hot," he muttered, savoring that wild rush, the burning thrill of the hunt, a sensation he hadn't realized he had missed so deeply. Standing alone in the middle of the carnage, the question from before crept back into his mind. Human, player, whatever this body was supposed to be, by now, he understood that none of it truly mattered. The warmth of fresh blood against him, the sharp exhilaration of taking a life, and the pounding excitement still lingering in his veins all pointed to the same answer. This place was no illusion. Without a doubt, it was reality. He could sense it from the corpse sprawled at his feet, and he could feel the same truth coming from the other bully, Mackle. It was like an unspoken rule pressing down on everything around him. This was a world soaked in blood, a brutal place where mercy had no weight, and everything moved according to one savage principle, the law of the jungle, where only the strongest survived. At that realization, a bright, almost ecstatic spark flashed through his eyes, lighting up his blood-covered face. He had finally discovered the place he had always been meant to find. If this savage world was going to become his new home, then there was no reason to bury his true nature anymore. Here, he could hunt as much as he wanted, openly and freely, exactly like the predator he had always been. Because in this merciless land, he was not the only beast stalking its prey. Other carnivores existed here too, creatures even stronger, more vicious, and more monstrous than him. This was the jungle they called the Murim. A warped, blood-drenched grin slowly stretched across his face, and for the first time since arriving in this body, so Sam felt something inside him fully awaken. He finally felt alive. In that moment, he made a silent promise to himself. Once this weak, pathetic body regained even a little of its strength, the hunt would begin all over again. But he had no interest in wasting his time on worthless small fry. If he was going to hunt in this world, then his targets would be the true predators lurking within it. And there, beneath the cold light of the moon, a monster stood reborn in a brand new hunting ground. The name of that hunting ground was Murim. Back in the room where Guak Dongo's body had once lain, the bloody traces of his first kill still lingered, and so Sam's attention was already shifting forward. His search for the next target was about to begin. Time slips back to that blood-soaked room, where So Sam had remained seated after committing his first murder in this world, surrounded by the silence left behind by death. Behind that empty, unreadable expression, So Sam's thoughts were frighteningly calm. Someone like Mackle was not even worthy of being hunted, but there was still something important he needed to test. With the gruesome remains of his first kill lying before him, So Sam turned his focus inward and began examining the strange new powers that had come with him into this world. He spoke a single command into the stillness, calling up a function he remembered all too well from the game he once played, the inventory. But as So Sam watched the blue panel swirl open in front of him, his eyes narrowed. This was not quite the same inventory he remembered from before. In Murim Online, the inventory had been easy to understand, a neat grid of slots, with each item neatly occupying one space like pieces arranged on a board. This, however, was nothing like that at all. There were no square slots, no tidy borders, and no familiar structure, just one vast, hollow space stretching out before him. Curious, So Sam reached toward the glowing surface, and his hand passed straight through it, slipping beyond the blue panel and sinking into the darkness inside. The moment he sensed its scale, even he was taken aback. The space inside was enormous, like a private dimension spread out before him, large enough to feel at least 300 square meters wide. After a moment, his gaze drifted away from the open inventory and settled once again on the corpse lying motionless across the bloodstained floor. Then a new idea flickered through his mind, sharp and practical, and so Sam reached toward the system window again with growing interest. He grabbed the dead body by the head, fingers clamping down without hesitation, while recalling one key function from the game that might still work here. With his palm covering the dead man's face, So Sam gave the command in a calm voice, ordering the body to be stored inside the inventory. The response was immediate. The corpse began to distort and flicker, its shape breaking apart as though reality itself were deleting it piece by piece. A swirling vortex of light pulled at the body, drawing it inward while its form crumbled into fragments that looked almost digital, scattering as they vanished. And then, in the space of a single breath, the corpse was gone completely, leaving no body behind, and not even the slightest trace of where it had been. A faint glint sharpened in So-Sam's eyes. An inventory capable of making a corpse disappear instantly was far more than a convenient storage tool. It was an incredibly useful power for someone like him. But the usefulness of that power only led his mind toward an even colder and more disturbing question. If a dead body could be stored inside, then what about something still alive? And if he put a living creature in that empty dimension, what exactly would happen to it? A sinister smile slowly crept across So-Sam's face as the thought settled in. To find the answer, he would simply need to run a few more experiments. Elsewhere, the day was bright and calm, sunlight falling peacefully over what appeared to be the headquarters of a local sect. In the courtyard, two warriors stood together in casual conversation, speaking freely and without a trace of caution, completely unaware of the monster quietly lingering nearby. They were trading juicy bits of gossip, laughing between themselves as they talked about the newest rumors spreading through the sect. But their laughter began to fade when one of them noticed So-Sam standing silently nearby, his face blank and unreadable beneath that unsettling calm. The man turned around at once, his expression hardening as his attention fixed completely on the boy in front of him. In the next instant, he stepped forward and shoved So-Sam back, closing the distance with an aggressive glare as he confronted him head-on. The man was his supervisor, Lord Mackle, and he looked down at So-Sam with open contempt, sneering as he mocked him for suddenly acting like he had gone mute. So-Sam answered with only a few dull grunts, letting a disturbingly vacant smile spread across his face as he played the role of a harmless half-wit. Mackle's disgust only grew, and he shoved him again, as if even having So-Sam near him was enough to sour his mood. Then Mackle jabbed a finger toward the stables and ordered him to take one of the horses out for a walk. So-Sam responded with another unintelligible grunt and lowered his head deeply, bowing in complete submission like an obedient servant. Mackle clenched his fist in irritation, grumbling under his breath about being forced to deal with a brat who could no longer even speak properly. A short while later, So-Sam walked quietly through the village streets, leading the horse along as though he were simply carrying out an ordinary errand. Around him, the marketplace was alive with movement, filled with villagers passing by, merchants calling out, and people busy with the rhythm of daily life. Everyone seemed absorbed in their own business, bargaining over goods, chatting in small groups, and moving through the crowded streets without paying him much attention. But behind those dead, empty eyes, So-Sam is watching everything with perfect clarity. He spots a small group of children tucked away in a narrow alley, their bodies pressed into the shadows as they wait for him to walk past. The moment he comes close enough, they spring out from their hiding place, and one of them hurls a rock straight at him. The stone slams hard into the side of his head, but So-Sam doesn't twitch, stumble, or even turn to look. He simply keeps moving forward, his steps slow and steady, as if nothing had touched him at all. A thin stream of blood starts slipping down from the wound and trails along his neck, yet his face stays completely blank, almost like pain no longer reaches him. Seeing no reaction, the children grow bolder and chase after him, pulling ugly faces and laughing loudly. They jeer at him, calling him dummy and stupid So-Sam, mocking the fact that he can't even speak anymore. But their laughter suddenly dies in their mouths when one child lifts his gaze, and fear spreads across his face all at once. For one brief instant, the harmless weakling in front of them seems to flicker away, replaced by something far more terrifying, a predator in the dark, its eyes burning with a chilling, dangerous glow. The child quickly rubs at his eyes, trying to convince himself that what he saw was nothing more than his imagination playing tricks on him. When he looks again, So-Sam is back to being the same vacant fool as before, wearing that empty smile while gently patting the horse beside him. The monster has vanished without a trace. Without sparing the children another look, So-Sam turns away and continues down the road, leaving the shaken bullies standing there in confusion. The leader of the group forces out a laugh, trying desperately to pretend he isn't scared. He shouts more insults after So-Sam's back, but the edge is gone from his voice now, and every word sounds weaker after what he just witnessed. As the children's voices fade behind him, So-Sam's real thoughts rise beneath the mask. To them, he is only a mute fool who can't resist, can't fight, and can't do anything at all. And that is exactly the image he wants them to hold on to. After all, an idiot makes the perfect disguise for a predator hiding in plain sight. So-Sam keeps walking, calm and silent, while the plan he has already set in motion continues to unfold. Elsewhere, Lord Mackle grumbles bitterly to himself, convinced that a man with his abilities shouldn't be wasting time cleaning weapons. What irritates him even more is that his subordinate, Guak Dongo, has been missing for days. He makes his way toward the weapons storeroom, sneering under his breath and sarcastically wondering if that useless man dropped dead somewhere. But the moment Mackle reaches the door, he stops in surprise as So Sam steps out from inside. Mackle's eyes widen sharply, his expression twisting with disbelief. He looks past So Sam into the storeroom and freezes when he sees every sword and spear gleaming, perfectly cleaned, polished, and arranged in proper order. For a moment, Mackle can hardly process it. He wonders if this mute little brat actually finished all of his work for him. So Sam only gives him that same unsettling, obedient smile, bowing his attitude low without saying a word. Mackle is left completely baffled. Ever since So Sam nearly died, the boy has seemed like someone else entirely, faster, more efficient, and handling tasks before anyone even tells him to. The thought even crosses Mackle's mind that maybe, at long last, the fool has finally turned into something close to a useful human being. Then, with a warped little smile, So Sam presents a heavy pouch of coins to his greedy supervisor, Mackle. Mackle snatches the pouch and opens it, and the moment the shine of gold coins catches his eyes, he can barely believe his own luck. His eyes stretch wider as pure greed washes over his face, his gaze locked on the small fortune sitting in his hands. Mackle suddenly bursts into loud laughter and throws an arm around So Sam's shoulders, praising the boy as if the fool has finally learned how to buy his way into someone's good graces. He pats So Sam on the head in a smug, condescending way and tells him to keep up the good work, never once suspecting what the boy is truly planning. As Mackle walks off happily clutching his prize, So Sam remains in the shadows, watching him go while a sinister smile slowly spreads across his face. The bait has been swallowed. Then So Sam's expression changes, and the foolish mask slips away, revealing the cold, predatory eyes of a killer beneath it. Dark amusement stirs in So Sam's mind. That idiot has no idea, he just accepted payment for his own funeral. Later that night, Mackle struts through town with the pouch proudly in hand, lecturing someone out of sight about how a person should learn to be more flexible. He shakes the bag and enjoys the heavy clink inside, gloating over how full his pockets are going to be tonight. With a crooked grin, Mackle decides that instead of choosing his usual woman, he will ask for Cha-sun tonight. After all, for once, he feels like a wealthy man. He soon arrives at the Banyong Inn, a lively place filled with food and entertainment, casually tossing the money pouch into the air as if he is ready to spend without a care. The round, portly innkeeper hurries out to meet him, his face lighting up with a broad, welcoming smile the instant he recognizes Lord Mackle. Mackle wastes no time at all, and immediately orders the man to bring Cha-sun out for him. The innkeeper pauses, clearly caught off guard. He points out that Mackle usually asks for someone else, and hearing the name Cha-sun seems to surprise him. Mackle simply confirms the order, his eyes taking on a crazed, impatient look that makes it obvious he does not want to be questioned. The innkeeper's smile fades slightly, and suspicion darkens his face. He knows Cha-sun is costly, and Mackle is not normally the kind of man who can throw around that much money. Noticing the doubt right away, Mackle shoves the pouch forward and tells the innkeeper there is nothing to worry about, because the money is right there in his hand. Once the innkeeper sees enough to satisfy his greed, his friendly smile quickly returns. He tells Mackle to go up to a private room on the second floor and promises to bring Cha-sun to him right away. Mackle settles into the private room, sipping his drink while waiting eagerly for his guest to appear, completely unaware of the real danger closing in around him. Then a voice comes from outside the door, announcing that his guest has arrived. The door slides open, and Mackle's eyes widen at once. Standing there is Cha-sun, and the sight of her captures him completely. He is left stunned by her beauty, thinking that she is on an entirely different level from every woman he has ever been with before. Trying to look calm despite being visibly shaken, Mackle clears his throat and awkwardly motions for her to sit down. Cha-sun lowered herself gracefully in front of him, her movements calm and practiced as she reached for the drink. With a soft, obedient air, she offered to pour for him, and Mackle became so overwhelmed that his mouth barely managed to form a reply. Mackle gave a nervous little laugh and agreed almost too quickly, his voice shaky as he tried to act composed. But his mind had already drifted completely into the moment, swallowed up by Cha-sun's presence in front of him. But just outside the room, someone was peering in through a narrow crack in the wall. While that oblivious bastard stared dreamily at Cha-sun's hands and motioned for her to come closer, a single red eye slowly appeared in the darkness beyond the gap. That glowing red eye belonged to So Sam, fixed through the opening with a terrifying stillness. He watched his prey from the shadows, his gaze sharp enough to feel like a blade pressed against the room. The hunt had finally begun. A cruel, predatory smile crept across So Sam's face as he stayed hidden for just a little longer, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. For a brief moment, the innkeeper's earlier instructions came back clearly, revealing the truth behind this room. This isolated space had never been a coincidence. It had been arranged as part of So Sam's trap from the very beginning. The innkeeper stood below and watched his new high-paying customer climb the stairs, step by careless step. Without knowing a thing, Mackle was walking straight toward the snare that had already been set for him. As Mackle disappeared upstairs, the innkeeper lowered his eyes with a look of open disgust. The thought of that man spending so much money on a girl young enough to be his daughter clearly left a bitter taste in his mouth. Even so, his hands moved toward the pouch of coins. The moment he opened it and saw the money inside, that disgust began to melt away beneath the shine of greed. In the end, he simply brushed the whole thing aside. Money was money, no matter where it came from, and with a wide, greedy grin, he lifted one coin up to his eye, as if admiring a precious jewel. Then, without warning, a dark figure appeared at the doorway. The man inside started to greet the visitor casually, but his words died in his throat the instant he realized who was standing there. So Sam stood in the entrance like a silent ghost, his presence eerie and sudden. The man inside froze in shock, clearly unable to understand why someone like him had come here. The man, likely one of the guards or workers of the place, shot up from his seat in alarm. So Sam's sudden arrival had caught him completely off guard, and his body reacted before his thoughts could catch up. Recovering quickly, the man stepped right into So Sam's space with a sneer twisting his face. He looked him up and down, then mocked him, asking what a mute thought he was doing in a place like this. His tone turned threatening as he ordered So Sam to disappear immediately. But before the warning could fully leave his mouth, the rest of his sentence was abruptly cut off. Before the man could finish speaking, So Sam suddenly shoved a money pouch into his hands. His eyes were stretched wide with a wild, desperate look, as if he was terrified and pleading without words. A few broken, trembling sounds slipped from So Sam's mouth. He played the role perfectly, acting like a frightened mute who could barely force out even a stutter. The man's aggressive expression faltered as he glanced down at the heavy pouch in his grip. The weight of it alone was enough to pull his attention away from his anger and replace it with curiosity. When he loosened the pouch and looked inside, his eyes caught the gleam of coin after coin. It was packed full, filled nearly to the brim with money. His eyes widened, shocked at first, then quickly clouded with the same greedy hunger Mackle had shown earlier. Just like that, the bribe had done its work. His whole attitude flipped in an instant. With a sleazy grin now spreading across his face, he told So Sam to wait in a nearby room and promised to bring another girl right away, clearing the way to Mackle without even realizing it. And just like that, once the guards had been bought off, So Sam moved up the stairs of the Banyan Inn. No one stopped him, no one questioned him, and nothing stood between him and his prey. Inside the room, So Sam quietly prepared his weapon. It was nothing more than a plain strip of cloth, simple enough to overlook, yet deadly in the right hands. He crept up behind Mackle, who was far too busy flexing and admiring himself to notice the danger closing in. The fool stood there completely exposed, with his back turned and his guard nowhere to be found. Then, in one quick and precise movement, So Sam looped the cloth around Mackle's neck. Before Mackle could react, the strip tightened hard against his throat. The attack came without a shout, without warning, and almost without sound. Mackle's smug face twisted instantly, his confidence vanishing into shock and raw pain. Mackle began to choke, his eyes bulging as the cloth crushed into his neck. The air was cut off so suddenly that his body stiffened in panic. He gasped desperately, trying to drag even the smallest breath into his lungs. His hands flew to his throat, clawing uselessly at the garrote that was already biting deep. So Sam only pulled harder. The fabric dug deeper into Mackle's neck, tightening with brutal force as he refused to give his target even a sliver of escape. In the fading edge of consciousness, Mackle forced his head to turn. At last, he saw the face behind the attack, and disbelief flooded his expression when he realized who had come for him. Gathering every bit of strength left in his body, Mackle slammed his head backward with vicious force, cracking So Sam hard in the jaw. Blood sprayed from So Sam's mouth as the blow sent him staggering back. Then Mackle threw his remaining weight forward in one final desperate shove. The sudden struggle dragged both of them off balance, sending them crashing backward together. Their bodies hit the floor with a heavy, ugly thud. The impact echoed through the room, hard enough to make the fall feel sickening. But So Sam's face showed no fear, no pain, and no hesitation. His glowing red eye burned with cold satisfaction, as if even this violent struggle was still within his expectations. He kept pulling the cloth tighter and tighter, refusing to loosen his grip for even a second. His target had to die, and So Sam was determined to make sure this first hunt in the new world ended exactly as planned. The man's eyes suddenly flew wide open, filled with pure terror. In that instant, his body seemed to understand what was happening before his mind could accept it. The bastard's arms and legs began to jerk uncontrollably. He thrashed in the air with helpless, frantic movements as his body started losing all command over itself. The strip of cloth kept tightening without mercy around his neck. Every desperate struggle only made the agony worse as the life was slowly choked out of him. Behind the attack was So Sam, and his face twisted into a warped, predatory smile. His red eyes glowed with excitement as he watched the life drain from his victim. He tilted his gaze upward, his expression almost blissful. In those final moments, So Sam looked as though he was savoring every second of his victim's fading life. The man's eyes turned bloodshot, bulging with pain and panic. A silent scream remained frozen on his face, trapped there as his strength finally began to vanish. From within the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes stared back without pity. They belonged not to an ordinary man, but to something far closer to a monster wearing human skin. Then it was over. The man lay dead on the floor, his eyes pale and empty, while So Sam looked down at the body with complete satisfaction. The frenzy in his gaze faded, replaced by something colder and far more calculating. The hunt had ended, and So Sam's mind had already sharpened again. Now came the part after the kill. He had to deal with what remained and decide how to handle the aftermath. So Sam rose to his feet, his expression detached as he stared down at the corpse. There was no panic in him, no guilt, and no trace of hesitation. He remained in the quiet room with the deed already done, surrounded by the stillness that followed death. His thoughts had moved past the kill and were already turning toward the next step. His eyes narrowed as his attention settled on the corpse before him. Now that the body was there, it was finally time to test the new power he had gained. Leaving the body on the floor behind him, So Sam walked toward the center of the room. His movements were calm and deliberate, as if everything had been leading to this moment. He stopped in front of a wooden wall, standing among the bodies of his other victims scattered around the room. Even surrounded by death, his face remained empty of remorse. He concentrated, fixing his attention on the empty air in front of him until a thin crack of light quietly opened in the darkness. Without taking his eyes off that strange glow, he slowly lifted his bandaged hand and reached toward the impossible space forming before him. A blue portal spread open like a tear in the air, revealing the entrance to his personal inventory. He understood at once that the corpse had to disappear before anyone found it. A faint smirk curled across his face as he realized all that earlier practice with the inventory was finally proving useful. After watching the evidence from his latest kill vanish so cleanly, leaving not even a trace behind, he knew this power would become an enormous advantage in every hunt from now on. But even that discovery could not hold his attention for long. His thoughts had already shifted, because something far more important had just been proven. He brought up his system window, his gaze sharpening as the suspicion in the back of his mind began to turn into certainty. And there it was, exactly as he had hoped. The system message confirmed that he had gained experience, and with that experience, his level had risen. The terrifying truth could no longer be denied. In this new world, taking a human life rewarded him with experience points. The meaning of that hit him all at once. If he gathered enough experience, he could keep leveling up, and every level would push his strength even higher. His eyes stretched wide, glowing an ominous red as a dark and thrilling realization settled over him. He lowered his gaze to his own hands, understanding that greater strength would make hunting easier. And once hunting became easier, the experience would come even faster, creating a horrifying cycle that fed itself. In other words, this world had given him a path where he could keep growing stronger without any clear limit. He clutched at his head as a manic grin spread from ear to ear, while the corpse from his hunt still lay abandoned on the floor. For someone like him, a born killer, this world was nothing short of paradise. From below, every small movement of his body seemed soaked in satisfaction, as if he was still tasting the thrill left behind by the kill. He looked down at his victim with the cold eyes of a predator, only for something about the body to suddenly catch his interest. He lifted his hands and framed the sight like he was looking through a camera, silently admiring the scene as a hunter admiring its fallen prey. His victim, Lord Mackle, was already dead. The only thing So Sam regretted was not having a camera to preserve this perfect moment forever. At the same time, just outside the room, a guard remained at his post, completely unaware that a murder had already happened only a few steps away. Then a woman named Cha-sun came rushing down the hallway, only to flinch in surprise when she noticed the guard standing there. She hurried straight to the door and called inside, trying to check whether the guest was still in the room. The innkeeper of Banyongan soon appeared behind her, clearly irritated by the delay. He snapped at her to go in already, reminding her that even if the customer could not speak, he was still a paying guest. Cha-sun quickly answered in agreement, then pushed the door open while apologizing for arriving late. The innkeeper stood outside and watched her enter, but a hint of suspicion flickered across his face. His brows tightened as an odd thought crossed his mind. Were those two planning to move in together or something? The whole situation felt strangely off. He clenched his teeth, his patience wearing thinner by the second. No matter how he looked at it, something was definitely wrong. He knocked hard against the door, loudly calling for Mackle and ordering Cha-sun to come out. When no answer came back, he irritably told them to just get some rest, though his tone made it clear he was far from calm. But inside the room, there was no reply at all, only a heavy and lifeless silence. The innkeeper's face flushed red with anger. He could hardly believe they were actually ignoring him right to his face. He opened his mouth, ready to shout at them for showing him such disrespect. Before he could get the words out, a piercing scream tore through the room from inside. Without even stopping to think, he slammed the door open and stormed in, demanding to know what was going on. The instant he saw what waited inside, his eyes widened in pure, helpless horror. There, in the dim room, a body hung from the ceiling, swaying faintly as if the air itself had gone cold around it. The corpse's feet gave one final twitch, a small, terrible movement that made the sight even harder to believe. It was Mackle. The guard who had been standing outside stared at the body in disbelief, his voice breaking as he stammered out his brother's name. The story now turns to Anhui, a wide land of open plains where the Huai River and the Yangtze River cut through the region. Since ancient times, its rich soil and crossing waterways had made Anhui a thriving center of trade, commerce, and travel. But wherever wealth gathers, trouble follows close behind. Thieves, criminals, and bandits from unorthodox factions began spreading across the land. To push back against them, many clans and sects devoted to the Murim code rose up in Anhui and took root there. Among all those forces, two names stood above the rest: the Namgung clan, one of the 5 great clans, and the Danri clan. Although the Danri clan could not match the Namgung clan in raw power, it had its own elite fighting force, along with an intelligence unit known as the Black Crow Squad, making its name well known throughout Anhui. The Black Crow Squad's information network was so impressive that even the beggar sect had to acknowledge its superiority, at least when it came to matters inside Anhui. Yet recently, even this capable squad had found itself troubled by a strange and deeply unsettling case. Within the clan's headquarters, a subordinate stood before his superior and presented a scroll containing the newest findings. The man accepting the report was Gi Daihyo, the sharp-minded leader who commanded the Black Crow Squad. As the details were laid out before him, his face darkened, and the weight of the case became clear in his expression. He considered the matter carefully. Suicides were not unheard of, but the sudden rise in their number was far too unusual to dismiss. Something about it felt wrong. What disturbed him most was how flawless every case appeared. The evidence, the circumstances, and every visible detail all pointed cleanly towards suicide. Gi Daihyo narrowed his eyes, silently questioning whether such perfect cases could truly exist. His instincts told him that something important was still being missed. Gi Daihyo leaned forward, his sharp gaze fixed on his subordinate as he demanded, "Who was the first victim?" The man swallowed nervously before replying. "It was an armory artisan from our own clan, Master Gi. His name, Machel." That confirmation sent a chill through Gi Daihyo. His suspicion was right. The incident wasn't random. Someone had struck directly at the heart of the Danri clan. Patience snapped. Grabbing the subordinate firmly by the shoulder, Gi Daihyo's voice sharpened into a command. "Where did Machel die? Tell me now." The subordinate quickly replied, "It happened at an inn, the Phoenix Tavern, sir." Gi Daihyo didn't hesitate. "Then we go there immediately." His subordinate blinked, shocked. "Sir, there's no need for you to visit personally." But Gi Daihyo's jaw set firm, his resolve unshaken. "I have to see it for myself. There's no other way." Soon, Gi Daihyo and his men arrived at the Phoenix Tavern, the very place where the first victim had met his end. Standing before a closed door, Gi Daihyo turned to the innkeeper, his eyes searching for confirmation. "This is the correct room?" The innkeeper of Banyong bowed his head. "Yes, sir. This is the room where Machel's body was found by me and my employee." Gi Daihyo's mind raced. If this wave of suicides was actually a string of murders as he suspected, then how had the killer entered a seemingly sealed room to strike Machel? He stepped inside, eyes scanning every detail, every shadow. His footsteps echoed softly on the wooden floor as he meticulously inspected the room, leaving no corner unchecked. After a thorough sweep, his initial assessment was confirmed. There was no way anyone could have entered unnoticed. No door, window, or secret passage revealed itself. His gaze then fell on the wooden wall dividing this room from the next. The only remaining possibility must lie there. Gi Daihyo's sharp eyes scrutinized the vertical logs that made up the partition. He considered it carefully. Removing these logs could allow passage from the adjacent room. Yet a closer look ruined that theory. The logs were covered in untouched dust, undisturbed for years. Turning to the innkeeper, he asked, "Is there any way to remove these logs without dismantling the entire roof?" The innkeeper dismissed the notion immediately. "Impossible, sir. The logs are set into deep grooves in both the ceiling and floor beams. They cannot be removed without tearing apart the structural frame." He added grimly, "The room is a fortress. No one could have entered or exited without being seen." With all options exhausted, Gi Daihyo was forced, however reluctantly, to consider that it might indeed have been suicide. But his instincts refused to let him rest. One last question burned in his mind. Was anyone staying in the room next door at the time of Machul's death? The innkeeper confirmed, nodding. Yes, there was another guest. Likely arrived at the same time as Machul. Gi Daihyo's eyes narrowed with intensity as he demanded the name. The reply came swiftly. So Sam, of the Danri clan. A new lead emerged. The man next door was none other than So Sam. At that very moment, So Sam moved calmly through the town streets, guiding a horse along the cobblestones, his mind absorbed in the aftermath of his latest hunt. As he walked, he brought up his status window, scanning the figures and numbers that tracked his progress. His memory flashed back to the last kill, realizing the experience points gained were far greater than any he had earned before. A sharp understanding struck him. The man he had just slain must have been a skilled martial artist. He clenched his fist tightly, the fundamental truth of this world settling deep in his mind. Killing stronger opponents granted far more experience points. Yet he stayed pragmatic. With his frail, weak body, challenging a true martial artist would be certain death. Even the lowest-ranking warrior of the Danri clan would overpower him. He needed a specific kind of prey, targets that bridged the gap between ordinary commoners and formidable martial artists. Just then, a coarse, mocking voice interrupted his thoughts, ridiculing his appearance as he walked. A group of thugs had blocked his path, sneering and surrounding him, scolding him for failing to greet his elders properly. One of them leaned in close, trying to provoke a reaction, eyes glinting with mischief. Their leader laughed loudly, sarcastically defending their victim, saying, "Little So Sam would never ignore us." So Sam's eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance passing through them. He recognized these men for what they were, nothing but lowly street thugs. He scoffed silently, remembering that the original So Sam had been part of the Danri clan. It was pathetic to think he had allowed himself to be bullied by such trash. The thug leader sneered, questioning aloud how someone like So Sam could have lived such a pitiful life. Patience gone, fury rising, the thug reached out violently, grabbing So Sam by the head and yanking it back in a harsh, brutal gesture. His eyes burned with danger as he decided it was time for a private chat, dragging So Sam along by the head with merciless strength. They led him and his horse into a narrow, shadowed alley, hidden from the main street. As he was pulled along, So Sam's mind raced, calculating silently. Could he eliminate them all and make it look like yet another suicide? He considered using his inventory to dispose of the bodies instantly, but creating a scene here would risk blowing his cover. For now, it was wiser to maintain the image of a weak, powerless youth. Besides, the experience points from killing these petty thugs would be negligible. He resolved to endure the beating and deal with them properly later. The thug sneered, noting that So Sam had put on a bit of weight recently, before winding up for another heavy strike. Just as the fist swung close to So Sam's face, a cold, commanding voice sliced through the tension. Enough. Slowly, a silhouette emerged from the darkness, stepping into the dim light. The thugs froze, stunned into silence. From the shadows, their leader, Jang Ho, appeared casually, asking his men why they hadn't escorted So Sam over politely. One of the thugs stammered Jang Ho's name, clearly startled by his sudden arrival. So now So Sam knew the name of the man in charge, and that presence alone had instantly shifted the balance of power. Jang Ho paid no attention to So Sam at all, his eyes lighting up as they fell on the magnificent horse. With a greedy smile, he reached out to stroke its sleek mane, as if it were already his prize. He spoke casually, revealing his plan aloud. His own leader was obsessed with fine horses, and he intended to present this one as a gift, flaunting it like a trophy. Then, turning back to So Sam with a mocking, twisted grin, he asked for the boy's opinion, as if So Sam had any real choice in the matter. A thug nearby grinned, malicious intent shining clearly in his eyes. The threat was unmistakable, and the air grew tense. So Sam's eyes narrowed, catching the dangerous glint of killing intent. There was no doubt now. They meant to kill him and steal his horse. But in that very instant, Jang Ho had made a fatal miscalculation. He had chosen the wrong person to torment. Oblivious to the danger he now faced, Jang Ho leaned in close, shoving his face towards So Sam, threatening harshly that he wouldn't ask a second time. So Sam's expression shifted completely. His cold eyes met theirs, steady and unflinching. "Then just kill me," he said softly, almost lazily. "Why bother asking twice?" The thugs froze, shock locking their mouths. They couldn't believe it. The mute boy could actually speak. Before they could react, So Sam moved like lightning, closing the distance with blinding speed, striking at Jang Ho with precision. He called out a single, commanding word: inventory. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted from his outstretched hand. A gleaming sword materialized, shooting toward the leader's throat before Jang Ho could even react, silencing him instantly. The world twisted and blurred from the perspective of the dying man as his life drained away, leaving disbelief frozen on his face. Jang Ho, now bleeding heavily from the first strike, stared in stunned horror, unable to comprehend how this seemingly frail boy had become a demon in an instant. His arms sagged limply, the spark of life fading steadily as his body collapsed under the weight of his own disbelief. As he fell, a radiant pillar of light erupted from So Sam, enveloping both him and his horse in a dazzling aura. An explosive wave of energy surged outward, shaking the alley as So Sam's body pulsed with newfound power. He had just leveled up. One thug instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, feeling an oppressive force pressing down like invisible chains dragging him toward the ground. Suddenly, a notification window appeared before So Sam. He had reached level 2. As the blinding light began to fade, it revealed the terrified faces of the thugs, sweat pouring down their brows, hearts pounding in sheer panic. The air around them grew icy. The weak, frail boy they had known was gone, replaced by a dark, merciless figure radiating pure killer instinct. One thug's voice trembled, barely audible, as he whispered in sheer terror, "A demon." But witnessing the display only enraged the others. They bellowed in fury, calling to one another to swarm this monstrous figure and put an end to the nightmare before them. They lunged forward, but their assault collided with overwhelming force. One thug let out a final, agonized scream before being thrown aside. Seeing this, another thug's resolve crumbled entirely. He stumbled backward, panic overtaking him, his will to fight utterly shattered. He flailed blindly, trying to flee, before finally collapsing to the ground with a heavy, thudding impact. Scrambling to his feet, he looked up, eyes widening as the terrifying figure of So Sam advanced steadily down the alley toward him. Frozen by fear, his face contorted in horror as he tried to plead for his life, hands raised helplessly. But So Sam responded with brutal swiftness. A sharp, precise kick sent the thug hurtling through the air. He slammed against the wall, crumpling into a heap, wind knocked out of him, body aching from the impact. Lying there, vision dimming, he felt utterly defeated, his body broken and spirit crushed. Desperation made him reach out a trembling hand, refusing to accept that this could truly be the end. As his life flickered before his eyes, memories of So Sam as a weak, defenseless kid flashed painfully. Nothing more than a trivial nuisance, a money bag to bully at will. He had been easy prey before, someone they could torment any time to squeeze out a few coins. Now, confusion and fear collided in his mind. How had everything gone so wrong? He never expected this. What should have been a routine shakedown, another easy mark, had instead turned into a nightmarish encounter with a monster. Just as consciousness began to fade, a firm hand gripped the thug's head. So Sam's cold, measured voice murmured, "This is just frustrating." Standing over him, So Sam exuded lethal calm. The thug could do nothing but lament his fate, dying at the hands of a seemingly ordinary boy who had revealed himself as a demon. Some time later, the thug slowly stirred in the shadows of the alley, groaning from the pain of the beating, his body aching all over. He jerked awake, gasping in horror as the memory of the massacre surged back, making his stomach churn and limbs tremble. A calm, measured voice asked, "Awake now?" The thug looked up, eyes wide with terror, and could only stammer, calling So Sam a demon. Now bound and kneeling, the thug shook uncontrollably. So Sam let out a soft sigh, clearly exasperated by the display. Without warning, a knife materialized in So Sam's hand, the blade gleaming sharply in the dim alley light. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he pressed the knife against the man's throat, demanding the name of the first thug who had fallen. Terrified, the thug stammered, You mean our leader, Jang Ho." So Sam confirmed the name, pressing the blade closer, forcing the man to recall the name of their gang. In a panic, the thug blurted out, "We belong to the Black Snake Society." The word sparked keen interest in So Sam's eyes. He quickly deduced that the Black Snake Society was part of a larger ebony syndicate controlling the city's underworld, with Jang Ho serving as one of its executives. Processing this information, So Sam's mind sharpened. An executive of a major gang. Now this was becoming far more interesting. He remembered Jang Ho mentioning a leader earlier, and pressed the thug for additional details, eager to map out the hierarchy of this criminal web. Panicked, the thug spilled everything at once. Their true leader was Bang Poyam, and it was he who had ordered Jang Ho to attack So Sam and take the horse for himself. So Sam's lips curled into a faint, amused smirk. So this was how their hierarchy worked, structured and deliberate, like modern gangs. It seemed he had just discovered an entirely new hunting ground. The thug collapsed in tears, broken and trembling from terror. So Sam simply responded with a single word, "Fine." Then, his tone shifted to something more calculating. "Tell me everything about the Ebony Syndicate and the Black Snake Society. If the information proves useful, you might just live." A flicker of hope brightened the thug's tear-streaked face. He stammered, eyes wide with desperate joy, asking if he would truly be spared. But So Sam's promise was a cruel ruse. Once he had extracted every piece of intelligence he needed, the thug was disposed of quietly, just like the others before him. With the threat neutralized, so Sam activated his inventory, and in a blink, the bodies of the fallen thugs vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. He let out a small, quiet sigh, the tension in his shoulders easing as he appreciated the cleanliness of his work. Surveying the empty alley, only his horse remained, standing quietly, its ears twitching as it sensed the sudden calm. So Sam took a moment to sit, letting the morning light fall over him as he processed the events of the night and analyzed the new intelligence he had gained. Reflecting on the fight, several crucial facts became clear to him, reshaping his understanding of this world. First, he had identified a new target, the Ebony Syndicate. He had been seeking prey that was stronger than ordinary civilians, but not yet true martial artists, just enough to provide substantial experience points. Now, he had found the perfect targets. From this moment onward, he would hunt them down one by one, systematically and without mercy. The second revelation concerned the mechanics of leveling up itself. He stared at his hands in awe. Every old scar, every mark of past injuries, had completely vanished. He realized that leveling up didn't just heal recent wounds. It erased every scar and imperfection across his entire body, restoring him to flawless physical condition. A cold, calculating gleam appeared in his eyes as he understood the full potential of this ability. He even wondered if it could repair fatal damage, restoring his heart or brain should he ever be grievously wounded. This meant that approaching a level up granted him the freedom to take on far greater risks in combat than he ever could before. Finally, there was the third revelation, the light. He recalled the massive pillar of light that had erupted from his body the instant he leveled up, filling the alley with blinding brilliance. Although powerful, he immediately recognized it as a significant disadvantage. It wasn't just a display, it was a beacon, one that would inevitably draw unwanted attention and attract danger. He understood that he had to conceal this at all costs. Both his killings and his abilities must remain completely secret. After all, a true hunter blends perfectly into the crowd, appearing utterly ordinary to all who might observe him. Only by remaining indistinguishable from those around him could he become the ultimate predator, striking without warning. He concluded that to avoid exposing himself, he would have to time his level-ups carefully, either immediately after a hunt ended or in some secluded place where only his prey could witness it. With his plan fully formed, so Sam rose to his feet, ready to leave the alley behind. He grabbed the reins of his horse as the first rays of early morning light began to spill over the rooftops, casting long shadows across the street. Taking a final glance at the alley, the site of his first major slaughter in this new world, he let the memories of the night settle. As he walked away, he reflected on how narrowly he had escaped death. If Jang Ho had been even slightly stronger, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Moving through the waking city, so Sam realized that pretending to be mute was no longer sufficient camouflage to keep him safe. To survive, and to dominate, he would need to grow stronger quickly. And the only way to do that was to hunt increasingly powerful targets, all while concealing his true abilities. Lost in thought, plotting his next moves, a firm hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. A stern voice cut through the morning air, demanding, "Are you So Sam?" So Sam turned, facing a man with a piercing, intense gaze. The man wasted no time, asking directly, "Did you kill Mackle?" The question hung heavily in the air. So Sam's hand clenched into a fist, energy crackling around it. He had been discovered. Suddenly, a system window popped up before him, flashing a stark, urgent warning. A critical error had occurred. The message updated, specifying that the error was within the Murim online system, yet it casually suggested that there should be no issue with the game itself. So Sam sat alone in the dim light, recalling that this strange glitch had appeared only after he had reached level 2. He stared intently at the screen, a chilling thought creeping into his mind. He might be the cause of this error. He reasoned that the problem stemmed from a fundamental conflict, his own existence, something that shouldn't even be here, operating alongside the game system. A faint, twisted smile curved his lips as he covered his mouth, finding the situation strangely amusing. After all, hadn't his very presence in this world already been the greatest critical error of all? Deciding it was far too late to worry, he dismissed the error message with a simple tap of his finger. He pulled up his status window once more, revealing all the familiar statistics from the game interface. Strength, health, agility, martial arts power, all the numbers displayed clearly before him. As he scanned the screen, his eyes widened slightly. Something had changed. The stats that had previously appeared as question marks were now revealed as solid, tangible gauge bars, each one confirming his growing power. He wondered quietly to himself whether this was yet another strange side effect of the critical error, or perhaps just the system adapting to a reality that couldn't be neatly measured like a simple game. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate his skills next, tapping the button on the holographic interface with a careful flick of his finger. A new window shimmered into existence before him, displaying a list of passive skills that he appeared to have acquired automatically. He scanned the first few entries, slash, stab, basic attack techniques that were immediately familiar. The list continued, showing block and throw, standard maneuvers for defense and counterattack, all techniques he recognized from Murim Online. He realized immediately that these were the common passive skills automatically assigned to a new character in the game. But as his gaze drifted toward the bottom of the list, he paused, brow furrowing thoughtfully. One skill didn't belong. His eyes began to glow with a faint blue light. The skill was called Spirit Eye, a technique he had never encountered before. Stranger still, it came with no description, leaving him to ponder its purpose. There was no time for speculation. A notification flashed urgently across his view. The activation conditions for Spirit Eye had been met, and it was now casting automatically. The system finally clarified. An enemy with a level difference of 10 or more had entered a 20-meter radius. A countdown appeared, snapping So Sam to high alert. 19, 18, 17. The numbers ticked down steadily, each one echoing like a warning against the sound of approaching footsteps. His eyes flicked to the glowing display, mind racing to interpret the sudden alert. This, he realized, was the true function of his new skill. Piecing it together quickly, he understood. Spirit Eye acted as an early warning system for powerful threats. The countdown continued, unrelenting. 15, 14. With every passing second, the unknown danger drew closer, each step heavy and deliberate. The heavy tread of boots halted right outside his cell as the counter struck 13. So Sam remained seated in the darkness, eyes locked on the door. The countdown dropped to 12, the tension palpable in the silent air. Just beyond the door, a fist clenched tightly with intent. This visitor was no mere passerby. As the count reached 11, So Sam rose slowly to his feet, pivoting to face the approaching figure. Instead of fear, a calculating glint appeared in his eyes. He quickly assessed the situation, deducing that this was likely not an enemy. Few would dare attempt infiltration of the Danri clan's heavily fortified headquarters, he reasoned. A true assassin would have moved far more quietly. The slow, deliberate footsteps confirmed his suspicion. The person approaching was an expert, likely someone from within the clan itself. He glanced at his status, level 2. Considering the lives required to reach this point, a 10-level gap represented an enormous disparity in power. He grimly imagined the mountain of corpses he would need to stack to reach level 10 through the deaths of ordinary people alone. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. 4 high-level martial artists. Strength directly reflected the number and quality of lives crushed to attain it. With the countdown nearing its end, he attempted to deduce which high-ranking clan member might be arriving to confront him. 3, 2, 1. The countdown vanished. With a heavy thud, the cell door slid open, flooding the room with light and revealing the silhouette of a man standing firmly in the doorway. It was Gi Daihyo, a captain of the Danri clan. His sharp, scrutinizing gaze swept across the room, finally settling on its lone occupant. So Sam reacted immediately, shrinking back slightly, his face twisting into a mask of terror as he looked up at the imposing figure before him. Gi Daihyo loomed over the boy, expression grim and unyielding. So Sam maintained the act, eyes wide with fabricated fear. The captain grasped the boy's shoulder, his voice low and dangerous as he confirmed, "Are you Sasam?" So Sam flinched violently at the touch, cowering as though the grip itself inflicted pain. Wasting no time, Gi Daihyo cut to the heart of the matter, voice sharp with accusation. "Did you kill Makal?" The boy's expression contorted into pure horror, mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the question fully. As So Sam stammered in feigned confusion, Gi Daihyo began channeling his internal energy. A faint blue light glowed from his hand, intensifying steadily. A brilliant flood of blue energy washed over So Sam's vision as the captain probed the boy's body. Gi Daihyo poured his internal energy directly into So Sam, a classic Murim interrogation technique designed to reveal a martial artist's true power. The energy coursed through the boy's frail frame, tracing every meridian and energy node, searching for the faintest hint of training. It swept along his skeletal structure, seeking the signature presence of a developed inner core, something every martial artist possesses. Gi Daihyo focused intensely, analyzing the feedback from his probe, but found nothing. The probe encountered only emptiness. No resistance, no blockage, no trace of cultivated energy at all. It was like pouring water into a bottomless pit. The boy's body was completely hollow. This was the crucial difference. So Sam hadn't cultivated internal energy like a Murim warrior. He relied on a game-like system, leaving nothing for traditional detection methods. The test concluded. Gi Daihyo slowly withdrew his hand from the boy's shoulder. So Sam gasped, eyes wide and innocent, as if he had narrowly survived a terrifying ordeal. Gi Daihyo hummed thoughtfully. The results were clear. This frail, empty child could never be a martial artist, let alone a killer. His suspicions temporarily quelled, the captain turned to his subordinate. "Let's go," he commanded, leaving the boy pressed against the wall, cowering in relief. Though clearly bewildered by the abrupt end to the interrogation, The guard responded quickly. Yes, Captain. As their footsteps receded, so Sam remained perfectly still, maintaining his terrified pose until he was certain he was truly alone. But the instant they were truly gone, the trembling, pitiful mask he had been wearing vanished without a trace. Inside the cell's choking darkness, almost nothing could be seen at all, nothing except his eyes, burning with a deep, sinister red. The frightened boy was gone. The predator had returned. Outside the prison, the guard still looked uneasy, unable to understand why his captain had walked away so quickly without digging deeper, especially after suspecting the boy so strongly. Gi Daihyo answered without any panic, calmly admitting that yes, he had been suspicious of the boy from the very beginning. That was exactly why he had sent his internal energy into the boy's body. If there had been even the slightest sign of martial arts training hidden inside him, that test would have exposed it immediately. Hearing that, the guard leaned closer at once, his eyes widening with curiosity as he waited eagerly for the result. Gi Daihyo's answer was blunt and certain. The boy was completely empty, without even a small trace of internal energy inside him. In every way that mattered, he was just an ordinary person who knew nothing about martial arts. He lifted his gaze toward the full moon above, but the unease in his heart refused to fade. If that boy truly was not the killer, then had all those people really taken their own lives? And if this really was some kind of plague, a cold dread settled over him as he wondered how many more innocent people would have to die before it finally stopped. But despite Gi Daihyo's fears that night, the strange suicide plague disappeared from Banyan as suddenly as it had arrived. In its place came something far more brutal, as a harsher wind began sweeping through the city, a wind soaked in slaughter. Then, on one rain-drenched night, the storm roared over the city without mercy. The streets glistened beneath the falling rain, and the usual noise of crowds and merchants had been swallowed by an unsettling silence. Yet one inn still shone brightly through the downpour, its warm light cutting through the dark like a small refuge in the middle of the storm. Inside, people crowded close together to escape the rain, warming themselves with food, strong drinks, and the kind of rumors that spread best on nights like this. At one table, a man slammed his cup down so hard that liquor splashed over the rim and scattered across the wood. Drunk and unsteady, he pounded the tabletop again, loud enough that the nearby patrons began turning their heads toward him. Then he leaned toward his friend with a sloppy grin, whispering far too loudly as he asked whether he had heard the newest story spreading through town. His companion clicked his tongue, already knowing exactly what he meant. These days, everyone was talking about the nameless swordsman, and the tale had passed from mouth to mouth all over the city. The drunk man slammed his cup down once more, his words slurring as he demanded proper respect. This was not just the nameless swordsman. This was the great nameless swordsman. He threw his voice up in a cheer, openly celebrating the mysterious warrior who had been cutting down the hated thugs of the Ebony Syndicate. His friend immediately panicked, reaching toward him and trying to quiet him before anyone connected to the syndicate could overhear such reckless words. But the drunken man only laughed louder, bragging that two of the syndicate's supposedly fearsome forces, the White Tiger Unit and the Red Wolf Sect, had already been wiped out. The more sober man hurriedly shushed him again, his face tight with fear as he reminded him that one group still remained. If anyone from the Black Snake Society heard him, they would both be in serious trouble. Still completely unfazed, the drunk man boldly declared that their turn would come soon as well. In his mind, the great nameless swordsman was surely already on his way to crush them next. None of the noisy patrons noticed the cloaked figure sitting quietly in the corner of the inn, hidden in shadow, while listening to every word. Once he had heard enough, the figure rose from his seat without a sound and left the inn behind, stepping straight back into the cold, hammering rain. That cloaked figure was So Sam, now moving under the very identity the townspeople whispered about with awe and fear, the nameless swordsman. His steps made almost no sound as he passed through the rain-soaked streets, each movement steady and purposeful, as though his destination had already been decided. Before long, he reached a narrow alley where a beggar sat hunched against the storm, trying desperately to shield himself from the rain. So Sam walked toward the beggar in silence, his dark presence stretching across the alley like a shadow swallowing the wet ground. Then lightning tore across the sky, and in that brief flash, So Sam sprang over the rooftops like a phantom, heading straight for his real target, the headquarters of the Black Snake Society. At the Black Snake Society's headquarters, beneath the same violent storm, a lone guard stood stationed before the imposing front gates. But he was not guarding anything at all. He had fallen fast asleep, completely oblivious to the rain pouring over him and the duty he had abandoned. All at once, a sharp strike cracked against his head, jolting him awake in panic. Another guard had appeared beside him, furious to find him sleeping on watch. The startled guard could only stammer out a weak apology. The senior guard snapped at him to pull himself together, his voice tense as he reminded him of the danger they were in. The nameless swordsman was still out there, tearing through their enemies. With a grim look, he explained that this mysterious warrior had already destroyed 3 rival sects, leaving them as the only ones still standing. The weight of those words seemed to press down on him, and even in the cold rain, fear was written clearly across his sweating face. He clenched his eyes shut for a moment, trying to harden his nerves for whatever nightmare might be coming next. But just as he was about to scold the other guard again, something flashed past in an instant, and a hot spray of blood struck his face. He turned in confusion, only to see his partner's body crumpling to the ground as blood burst violently from his neck. A freezing realization seized him. Behind him, from the darkness, a shadowy figure stepped forward with glowing eyes. It was the nameless swordsman. Before the guard could even open his mouth to scream, his own head was crushed in a single merciless instant. Now the cloaked swordsman stood alone before the gate, surrounded by fallen bodies, while the first guard's severed head rolled down the rain-slick stone steps. The dead man's face remained locked in pure terror, a silent proof of how fast and brutally the attack had ended his life. The swordsman's eyes stayed cold and razor-sharp, showing no hesitation as they fixed only on the path waiting ahead. Then, without the slightest sign of effort, he pushed open the massive gates as if their weight meant nothing at all. The lone figure stepped into the courtyard, his dark silhouette standing out starkly against the manor grounds swept by relentless rain. He advanced with a terrifying calm, moving like a phantom that had come to claim every soul hidden within those walls. The moment he stepped deeper into the stronghold, the trap finally snapped shut around him. From every shadowed corner, arrows burst out like a storm of black rain, all of them flying straight toward the lone intruder. But the cloaked figure vanished in a flash before the arrows could touch him, and the deadly volley only stabbed uselessly into the empty ground where he had stood. In the darkness, the swordsman's red eye burned with a cold, eerie glow. Even surrounded by an ambush, he did not look surprised at all. This was exactly where he meant to be. In the next instant, figures emerged from every side. They had clearly been lying in wait from the beginning, turning the courtyard into a pitfall meant to swallow him whole. He stood calmly amid the arrows scattered across the ground, every shaft having missed its target. But that first attack was only the beginning, because an entire force of guards now blocked his path as a voice rang out. The leader of the Black Snake Society stepped forward with a smug curve to his mouth, sneering as he said he knew this nameless rat would eventually crawl into their den. The swordsman gave no answer. He simply stood beneath the pouring rain, letting the silence and the pressure of his presence speak in his place. To the guards staring him down, that single cloaked figure looked less like a man and more like a death omen, standing firm against their entire army without the slightest tremor. Then, almost as if the sky itself had been waiting for this moment, lightning tore across the clouds and lit up the courtyard before the slaughter began. A massive bolt cracked down through the storm, flooding the battlefield in white light for one sharp, blinding instant. Taking that thunderclap as his signal, the leader roared at the top of his lungs, ordering every man there to cut the intruder down. The guards surged forward all at once, a roaring mass of bodies and steel rushing toward the single cloaked figure in the rain. But the swordsman did not meet their charge head-on. Instead, he launched himself into the air and began to spin, turning his whole body into a whirling storm of death. His cloak and blade blurred together in streaks of black and red, forming a vicious vortex right in the center of the enemy formation. What followed was a gruesome mix of blood and rain, as bodies were lifted off their feet and hurled helplessly through the air by the force of his spinning strike. A glowing window appeared before him, naming the devastating skill he had unleashed, sweeping 1,000 armies. The strike released a surge of red energy, carving a violent path straight through the charging horde and splitting their formation apart. For one brief second, the guards' faces froze in raw terror, their eyes widening as they understood exactly what was about to happen to them. He cut through them without pause, every motion of his blade carrying the final weight of death. Through the rain, he moved like a phantom wrapped in crimson light, leaving only falling bodies and silence behind each swing. The few guards still on their feet could only stare in horror, shouting curses as they watched their comrades get butchered like livestock before their eyes. Yet even after witnessing that bloodbath, they did not retreat. Instead, they kept rushing at the nameless swordsman, each man driven half-mad by the desperate wish to be the one who took his head. The swordsman continued his deadly dance, slicing through the chaotic mob as their own panic and disorder began making them more dangerous to each other than to him. His spinning strike sent even more bodies flying, turning the space around him into a lethal whirlwind that no one could safely approach. His blade tore through flesh and bone with brutal ease, bringing down several opponents at once with a single merciless swing. He slipped through the rain like a ghost, and every movement he made was traced by red lines of blood from the men falling around him. He even turned the disorganized mob against itself, using bodies as both shields and crude weapons before driving his blade through the whole tangled group at once. Then, for a fleeting moment, it looked as though the unstoppable killer had finally been caught. Two guards who had been skewered used their last strength to clamp down on his blade with their bodies, locking it in place. Believing the swordsman was trapped at last, the rest of the mob drew their blades and rushed in, shouting insults at the man they now dared to call prey and coward. One guard cried out in triumph, convinced they had finally cornered the monster who had been tearing through their comrades one after another. But beneath the shadow of his straw hat, a cold smile slowly spread across the swordsman's face. He had never been trapped in the first place. When he tried to pull his weapon free to block the incoming strikes, it refused to move. The two thugs' bodies weighed it down, pinning the sword firmly where it was. Sensing what he thought was the perfect chance, a massive thug charged forward with a crazed grin, still foolishly believing the swordsman was bound and ready to be slaughtered. At that moment, a glowing digital window suddenly appeared in front of the swordsman. It was his inventory. As the dead guard's body sagged toward the ground, the swordsman reached through the portal and pulled out a fresh blade, already prepared for the next kill. The guard died in complete confusion, his final thought nothing but a question he would never have answered. How had a blade come from behind him? The swordsman watched him collapse with cold, indifferent eyes, treating another death as nothing more than one more obstacle removed from his path. Still, no matter how terrifying he was, one man could not stand against an entire crowd forever. In a battle that stretched on this long, an opening was bound to appear, and in that instant, a blade drove into his back. He rolled away quickly to create distance, but the crimson stains across the shattered steel made it clear that the wound was far from shallow. The leader of the Black Snake Society loomed over him with a sneer, throwing aside the broken sword as he bragged that he was the one who had finally drawn first blood. The swordsman lowered his gaze toward the fresh wound at his side. Meanwhile, the leader mocked him openly, admitting that for a moment he had truly believed he was facing some invincible monster. But now that he had seen the swordsman bleed, the leader's confidence swelled. He scoffed and declared that this monster was just human after all, and humans could be killed. That realization sent a surge of manic glee through the remaining guards. If the nameless swordsman was human, then he could die, and every one of them was eager to be the one to finish him. The swordsman clutched the cold steel buried in his flank, and his hand was quickly soaked in the dark crimson of his own blood. But instead of showing pain, fear, or weakness, he simply reached up, removed his straw hat, and let it fall into the puddle at his feet. That strangely calm gesture shattered the leader's rising confidence. He stared at him in confusion, suddenly unsure what this wounded man was planning. The leader demanded to know why he was laughing. Then the swordsman finally revealed his face, a mask of ecstatic madness, with wide glowing red eyes and a grin stretched so far it looked inhuman. The wounded man was gone, and only a laughing psychopath remained. A chilling grin spread wider across the swordsman's face, his eyes blazing with excitement, as if the real hunt had only just begun. On that dark, storm-lashed night, rain continued pouring over the stronghold of the Black Snake Society, washing blood across the grounds as the battle sank deeper into madness. Within the fortress walls, the remaining Black Snake Society members had hidden themselves inside a wooden building, holding their breath as they waited for their target to appear. One of the guards began to lose his nerve. The screams of his comrades outside had suddenly gone silent, and a horrible thought clawed into his mind. Could a single intruder really have wiped them all out? Desperate to calm himself, he tried to justify everything they had done, thinking back on their extortion, human trafficking, and murders as if those crimes were nothing more than minor mistakes. But the more fear squeezed his chest, the more it twisted into anger. He could not understand why they were the ones being hunted, when the world was filled with people far worse than them. Then he realized that begging for mercy would never save him. If he wanted to survive this night, he would have to kill that man with his own hands. He knew of a hidden back path, one that led straight toward his leader's main residence, the Paradise Manor. Turning toward the rain outside, he shouted into the storm, deciding then and there to use that route to draw the intruder into a trap. Safely tucked inside the dark building with his men surrounding him, his confidence began to swell again. In these shadows, with the building as cover, he believed the advantage belonged to them. But that confidence shattered the moment he saw a lone figure standing calmly in the middle of the courtyard, completely exposed beneath the rain. Panic seized him at once, and he screamed for his men to attack before that terrifying figure could make another move. At his command, arrows burst from the building in a deadly volley, slicing through the rain toward the courtyard. Dozens of arrows came pouring down on the exact spot where the lone figure had been standing only moments before. The guard cautiously peeked out from his cover, his voice shaking as he asked his men whether the intruder had finally been killed. Then, without warning, a sickening crunch rang through the building as one of the archers was brutally struck down. Before anyone could even understand what had happened, a crimson blur tore through the room, cutting down the guards one after another in the darkness. The guard stood frozen where he was, surrounded by shadows, rain, and the horrifying sounds of his own men being ripped apart around him. A sudden whoosh sliced through the air right beside his head, and he flinched back violently, his eyes wide with pure terror. When his gaze dropped to the floor below, he saw every one of his men lying dead. Only then did the nightmare truly sink in. He was the last one still alive. With his men slaughtered around him, the lone surviving guard trembled as he stared toward the hole in the wall, stammering as he asked if this figure was the nameless swordsman from the rumors. He forced his shaking hand to draw his sword, then shouted desperately at the dark figure, demanding to know what they had done to deserve this fate. But the longer he stared at the intruder, the faster his defiance drained away, leaving nothing behind but helpless, overwhelming terror. The shadows shifted, revealing the killer's face. One glowing red eye stared back at him, cold, empty, and completely stripped of anything human. In his final moments, the guard screamed in protest, questioning what right this killer had to judge them. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, his head was sent flying. The killer stood over the headless corpse, his voice cutting through the sound of the rain as he made it clear that he wanted only one thing from them. That one thing was their lives. By then, the gates of Paradise Manor were guarded only by the headless corpses of the very men who had been assigned to protect it. The entire courtyard had become a graveyard, covered with the bodies of Black Snake Society members sprawled across the rain-soaked ground. As the storm raged overhead, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the absolute carnage left behind in the killer's wake. Standing among the bodies, so Sam turned his gaze toward the main estate, his expression making it clear that his work here was not finished. With the small fry finally cleared away, his eyes hardened. Only one target remained now, the leader of the Black Snake Society, Bang Poyam. His first target had been the White Tiger unit. Looking back on it, killing their members had helped him level up, but that had only been the beginning of the hunt. Even with the new strength he had gained, he understood his limits clearly. At that point, he was still too weak to face Black Faction members in a direct fight. So instead of charging in recklessly, he relied on guerrilla tactics, patiently drawing his targets into traps where their numbers would mean nothing. Once they were cut off from the rest of their group, he would strike from the shadows, ambushing them before they had time to recover. He did not hesitate to use any method available to him, even arson, as he began his hunt in a careful and systematic way. By the time the leader of the White Tiger unit, the White Tiger himself, finally realized how serious the threat had become, it was already far too late. When he arrived, more than half of his unit had already been slaughtered, their bodies left behind as proof of how far the hunt had gone. But somewhere along the way, his brutal actions were completely misunderstood. Officials and townspeople began praising him as a hero, giving him the title of the Nameless Swordsman. That heroic reputation meant nothing to him, but it became a useful mask, making it even easier for him to dispose of the unorthodox faction one piece at a time. After he finally killed the leader of the White Tiger unit, he successfully reached level 5, and with that level up came a reward. He gained his very first active skills. The system granted him Qinggong, a body lightning movement technique, along with the devastating Three Forces sword art. A sinister smile slowly crept across his face. With these new powers in hand, he was finally strong enough to confront Black Faction members head-on. As his fame continued to spread, even children in the streets began playing games where they pretended to be the so-called Nameless Swordsman. While the public worshipped their new hero, he carried on with his bloody purge from the shadows, until the Red Wolf Gate was completely erased from existence. With them destroyed, only one unorthodox faction remained in the city of Binyong, the Black Snake Society. A heavy, oppressive energy pulsed from the Black Snake Society's headquarters, where a lone figure sat waiting in the pouring rain. From a porch overlooking the courtyard, a man calmly watched the storm, as if he had already been expecting a visitor to arrive. The intricate snake emblem embroidered across his back marked him unmistakably as the leader of this feared organization. This was the final target waiting at the heart of the storm, the head of the Black Snake Society, Bang Poyam. Through the pouring rain, the swordsman finally arrived, his feet moving steadily up the wet stone path that led toward the Black Snake Society's main hall. As he drew closer, lightning split the night sky wide open, briefly washing the entire scene in white. On the porch ahead, Bang Poyam was already seated, waiting for him in silence. The swordsman kept his head lowered as he approached, his face hidden behind wet strands of hair and the heavy shadows cast by the raging storm. Bang Poyam watched the figure come closer without moving, his expression impossible to read, his weathered face carrying the weight of a lifetime spent surviving violence. His voice finally cut through the rain, calm but sharp, as he spoke first and asked whether this was the infamous Nameless Swordsman. The swordsman came to a stop in the rain, standing there without a word, giving Bang Poyam no answer at all. Bang Poyam scoffed at the silence, clearly finding it strange. Then he mocked him, asking why a man supposedly acting for justice would need to hide his face so completely. The swordsman's answer was short, cold, and enough to chill the air between them. Because he was not one. Bang Poyam's eyes narrowed at that. If this man was not some righteous swordsman, Then why had he been hunting down the unorthodox factions one after another? All at once, the swordsman's face twisted into a horrifying grin. A deranged laugh slipped from him as he made it clear he was never some noble hero of justice. For the first time, a faint flicker of surprise crossed Bang Poyam's face, breaking through his calm mask. But that surprise quickly shifted into amusement. Bang Poyam burst into laughter, realizing that this man had somehow fooled the entire city. The swordsman corrected him without hesitation. He had not deceived anyone at all. The people had simply chosen to believe in the hero they wanted him to be. Now truly intrigued, Bang Poyam called him an interesting man, his hand slowly reaching toward the weapon resting by his side. He drew his sword from its sheath and declared that fighting such an unusual opponent would be worth it, even if this duel ended with his own death. Power began to glow around Bang Poyam's body. Whether his opponent was a hero or not no longer mattered, and with a roar, he demanded that the swordsman show him everything he had. In the next instant, Bang Poyam lunged forward, his blade wrapped in a fierce blue aura that crackled through the ring. The swordsman moved to meet him, launching himself into the air as a threatening red energy surged around his body. The two warriors collided in the center of the courtyard, their blue and red forces erupting together in a brilliant flash of light. With that clash, the battle truly began, and both fighters took their stances, prepared to stake everything on a duel to the death. For one brief heartbeat before the storm of blades erupted, the whole courtyard seemed to fall still beneath the rain. Then the swordsman charged first, his eyes burning with wild red fury as he unleashed his attack without hesitation. Bang Poyam met that furious gaze head-on, his own eyes glowing with the cold, controlled focus of a veteran warrior. He lifted his sword with perfect timing and blocked the frenzied strike as if he had already seen through it. Their blades crashed together with tremendous force, sending a shockwave rolling across the rain-soaked courtyard. But once the exchange began, Bang Poyam's speed showed itself immediately, and his blade cut across the swordsman's body before he could fully respond. Blood spilled from the wound, but Bang Poyam's eyes sharpened in surprise. The swordsman had not even tried to dodge the attack. In that reckless moment, Bang Poyam spotted exactly what he needed, a fatal opening. He drove his blade forward, and the swordsman realized with alarm that his own sword was too short to parry the incoming thrust. With no way to defend himself in time, he could only watch as the blade came straight toward him. A sickening tear of flesh followed as Bang Poyam's sword plunged deep into his shoulder. Blood burst from the wound, splattering through the rain as the blade ripped across his arm. The sheer force of the strike threw the swordsman backward, sending his body skidding across the slick stone ground. He lowered his gaze to his shoulder, where the deep gash was now bleeding heavily, the rain doing nothing to wash away the spreading red. A triumphant, manic grin spread across Bang Poyam's face. He shouted that his suspicion had been right all along. The swordsman had already been injured before this fight even started. Then Bang Poyam unleashed his special technique, and his sword suddenly changed form, bending and extending like a flexible whip blade. The weapon snapped through the air with the unpredictable speed of a viper, striking from angles that were almost impossible to read. The swordsman was forced onto the defensive at once, parrying desperately as the whip sword lashed at him again and again without mercy. He quickly understood Bang Poyam's cruel strategy. The older warrior was not attacking at random. He was deliberately aiming for the wounds already carved into his body. Gasping for breath and covered in injuries, the swordsman found himself completely overwhelmed by the experience and precision of the veteran standing before him. He admitted the truth to himself then. In a fair martial arts duel against a master like Bang Poyam, he would definitely lose. But the swordsman had never planned to fight fair in the first place. A crazed light entered his eyes. Even if he had to sacrifice his own flesh, he would force an opening to appear. Bang Poyam sensed the shift and charged forward, mocking him for hesitating in the middle of a death match. The swordsman gathered his energy, appearing to prepare the three forces sword art, as if it were his final desperate move. A victorious grin spread across Bang Poyam's face as he lunged in for what he believed would be the finishing blow, shouting that he had him. Then, as if it had appeared from thin air, a serpent-like sword coiled around So Sam's arm, leaving him frozen in utter shock. So Sam's eyes widened in horror as the sect leader's blade slowly pulled back through his muscles, carving bloody trails that splattered across the rain-soaked ground. That treacherous weapon left him completely helpless, and his severed arm spun through the air before falling away from him. The master swordsman was thrown completely off balance, his rhythm shattered by a tactic so dishonorable and insane that it broke the flow of the entire duel. Drunk on the feeling of victory, Bang Poyam began to boast, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he admitted he had never truly cared about the honor of martial arts. At his core, he was a monster through and through. But the swordsman ignored the burning pain tearing through his shoulder, because the moment he had sacrificed so much to create had finally arrived. Bang Poyam's head snapped upward in sudden panic, his eyes widening as he realized something was wrong. But by then, it was already too late. Using his newly gained qigong, the swordsman launched himself high into the air, his body moving with a speed and lightness that seemed almost impossible. This was what he had been aiming for from the very beginning, the hidden purpose behind his reckless, blood-soaked plan. From above, he brought down his ultimate attack, the second form of the three forces sword art, core striking slash. A devastating blast of energy crashed down onto Bang Poyam, swallowing his body completely in a burst of overwhelming force. The swordsman landed heavily on the ground, battered, bleeding, and barely steady on his feet, but when the impact settled, he was the one still standing. Yet in the pouring rain, the duel still raged on. Black, serpent-like energy tore through the air, striking again and again as it relentlessly hunted So Sam. Even with his body covered in his own blood, So Sam's eyes gleamed with manic excitement, and a wild, unhinged grin spread across his face, as if he was savoring every second of this life-or-death struggle. The whip-like attacks came fast and unpredictably, lashing out from the darkness with deadly precision, each strike aimed at tearing him apart piece by piece. Then, without warning, So Sam's crazed expression disappeared. His face went cold, his gaze sharpened, and his narrowed eyes began tracking every movement his opponent made. At that moment, Bang Poyam unleashed his true power, and a massive spectral serpent formed from his energy, rising high above the lone swordsman like a nightmare given shape. Bang Poyam stepped forward through the rain, his voice dripping with condescension as he remarked how strange it was that So Sam would willingly use his own body as bait. He declared that such a reckless way of fighting did not belong to a true martial artist. It was closer to the method of a hunter, or even an assassin. So Sam said nothing in return. Deep down, he had to acknowledge the truth. In a fair fight against a master like this, he would almost certainly lose. Bang Poyam let out a sinister laugh, his eyes shining with cruel certainty as he prepared to drive a painful truth straight into his opponent's heart. He pointed out that in a life-or-death duel, the more hidden cards a person had, the greater their chance of survival. But So Sam's wounds were already laid bare for him to exploit. Then Bang Poyam gloated as he revealed a monstrous layer of snakeskin cloth armor, declaring his superiority with absolute confidence. In his mind, So Sam had already run out of tricks, and that failure would be the brat's fatal flaw. But So Sam was not broken. Without a trace of panic, he calmly raised his sword, his expression unreadable as he prepared to face whatever came next. Seeing that stubborn stance, Bang Poyam mocked him again, convinced that So Sam had no options left and was merely making one final desperate stand. As the serpent's coils began closing in around him, So Sam held his ground, his eyes locked on his enemy and his blade steady in his hand. With his glowing yellow eye fixed on So Sam, Bang Poyam gave the final command with cold authority, ordering him to die right there. The giant energy serpent roared and lunged forward, rushing to deliver the killing blow to the one Bang Poyam called a nameless murderous demon. Its massive power surged through the darkness, aiming to completely annihilate So Sam. So Sam stood alone in the path of that attack, with the enormous wave of energy bearing down on him as if it would swallow him whole. But So Sam had no intention of taking the attack head-on. In one swift motion, he twisted his body and kicked hard against the ground. A thick cloud of dirt and broken debris exploded into the air. Seeing it rise, Bang Poyam scoffed in irritation, annoyed by the desperate attempt to blind him. Enraged, Bang Poyam roared that such a simple trick was useless against him. He was a master, and a little dust could never save his opponent. His spiritual serpent whipped through the dust cloud without hesitation, instantly locking onto what he believed was So Sam's position. The whip sword shot forward like a spear, driving into its target with a sickening, heavy thud. A vicious, triumphant smile spread across Bang Poyam's face as he felt the blade connect, and he snarled that he had finally caught him. But as the dust began to settle, Bang Poyam's eyes widened in shock. The figure he had impaled was not the swordsman at all. He stared in horror as the truth became clear. His blade had pierced through the chest of one of his own Black Snake Society subordinates. So Sam had used a corpse as a shield. It had been a decoy. A cold dread washed over Bang Poyam as he realized the mistake he had just made. If that was only the bait, then the real So Sam had to be right above his head. So Sam had already used that moment of shock to appear, his blade raised and ready for a decisive strike. A glowing window appeared before So Sam's eyes as he activated his new technique, the second form of the three forces sword art. Bang Poyam could only look up in terror as So Sam unleashed the ultimate strike, core striking slash. In a burst of blinding light, the blade struck true, tearing through Bang Poyam's defenses with unstoppable force. Blood splattered through the ring. At the very last possible second, Bang Poyam had managed to thrust his hand into the path of the blade. The sword still plunged into his chest, but his desperate attempt to shield his heart stopped it from piercing all the way through. An agonized scream ripped from Bang Poyam's throat as the sword's energy surged through his body and ravaged him from within. So Sam watched with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, recognizing that even in that split second, the old master's instincts had been sharp enough to block the sword with his hand and protect his heart. But Bang Poyam was not ready to die. With the last scraps of strength he could gather, he roared that it was not over yet. In a desperate attempt to escape death, his whip sword slithered back toward its master, lunging through the air to intercept the danger and save him. The whip sword whistled straight towards So Sam's face, forcing him to pull back. In that instant, the old man's gamble worked, and the narrow gap between him and death finally widened. When it came to pure insanity, Bang Poyam was more than capable of matching So Sam. He grabbed the sharp blade with his bare hand, his voice dripping with madness as he snarled, asking where he thought he was going and declaring he would never let him escape. Even then, not a trace of fear crossed So Sam's face. With cold composure, he summoned a blue screen that materialized in the air before him, his inventory. From that glowing inventory screen, the bodies of the men So Sam had already killed began spilling out, pouring into the battlefield in a grotesque and impossible sight. Bang Poyam could only scream in utter disbelief as a vortex of his own dead subordinates erupted from that impossible space before his eyes. The torrent of corpses slammed into him like a disgusting wave of death, sending him spiraling down to the ground as his mind shattered under the horror of what he had just seen. He collapsed right there among the bodies of the comrades who had fallen before him, surrounded by death on every side. And in that instant, the last piece of his fighting spirit finally broke apart. Blood spilled from Bang Poyam's mouth as he coughed violently, but even through the pain, his mind kept turning. If So Sam could make corpses appear as if they had come from nowhere, then that meant this monster still had even more impossible tricks hidden beneath the surface. Bang Poyam slowly looked across the courtyard that had once belonged to him, only to find it swallowed by silence. His followers lay scattered everywhere, their bodies covering the ground, and the whole place had become a picture of total defeat. Rain continued to fall over the courtyard, washing across the faces of the dead as if the sky itself had gone quiet, leaving behind nothing but the cold proof of the massacre that had just unfolded. Then, from somewhere deep inside him, a burst of raw fury dragged Bang Poyam back to himself. His teeth clenched hard, his face twisted with rage, and he refused to accept that this nightmare was real. Forcing his battered body back onto his feet, Bang Poyam threw his voice into the dark, screaming into the rain as he demanded to know where that cowardly rat had disappeared to. His anger spiraled into crazed shouting. Using corpses in the middle of a fight was beyond anything he could understand, and with his voice cracking from fury, he screamed that So Sam was nothing more than a complete lunatic. At that exact moment, something sharp tore through the rain-soaked air, flying straight toward Bang Poyam's head with deadly precision. Even weakened and bleeding, Bang Poyam's body reacted before his mind could catch up. With a harsh grunt, he swung his whip sword and knocked the incoming projectile aside just in time. The endless mind games finally pushed him past his limit. Bang Poyam roared into the darkness, demanding that these filthy, dishonorable tricks come to an end once and for all. But the moment those words escaped his mouth, another arrow sliced through the air, this time aimed right at his face. His eyes snapped toward it in pure shock as his battered body struggled to move fast enough. The arrow drove straight through his face, and Bang Poyam stumbled backward from the impact. The wound itself was not enough to kill him, but the sharp sting of it carried something far worse. The humiliation of realizing he had been dancing in So Sam's palm from the very beginning. A terrifying thought began to creep into Bang Poyam's mind. In this situation, was it actually possible that he, the feared hunter of the Black Society, had become the one being hunted? In Bang Poyam's eyes, So Sam was no longer just a boy or even a man. He had become something monstrous, a cold-blooded predator watching from the darkness, while Bang Poyam stood trapped directly in its sights. At last, absolute terror swallowed him whole. How could this be happening to him? Bang Poyam, the master of the Black Society, had been reduced to nothing more than a cornered animal waiting for the next strike. Desperate to pull himself together, he whipped his gaze across the courtyard, scanning every corner and every shadow, his eyes shaking as he searched wildly for any sign of his enemy. In that panic, he began lashing out at empty space, striking at shadows as though So Sam might be hiding inside them. His face twisted with madness as he roared again and again, demanding to know where So Sam was hiding. So Sam stayed buried in the darkness, but this time, he did not rush in with his sword. Instead, he sent another corpse forward like a decoy, calmly playing with the sect leader as Bang Poyam's sanity continued to crack apart. A sudden look of understanding flashed across Bang Poyam's face, followed instantly by horror. In that brief second, he realized So Sam had turned another one of his dead subordinates into a weapon against him. There was no honor in it, no refined technique, no proud martial exchange. Only the sickening sound of flesh being ripped and crushed, as a human body was used like a tool to scrape away what little remained of Bang Poyam's mind. Bang Poyam's eyes stretched wide with pain and disbelief, his face frozen around a final scream that never fully came out, as his life reached its filthy and grotesque end. So Sam thrust his sword straight through the corpse and drove the blade into Bang Poyam's heart, ending the battle with a method so vile and dishonorable that no proper martial artist would have even imagined it. Bang Poyam's body sagged forward, dead and pinned in place by his own subordinate, utterly defeated by a psychopath who had never intended to follow anyone's rules. With no emotion on his face, So Sam pulled his sword free in one smooth motion, leaving the sect leader's ruined body to lurch and sag across the rain-soaked ground. The wide, gaping hole torn open in Bang Poyam's chest stood as the final proof of just how brutal that last strike had truly been. With the last bit of breath left in his body, Bang Poyam was forced to accept the horrifying truth. This one boy had wiped out every single member of the Black Society in the entire city. As So Sam stood over him like some silent specter of death, the dying man used his final moment to ask the only question still burning inside him. Why? So Sam lowered his gaze toward him, his eyes empty of pity, anger, or satisfaction. Then he answered in a voice so cold it felt inhuman. Did he really need a reason? From there, So Sam laid out the twisted way he saw the world. To him, humans had always killed other humans, and that cruelty had been carved into their nature from the very beginning. Since the earliest days, when mankind was no different from apes clawing for survival, they had fought, dominated, and killed one another to stand above the rest. And even now, after building vast civilizations, crowded streets, and glittering cities, that basic truth had never truly changed at all. So Sam asked why this place should be any exception. In his eyes, this was simply the law of the world, unchanging and absolute. The strong trample the weak, then take everything they want. Leaning closer to the dying Bang Poyam, So Sam delivered his final judgment without a trace of warmth. This time, he had simply been the stronger one. In Bang Poyam's last moment, the light slowly faded from his eye. Only then did he understand the truth. He had not been defeated by a martial artist. He had been devoured by a predator. Then the rain finally came to a stop. The heavy clouds split apart above the ruined compound, and a full moon emerged into the night sky. The battle for Binyang had ended. A deep silence settled over the Black Society's headquarters, a place that had once been filled with power and fear, now transformed into a tomb for the men who had ruled it. And then, from within the compound, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly erupted upward, piercing into the heavens. So Sam had leveled up. With everything finished, So Sam turned away from the blood-soaked scene and walked off without even sparing the carnage behind him a second glance. He calmly wiped the Black Society's blood from the edge of his sword, his face hidden beneath the mask, and his expression impossible to read. Covered in blood, yet standing tall, So Sam had done the impossible. All by himself, he had conquered the entire underworld of the city. With every member of the Black Society in Binyang now dead, So Sam quietly thought to himself that his preparations were finally complete. Now it was time for him to move forward to the next stage, a far larger world where the storms would rage even more fiercely. It would be a place where the strong were far stronger than anyone he had faced before, and where the prey would be harder to catch, more dangerous, and far more thrilling to hunt. A wide, terrifying grin slowly stretched across So Sam's face as he made his declaration to the world. It was time to go to Murim's Jianghu. And so, the psychopath left the small town behind him, eager to step into the chaotic, storm-tossed world of martial arts masters. Meanwhile, far away in a fortress hidden deep within storm-covered mountains, another power was beginning to stir in the darkness. Inside a vast hall bathed in red light, rows upon rows of warriors knelt without making a sound, waiting for their master's command. At the far end of that hall, a mysterious and imposing leader sat upon a throne, his entire figure swallowed by shadow. His powerful voice rolled through the silent chamber, heavy with pressure, as he asked a single ominous question. How much time remained until the Orthodox demonic war? At the front of the kneeling warriors, a lone figure named Guangwun answered without lifting his head. There were still 2 years remaining. The shadowed figure on the throne contemplated the answer. 2 years. That was all it would take before the grand plan could be set into motion. Slowly, deliberately, he spoke, calling out the name of his trusted subordinate, Guangwun. Without hesitation, Guangwun sank low, his forehead nearly touching the polished floor. His voice rang out, clear and unwavering, full of devotion and readiness. As you command, master. From the darkened throne, the leader issued his command, each word heavy with threat and promise. Execute the first stratagem. The air itself seemed to tighten around the hall as the order echoed, setting in motion events that could plunge the world into a new wave of violence. The words lingered, electric and ominous. Guangwun did not hesitate, his voice firm as he replied, "As you command." In that instant, the first move of a grand and deadly game had begun. A new day dawned, and the sky above Banyang was clear and bright, washing the town in golden light as if nothing had changed. The streets buzzed with life once more, merchants calling out their wares, children laughing as they darted between stalls, and townsfolk moving with purpose through the lively market. Among them moved a man with messy black hair, Sam, leading a horse through the bustling streets. His face was calm, unreadable, almost blank, giving nothing away as his eyes scanned the environment around him. A small cluster of townsmen had gathered nearby, their voices rising in excitement as their conversation began to stir with anticipation. Completely unaware that the very man they were discussing was walking silently behind them, they exchanged news with bright eyes and animated gestures. The nameless swordsman had finally eradicated the entire black society, leaving the city safe, at least for now. One man waved his arms enthusiastically, insisting that the mysterious warrior should no longer just be called the Nameless Swordsman, but truly celebrated as their legendary savior. Not everyone shared the same eagerness. Another man, arms folded and frowning, voiced a lingering doubt, his eyes narrowing as he questioned the morality of such violent heroics. "Is it really right for someone to go around killing, no matter who they are?" he muttered, uneasy with the thought of murder being wrapped in the guise of justice. His companion slammed a fist against the table, his anger flaring. "Watch your mouth. Do you forget the countless atrocities the black society committed? Every single one of them deserved death." Fists pounding and voice rising, he shouted that even crushing them alive would barely satisfy justice. In his eyes, their deaths were not only justified, they were necessary. The doubtful man hesitated, his expression still uncertain, his words trailing off as he murmured a quiet, "But still." A third voice chimed in, leaning closer, voice steady and firm. "Neither the government nor the orthodox factions ever cared about people like us. No one stepped up to protect ordinary citizens." He fixed his gaze on the skeptical friend, emphasizing his point. "In the end, the Nameless Swordsman was the only one who dared to stand up for us." The doubtful man listened carefully, his frown softening as he absorbed the weight of his friend's words, the tension in his shoulders slowly easing. A heavy sigh escaped him, his inner conflict etched across his face. The battle between doubt and recognition waged silently within his eyes. Finally, he looked up, conceding with a reluctant nod. "You're right. Who else would have stood up for us if not the swordsman?" The question lingered, rhetorical but sincere. With that quiet agreement, the debate fell silent. A shared sense of respect and awe filled the small gathering around the table. Suddenly, the man who had first defended the swordsman leapt to his feet, his voice booming through the streets. "Long live the Nameless Swordsman," he shouted, his excitement electrifying the air. The others froze for a moment, caught off guard by the outburst, but quickly, their shock transformed into shared enthusiasm, laughter and cheers blending together. Soon, the chant spread like wildfire through the town. As Sam continued walking, the people erupted in praise, their voices rising in a single, unified chorus. "Long live the swordsman." The streets came alive with celebration, the townsfolk fully enthralled by the hero who had delivered them from terror, their joy and relief painting the town with a festive air. Yet through it all, Sam remained unmoved, his expression unreadable beneath the mask. Even the horse he led was restless, sensing the clamor of the crowd and the energy spilling from the celebrations. To him, this town had merely been a hunting ground, now exhausted and emptied. Cold, detached, his eyes scanned the horizon as he thought to himself that it was time to leave this place behind. Night fell, and later, the scene shifted to the grand estate of the Danri clan, the sprawling compound illuminated by lanterns and moonlight. Outside the stables, Sam stood with his horse, his guise as a simple groom perfectly masking the deadly awareness simmering beneath his calm exterior. Suddenly, a system notification flickered before his eyes. A target, an enemy with a level difference of 10 or more, was only 20 meters away. His eyes glowed red, the spirit eye ability awakening. He could feel the overwhelming presence pressing against him, a force impossible to ignore. Tracking the aura, he realized it originated from inside the very stable he was meant to guard, a realization that sent a chill down his spine. Maintaining his disguise as a lowly stable hand, he cautiously stepped inside, every movement measured, his senses alert to the slightest sound or shift in the air. Within, two figures were deep in conversation, their voices quiet but their presences commanding, filling the space with tension that made the air seem thick and heavy. Sam immediately recognized one of them, Gi Daihyo, the formidable leader of the Black Crow unit, whose reputation alone could send shivers down the spine of most warriors. But standing beside him was someone far beyond that level, the head of the Danri clan himself, the legendary flying heavenly demon sword, a man whose presence could crush weaker souls with ease. So Sam's eyes narrowed as he focused on the patriarch, Danri Chinwoo, taking in every line of his stern, commanding face. The old man exuded pure authority, his very aura radiating control and power that filled the room with silent dominance. Instantly, So Sam dropped low to the ground, trembling slightly as he played the part of a terrified servant. Inside, his mind raced, questioning what could possibly have drawn such powerful men into a humble stable. Danri Chinwoo gently stroked the horse, speaking softly to the animal, signaling that their paths would soon diverge and that it was time to say goodbye. From his low vantage point, So Sam's red eyes observed every subtle gesture, every inflection in voice, calculating and analyzing while maintaining the illusion of fear. Suddenly, an immense pressure rolled off the patriarch, a wave of killing intent so powerful it seemed to physically compress the air and weigh down the entire room. Breaking the heavy silence, Danri Chinwoo announced, his voice resonant with authority, that on the next full moon, the second daughter of the illustrious Namgung clan head would be getting married. Gi Daihyo's eyes widened in surprise, questioning the wisdom of sending the patriarch's prized horse merely as a wedding gift, unable to immediately grasp the strategy behind the gesture. Danri Chinwoo's lips curled into a knowing scoff as he revealed his intent. He was willing to part with anything if it meant sending one of his children into alliance with the prestigious Namgung clan. Ambition shone in his eyes like steel. For a chance to align with one of the 5 great clans, he was prepared to go far beyond a simple gift, to sacrifice more than most could imagine. Gi Daihyo hesitated, clarifying if the plan was merely a marriage pledge, but the patriarch interrupted sharply, reminding him that he had spoken of his children in the plural, not just one. He caressed the horse again, speaking in quiet metaphor. It's always easier to cross a stream with 2 logs laid down, rather than just one, he said, the meaning layered and deliberate. Gi Daihyo pointed out the obvious risk. The Namgung clan might reject both options. The patriarch laughed softly, a sound that carried authority and amusement, reminding him that ensuring their acceptance was precisely why Gi Daihyo had been summoned. His expression hardened, icy and unyielding, as he delivered the final order. Methods mattered little. Gi Daihyo must make this alliance happen, by any means necessary. Gi Daihyo felt the crushing weight of the patriarch's command pressing down on him, his face twisting with a mix of shock, awe, and the resolve that only comes from facing absolute authority. Compelled to obey, he bowed deeply, his body trembling with the gravity of the mission he was about to undertake. The patriarch's voice cut through the tension, instructing him to depart at first light, and then, with deliberate calm, added one final, critical detail. His gaze swept toward the prostrated stable boy, So Sam, who remained frozen in his act of terror. Take him along, the patriarch commanded. He's needed to handle the horse. The words hung in the air like an unspoken test, binding So Sam to the coming journey. Yes, patriarch, Gi Daihyo shouted, his voice firm as the old man turned and strode away, leaving the weight of his orders to settle in. As soon as the patriarch disappeared from view, Gi Daihyo turned his attention to So Sam, who still trembled on the ground, performing his role flawlessly, every shiver and flinch perfectly timed to maintain the illusion of fear. The unit leader studied the boy carefully, his eyes sharp and calculating. He measured every nuance, every hint of strength or weakness, knowing that the path ahead would be fraught with danger and that this stable hand might be more than he appeared. At dawn, the Black Crow unit gathered in front of the main hall, warriors in polished armor, weapons gleaming in the early light, each ready for the critical mission that lay ahead. So Sam remained slightly apart from the others, his figure calm and still, yet his mind was racing. This mission wasn't just a duty. It was his ticket to a much larger stage, a chance to step into a world filled with far more formidable prey. He knew the system-given skills he had mastered were only half the equation. To truly rise, he needed to learn real martial arts. To him, the Namgung clan represented a fertile hunting ground teeming with powerful adversaries, perfect for testing his limits. He had attempted to learn before, keenly observing the precise movements of Danri warriors and the leaders of the Black Crow unit, analyzing each gesture and stance in meticulous detail. But as he replayed their techniques in his mind, he knew his imitation lacked the depth and fluidity of genuine martial prowess. It was clever mimicry, but nothing more. Frustration surged within him, his fist tightening as he realized the truth. All he had been doing was scratching the surface, a shallow copy of true mastery. He weighed his options carefully. Tracking down a lost martial arts manual could work, but it was fraught with danger and uncertainty, too unreliable for his ambitions. No, the surest path to power was to study directly under a true master. And this mission presented that very opportunity, a chance to learn from someone who could elevate him beyond imitation. He knew it wouldn't be easy. Becoming a disciple required more than willingness. It demanded discipline, resilience, and patience. At 18, starting martial arts was already considered late in this world, yet he bore no fear. He had heard the whispers, the warnings, but the challenge excited him rather than deterred him. A small, confident smile flickered across his lips. Fortune had aligned perfectly. Every obstacle seemed to have cleared the way for him to take this path. Before him lay the route to the Namgung clan, one of the 5 great powers of the Central Plains, a place where strength was measured, and only the capable survived. A wicked grin spread wider as anticipation coursed through him. Within the clan's walls, he would not only find a master to learn from, but also face prey far stronger than anything he had encountered so far. One of the unit commanders called out to the assembled soldiers, announcing that the entire Black Crow unit was accounted for and ready to set out on their mission. The massive procession began its march, so Sam moving seamlessly among them, blending in perfectly, just another face in the disciplined line of soldiers and servants. Gi Daihyo, mounted atop his horse, performed a careful head count, his gaze sharp. Only the young master and young lady were unaccounted for, and a flicker of irritation crossed his features. He ground his teeth, already knowing the source of the delay, a familiar pattern that had played out too many times before. Muttering under his breath, he guessed that Danri Gangi was probably indulging in drink at some tavern, and his sister would likely follow later, refusing to travel alongside the subordinates she so despised. Impatience won over caution, and Gi Daihyo gave the command to move. The massive unit surged forward, a river of armor and banners flowing through the estate's gates. The long line of soldiers and supply carts threaded its way through the city streets, orderly yet imposing, drawing curious gazes from townsfolk as it passed. But before they had gone far, Gi Daihyo abruptly raised his hand, halting the entire procession. The movement was sharp and authoritative, demanding immediate attention. A loud crash reverberated from a nearby building, snapping heads toward the source in a chorus of surprise and alarm. Gi Daihyo slapped his forehead in exasperation, letting out a long, weary sigh. "Ha again," he muttered, already knowing who had caused this chaos. The disturbance came from none other than Danri Gangi, the eldest son of the Danri patriarch, a prodigy in martial arts, his reputation for skill rivaled only by the trouble he seemed to invite wherever he went. In raw ability, he had the potential to become a disciple of the Namgung clan, his talent undeniable and sharp as a finely forged blade. Yet, as Gi Daihyo knew all too well, the young master's greatest obstacle was not skill, it was his reckless character, a liability that threatened even his undeniable talent. Frivolous, indulgent, and prone to excess, he chased pleasure and drink with abandon, a reputation for debauchery trailing him like a shadow, complicating every plan and mission. As the Danri clan prepared to set out, a bystander whispered in disgust, shaking his head. The young master was causing trouble yet again, as predictable as the rising sun. Suddenly, a violent flash of green energy exploded from a nearby building, tearing through the morning light like a jagged bolt of lightning. Gi Daihyo whipped his head toward the source, eyes wide with disbelief as the chaotic scene unfolded before him. Shock gave way to horror as he saw his young master, Danri Gangi, hurled through a wall, pinned in midair by a mysterious, unseen force that left no room for reaction. From the sidelines, so Sam watched intently, his messy black hair tousled, his eyes glowing red as his innate ability detected the presence responsible for the devastation. A system window materialized before him, delivering a chilling alert. An enemy with a level difference of 10 or more had appeared within 20 meters, an overwhelming force approaching with deadly intent. The battered young master Danri pointed a trembling finger toward his attacker, cursing violently, each word thick with panic and fury. Before he could finish, another brutal strike silenced him completely, the raw power of the attack leaving no space for resistance. Gi Daihyo, witnessing his master assaulted, erupted in rage, his roar echoing across the courtyard, while the rest of the unit froze, paralyzed by the sudden display of overwhelming force. Meanwhile, so Sam simply observed, a twisted grin tugging at his lips. His red eyes glimmered, analyzing every detail of the incredible power manifesting before him. Through his spirit eye, he discerned the nature of the attacker. This was no mere brawler or novice. This presence belonged to a true master, one capable of bending even the strongest to his will. An old man emerged from the fray, wild spiky hair crackling with a raw, overwhelming green aura. Tang Wu, the legendary Tang Wu himself, exuded a presence that demanded awe and fear in equal measure. Without a word, Tang Wu unleashed his power against the young master, each movement precise, deliberate, and devastating. The sheer force of the blow rippled through the area, sending shockwaves across the courtyard and rattling the hearts of all who witnessed it. Unable to remain passive, Ji Daihyo charged forward, his voice booming as he demanded the old man cease his attack immediately. Tang Wu paused, turning his gaze with a look of cold, cutting annoyance. His eyes locked onto Ji Daihyo, and in a voice that could chill blood, he demanded to know who dared to interrupt him. The rest of the Black Crow unit could only stand frozen, their hearts pounding in terror, as Tang Wu loomed over their fallen master, the weight of his power rendering them utterly paralyzed. Stepping forward with measured authority, the commander introduced himself. "I am Ji Daihyo," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of command. He was no ordinary officer. He led the Danri clan's elite Black Crow unit, a force renowned for its precision and deadly skill. Then, with grim urgency, he revealed the crisis at hand. "Tang Wu is attacking the young master of the Danri clan," he announced, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the unfolding danger. Resting a hand on his sword, Ji Daihyo issued a sharp ultimatum, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Remove your foot from the young master, or face the consequences," he warned, each word laced with lethal intent. Despite the overwhelming threat before him, Ji Daihyo planted his feet firmly on the ground, unwavering, his loyal Black Crow unit bristling behind him, ready to defend at any cost. So Sam observed silently from the sidelines, a chill crawling up his spine. A cold realization settled in. The commander had no idea who he was confronting, and that ignorance could cost them everything. He reasoned quickly. For a man to remain unknown even to a well-informed leader like Ji Daihyo, he must be an outsider, a master whose skill and power transcended the boundaries of their region, an enigma beyond comprehension. A shiver ran down his spine as the implication became clear. With their current abilities, the Black Crow unit had absolutely no chance of prevailing against this figure. Suddenly, Tang Wu's eyes snapped open, wide and piercing. In a single, fluid motion, he unleashed a gravitational pressure so terrifying it pressed down on every person around him, forcing the air itself to feel heavy and oppressive. But so Sam remained composed, calmly analyzing the scene. Like a lion sizing up an insect, he knew that not every threat required a full response. As long as the Black Crow unit proved inconsequential, they might yet survive unscathed. Tang Wu, however, appeared utterly unimpressed. Casually picking at his ear, he sneered with disdain, his words dripping with contempt. "Danri clan? What is that?" he asked mockingly, dismissing them as if they were inconsequential insects. He continued his derision, smirking at the absurdity. "Is this Danri clan something one can even eat?" The insult was crude, childish, and deliberate, designed to provoke and humiliate. Ji Daihyo's face twisted in uncontrollable fury. He screamed, voice cracking with indignation, demanding how an old man could dare insult the honor of his clan in such a way. A sinister glint sparked in Tang Wu's eyes, feeding on the commander's rage. His grin widened, cruel and calculating, enjoying the psychological torment he inflicted. With a sharp, malicious smile, Tang Wu clarified his contempt. "I don't know if the Danri clan is to be eaten, or simply stepped on," he sneered, glancing down at the young master pin beneath his foot as proof. That was the breaking point. Ji Daihyo ground his teeth, fury consuming every shred of patience he had left. In a heartbeat, he drew his sword, eyes blazing with lethal intent. He had made his decision. He would fight, regardless of the odds. Suppressing his fear, Ji Daihyo rallied his men, shouting the command to charge forward. "Save the young master, no matter the cost." His voice rang with authority, compelling every soldier to act. The Black Crow unit surged as one, following their commander into the fray, their combined force rushing toward the seemingly invincible Tang Wu. Tang Wu, unperturbed by the oncoming army, simply raised a hand, fingers forming a strange and deliberate sign that seemed to twist the very air around them. A chilling green energy crackled violently along his fingertips, tiny sparks dancing and coalescing into a mass of oppressive power. The energy concentrated into a blindingly intense point, radiating a force so immense it seemed to stretch reality itself. Then, with an effortless motion, he unleashed it, a devastating wave of green light hurtling across the battlefield, aimed with perfect precision at the charging soldiers. Ji Daihyo, leading the charge, could do nothing but watch in horror as the lethal energy streaked toward him, realization dawning too late about the true nature of Tang Wu's technique. In an instant, chaos erupted. Soldiers were hurled skyward by the force of the attack, their shouts drowned in the roar of destruction. Ji Daihyo himself was caught, a horrified understanding settling in as he recognized the technique unfolding before him. The green energy struck with unrelenting power. Ji Daihyo let out a silent scream as his consciousness began to fade, the battlefield around him collapsing into ruin. With a single, decisive move, the entire elite unit was obliterated. Tang Wu remained standing, alone among the fallen, the solitary victor of the encounter. Ji Daihyo now knew the name of the legendary technique, soul-chasing flying butterfly. Lying battered on the ground, Ji Daihyo gazed up at the old man in pure terror, the weight of recognition finally settling in. He now understood exactly who he faced. Tang Wu sneered, amused and impressed. Even a lowly country laborer like So Sam had eyes sharp enough to perceive the truth behind his identity, a rare sight indeed. The commander's worst fears were confirmed. The man before him was none other than Tang Wu, a name that carried near mythical weight. Tang Wu belonged to the top 20 strongest figures in the entire Murim world, a hierarchy dominated only by the two legendary gods whose names were whispered with awe and fear. Beneath them existed the three monsters, beings of unimaginable and fearsome power, each capable of reshaping the world around them. Below those, the five pinnacles held sway, masters who had reached the absolute peak of martial achievement, feared and respected by all. And then came the 10 greats, the supreme masters of the martial arts world. Tang Wu counted among them, a figure of legendary skill and authority. He was the supreme master of the Sichuan Tang clan, a living legend, standing imposingly amidst the fallen, his reputation alone enough to command obedience and fear. His title struck terror into the hearts of those who knew him. It was said that anyone who dared offend him would fall under his poisonous wrath, unable to escape even in death. So Sam, untouched by the carnage surrounding him, calmly processed the staggering revelation. He was now face to face with one of the top 20 masters of the entire Murim world. He immediately understood the scope of the disaster. The foolhardy young master from the Danri clan had triggered a catastrophic incident by provoking such a being. The consequences were inevitable and severe. Offending a master of Tang Wu's caliber could spell the total annihilation of the Danri clan itself. So Sam observed the scene with morbid fascination, his mind turning over every possible outcome, wondering how far the chaos would extend and what the end result would be. Just then, Tang Hua appeared, her presence commanding attention as she called out to her grandfather, Tang Wu. She waved off the entire commotion with a dismissive tone. "Grandfather, leave the ignorant country folk alone. Just go," she said, confident that the lesson had already been delivered. But Tang Wu did not budge. His gaze locked onto something, or someone, within the crowd, his focus unwavering, hinting that his interest had shifted to a far more intriguing target. A wide, eerie smile spread across his face, eyes glinting with mischief and curiosity. Whatever he had found was far more captivating than the ordinary townsfolk he had just dispatched. Tang Hua, observing his behavior, assumed the lesson was over. "That should be enough of a beating to teach the young master his place," she remarked, satisfied with the outcome. Tang Wu grumbled under his breath, disgusted at the thought of a supposed descendant of the righteous Orthodox faction being drunk and causing havoc first thing in the morning. He added, his tone leaving no room for misunderstanding, that while he had exercised restraint, the warning was final. If the young master continued to harass women, his life would be cut short. Turning his piercing gaze to the barely conscious Ji Daihyo sprawled on the ground, he asked sharply if he had understood the message. Terrified, Ji Daihyo could only stammer a grateful acknowledgement, his voice trembling as he thanked the master for his mercy. The display of deference seemed to please Tang Wu further. With a swift, fluid wave of his arm, a surge of power rippled outward, tangible and forceful. He summoned the needles that had struck down Ji Daihyo and his men, drawing them back into his grasp with a controlled, whistling precision, leaving the battlefield eerily silent once more. In the blink of an eye, every last needle hanging in the air was caught by thin strands of energy, as if invisible threads had wrapped around them, and one by one, they began to pull back under perfect control. Once the chaos finally died down and the uproar around him settled into silence, Tang Wu seemed to decide that there was no longer any reason to remain there. He turned toward his granddaughter, clearly ready to take her and leave, but the very next moment, his body stopped cold, and his hand slowly clenched into a tight fist. One of his eyes widened sharply, the pupil twisting with frightening concentration, as though something unexpected had suddenly seized every bit of his attention. Across the field of collapsed warriors and beaten bodies, there was still one figure standing upright, untouched, and strangely calm. It was So Sam. Even So Sam looked confused by it, his eyes shifting as though he had only now understood that among everyone there, he was the only one still on his feet. Tang Wu's sharp green gaze cut through the distance like a blade, locking directly onto the person who had caught his interest. And So Sam, with those cold, unreadable eyes of his, stared straight back without flinching or lowering his gaze. Tang Wu spoke to his puzzled granddaughter and told her to wait where she was, making it clear that he had no intention of leaving just yet. Then, paying no attention to the stunned people around him, the old master began walking forward with slow, deliberate steps, passing through the fallen bodies as he headed straight for So Sam. So Sam's thoughts instantly started racing, and a cold rush of panic swept through him as he realized that the most dangerous presence there was coming directly toward him. When Tang Wu finally stopped right in front of him, close enough for So Sam to feel the weight of his presence, only one question echoed through the boy's mind. Why him? The two stood face to face in heavy silence. One a frail horse handler with nowhere to run, the other a legendary master of the Murim, whose very presence pressed down like a mountain. From behind them, Tang Wu called out in confusion, asking her grandfather what he was doing, but Tang Wu brushed her off and said he only had a simple question for the boy. So Sam could hardly believe what was happening. Why would a supreme expert, one of the 10 greats, have any reason to concern himself with a lowly stable boy like him? Tang Wu's eyes, swirling like deep green vortexes, seemed to bore into So Sam's very soul as he asked one simple question that somehow sounded more terrifying than any threat. What was his name? So Sam stood frozen in place, his mind emptied by the crushing pressure radiating from the old master, and no matter how hard he tried, not a single word came out. Tang Wu's patience quickly ran thin. A demonic aura flared around him, his eyes burning with a sinister green glow, and as he stared down at the boy, he demanded his name again in a low voice thick with killing intent. So Sam remained locked in place, his eyes widening in shock as the overwhelming force of Tang Wu's presence pressed down on him from every side. Inside Tang Wu's glowing eyes, a strange and hypnotic energy began to churn, giving the chilling impression that he was looking past So Sam's face and directly into the depths of his soul. The longer the boy stayed silent, the more irritated the old master seemed to become, and a low mutter of frustration slipped from his mouth. At that moment, another man hurried forward to explain, telling Tang Wu that the horse handler had no way to answer because he was unable to speak. Tang Wu's threatening expression shifted for just a brief moment, the sharp edge of his anger faltering as he realized the boy standing before him was mute. Rather than losing interest, that unexpected detail only seemed to pull Tang Wu in deeper, and he studied So Sam again with a far more thoughtful and curious look. So Sam stayed completely still under that intense scrutiny, saying nothing and making no sudden movement as the powerful master continued to stare at him. Standing there beneath that immense pressure, So Sam slowly began to understand what was really happening. This was no ordinary questioning. Tang Wu was measuring him. And strangely, the gaze fixed on him did not feel like pure hostility. To So Sam, it almost felt as if he were being inspected like some rare and valuable treasure. His thoughts spun rapidly. If someone on Tang Wu's level was looking at him with that much interest, then this situation might not be a disaster after all. Maybe this was exactly the opening he had been waiting for, a chance to escape the miserable life forced on him and cast off the identity of So Sam, the lowly horse handler, once and for all. Without the slightest warning, Tang Wu suddenly moved in and seized So Sam's wrist, forcing a surge of powerful green energy directly into his body. That energy rushed through So Sam's meridians like a living current, probing every path inside him and testing the limits of the vessel he now inhabited. Whatever Tang Wu found inside him made the old master burst into wild, almost crazed laughter, his excitement ringing loudly across the courtyard. At that same instant, a vast and shadowy force stirred awake within So Sam, twisting and gathering like a dark storm that had been waiting for the moment it could finally break loose. Just moments earlier, Tang Wu had gone to the man in charge and asked about their journey to the Namgung clan, where they were supposedly headed for a marriage alliance. His attention soon shifted towards So Sam, and when Tang Wu asked what role the boy had, the man explained that he was simply the handler responsible for the Fergana horse they were bringing as a gift. With an easy grin, Tang Wu casually said that he might as well take the boy for himself, and the Danri clan's representative immediately panicked, protesting that without So Sam, no one else could control their prized Fergana horse. Tang Wu paused only briefly, as if giving the matter the smallest amount of thought, then brushed aside the man's worries and pointed out that all they truly needed was to get the horse to the Namgung clan's estate. After that, his decision was already made. Once they reached their destination, he would take the boy, and as for any political trouble, he would deal with the Namgung clan himself. To make the arrangement impossible to challenge, Tang Wu even offered to write a letter to the head of the Danri clan and include payment for the boy, then asked in a condescending tone whether that was enough. The representative was completely trapped, his face pale with fear as he stammered helplessly, unable to find even one safe word of refusal against someone so powerful. One flash of Tang Wu's terrifying, inhuman eye was all it took to crush whatever protest the man might still have had left. Defeated, the man lowered his head in submission and quickly tried to preserve what little dignity he could, claiming that they had intended to present the boy to the Namgung clan anyway before formally offering him to Tang Wu. Tang Wu threw his head back with a booming laugh, clearly satisfied with how things had turned out, while So Sam stood off to the side and silently watched the exchange come to an end. Then Tang Wu turned towards So Sam with a sharp, predatory grin and barked at him to hurry up and follow along. So Sam remained beside the Fergana horse, now separated from the Danri clan's forces, who could do nothing but stand there and watch as their handler was taken away. The representative grabbed at his own head and let out a heavy sigh, overwhelmed by frustration after being overpowered so easily and losing such a valuable asset. He then spun back toward his troops and shouted his orders, telling them to get their injured young master to a physician at once while the rest of the unit prepared to move out. So Sam glanced over from beside the Fergana horse, his expression impossible to read as he quietly took in everything unfolding around him. The representative watched with a grimace as his wounded young master was carried away, the sight serving as a bitter reminder of the enormous gap between his clan and a true monster like Tang Wu. Tang Wu's lips curled into a sinister, triumphant smile, making him look less like an old master and more like a demon who had just claimed a brand new soul. As the long day finally faded into darkness, night settled over the road, and a bright full moon slowly climbed into the sky above them. The massive procession of warriors eventually reached a warmly glowing inn, its lights cutting through the darkness as the group prepared to stop and rest for the night. With one calm wave of his hand, the Danri representative turned to the gathered warriors and declared that this inn would be their lodging until morning. Inside the inn, the atmosphere was loud and alive, packed with weary travelers and martial artists crowding around tables, eating, drinking, and shaking off the exhaustion of the road. But away from the noise and warmth of the main building, the stables stood in silence, quiet, empty, and waiting in the darkness. Later that night, So Sam sat by himself inside the still stables, with the prized Fergana horse nearby, quietly watching over him while he sank deep into his thoughts. He began turning his attention inward, thinking carefully about his own power. Ever since the fight with the Black Snake Society, his control over the inventory had clearly become much sharper. Now, he could summon stored items anywhere within a 1-meter radius, and that alone made him wonder whether repeated practice might push that range even farther. With that ability, anything he had placed into storage could be pulled back out at will, whether it was something as ordinary as a sword, or even something as large and disturbing as a corpse. And it was not limited to simply retrieving objects. If he forced them outward, those stored items could be launched like crude projectiles, turning the inventory itself into a weapon. Still, So Sam understood the weakness right away. The speed of projection was not fast enough yet, and against a genuine master, that delay would give them more than enough time to react. So he started testing another possibility, drawing a thin stream of sand-like material from his inventory until it spilled into his open palm. His eye began to glow red as he fixed all of his concentration on this new use of his power, staring down at his hand without blinking. Then, with a single spoken command, he activated the ability, and the grains of sand resting in his lap began to break apart and fade. In the next instant, the sand disappeared in a sharp burst of brilliant blue light, returning to the storage space as if it had never been there. So Sam stared down at his clenched fist, a small spark of understanding flashing through his eyes as a completely new idea started taking shape. When he opened his palm again, the familiar light of the system glowed across his skin, quietly confirming the suspicion forming in his mind. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he realized just how skilled he had become at handling the inventory's most basic functions. But his thoughts did not stop there for even a second. Instead, a wild grin slowly spread across his face as he understood that there was one more way to use this power, and it was far more dangerous. He brought his glowing hand straight against his own body, pressing it firmly to himself as he tested the theory that had just come to him. At once, the familiar blue light of the inventory system flared to life, proving that his guess had been right. He had uncovered something extraordinary. Anything that entered his physical body could be transferred directly into the inventory. With a crazed look of revelation burning across his face, So Sam gave the discovery a name worthy of its power. This was no simple system trick anymore. This was a martial technique, the inventory divine art. But just as he was savoring the rush of his breakthrough, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the stable, echoing through the quiet, and snapping his focus in half. A young woman's irritated voice cut through the stillness, grumbling about her grandfather as she made her way toward him. It was Tang Wu's granddaughter, Tang Hua. She stood there with her arms crossed, looking So Sam over from head to toe with obvious disdain, openly questioning why her grandfather had summoned a lowly stable hand at such an hour. Even though her annoyance was written all over her face, she wasted no time and gave him a short, curt order to follow her. So Sam only stared back at her in silence, his expression impossible to read as he slowly rose to his feet. He followed Tang Hua through the inn's main hall, where the remaining members of the Danri clan turned their eyes toward them, watching their every step with suspicion. Tang Hua brought him to a large private chamber, stopped before the entrance, and announced their arrival before stepping inside. The heavy door slid open, and beyond them, a brightly lit room came into view. Inside, Tang Wu was kneeling alone before a magnificent mural of a golden dragon, its enormous figure stretching across the wall as if it ruled the entire chamber. Without even turning his head, the old master ordered So Sam to move to the platform in front of him and sit with his legs crossed. So Sam's eyes narrowed just a little as he took in the strange command and tried to read the intention behind it. He walked past Tang Wu and Tang Hua, both of whom were now kneeling on the floor, and headed toward the place he had been told to sit. Without asking a single question, So Sam obeyed, lowering himself into a cross-legged position on the platform directly beneath the golden dragon's watchful gaze. Tang Wu's sharp, predatory eye locked onto him, and after a long, heavy stare, he gave one blunt command, strip. So Sam began removing his robe without saying a word, but Tang Wu immediately made the order even clearer. He wanted everything off. Once So Sam stood completely unclothed before him, Tang Wu let out a quiet sound of approval and murmured that it was good. A sinister grin spread across the old man's face as he nodded with satisfaction, noting that So Sam's body was surprisingly well built, far stronger and more muscular than his loose clothing had made it seem. Then Tang Wu brought out an ornate golden case and opened it to reveal the treasure hidden inside, the legendary Dragon Phoenix golden needles. Tang Hua gasped in horror, her face changing the moment she realized exactly what her grandfather was planning to do. Tang Wu paid no attention to her reaction at all, and simply placed the golden case firmly on the floor in front of him. Then he turned his attention back to So Sam and asked whether he knew the old saying, Gilwaweji. Tang Wu explained it plainly. An orange tree, when rooted in its warm southern homeland, will bear sweet fruit. But if that same tree is moved to the cold northern lands, it can only produce bitter, worthless fruit. So Sam's eye widened as the meaning behind those words struck him immediately. He was the orange tree, someone who should have been able to grow into something extraordinary, but he had been planted in the barren soil of the Danri clan. In a place like that, his potential was being choked before it could bloom. The Tang clan, however, could offer the right ground, the right conditions, and the right darkness for his talent to flourish. As he was now, he was still only So Sam. But once this transformation was complete, Tang Wu was making it clear that he would become something far greater. Tang Wu's expression darkened as he finally revealed his plan. He would perform a grand ritual on So Sam, one so excruciating and torturous that every fiber of his being would scream in pain, making him wish he could simply vanish from the world. Yet the promise at the end of that torment was staggering. Not only would the curse of muteness be lifted, but So Sam would gain a power beyond anything he could currently imagine, a gift that could redefine his very existence. Tang Wu's gaze sharpened, burning with the intensity of a caged beast about to be unleashed. He asked the question that would forever alter So Sam's destiny. Will you accept this path? So Sam met that fiery stare head-on, the golden light from the dragon mural reflecting in his wide, unwavering eyes as he weighed the monumental choice before him. Tang Hua, unable to contain the shock rippling through her, let out a sharp cry, grabbing her grandfather's arm in desperate protest, her voice trembling with disbelief. She couldn't fathom how he could decide something of such magnitude without even consulting the elders of the clan first, leaving her heart pounding with worry and anger. A shadow of dark menace fell across Tang Wu's face as he slowly turned to his granddaughter, his glowing eye warning of swift and severe retribution if she dared interfere. With a low, snarling tone, he dismissed her fears, reminding her with icy authority that his word was law, absolute and unquestionable. Tang Hua's breath caught, and she instinctively recoiled from the sharpness in his tone, the weight of his palpable anger pressing down on her chest. Tang Wu paid her no further mind, letting a quiet, chilling chuckle slip from his lips, the sound carrying a hint of dark amusement. That quiet chuckle quickly escalated into a booming, maniacal laugh that filled the entire chamber, reverberating off the walls and sending a shiver through the air. A single bead of sweat traced down Tang Hua's temple, born from the mingling of fear and frustration as she realized just how utterly powerless she was to stop the ritual from proceeding. From his platform, So Sam observed the entire exchange, every flash of anger and fear, finally piecing together the full scope of the situation laid before him. His spirit eye flared to life, a swirling crimson vortex igniting within his pupil, revealing the truth behind Tang Wu's intentions with terrifying clarity. He cast a measured glance at the silenced Tang Hua, then back at the towering, imposing figure of Tang Wu, absorbing every nuance of the moment. The old master's gaze honed in on him, sharp and predatory, silently demanding So Sam's definitive answer. waiting for the boy to commit fully to the path ahead. Tang Wu lifted the golden case, letting it hover before them with a soft glow, his voice thick with anticipation as he prepared to seal the boy's fate. He formally asked whether So Sam was prepared to endure the harrowing trial, to accept the excruciating ritual, all in order to claim the revered Tang surname and all its legacy. A fierce, predatory gleam ignited in So Sam's crimson eyes. For a chance at this level of power, hesitation was not an option. His answer was clear even before it left his lips. Before him lay the Dragon Phoenix golden needles, suspended in midair like a beacon of destiny, the key to his metamorphosis and the terrifying beginning of an entirely new path. In Murim, legends are often told of children born with insane martial potential, prodigies whose very existence is whispered about with awe and envy. Some are said to possess the heavenly meridian body or the wheel-turning sacred emperor aspect, gifts that mark them as extraordinary from birth. Others carry the cosmic sacred bone or the heavenly martial heart, true myths walking among mortals, rare talents that appear only once every few centuries, or even once in a millennium. Such blessings are so scarce that those who inherit them are almost guaranteed to leave an indelible mark on history, shaping the Murim for generations to come. If you are born with one of these, you are destined to become a legend, an irreplaceable figure whose name echoes through time. But according to Tang Wu, the ultimate, unparalleled talent is something beyond even these storied gifts, a phenomenon so rare it defies description. The old master, peering down at the boy he had plucked seemingly by chance, felt a surge of triumph, convinced he had stumbled upon a once-in-history marvel. He no longer gave thought to those other legendary talents. They were mere distractions compared to the potential lying in front of him. He was certain that So Sam's body was something that had not been seen in the Murim since its earliest days, a living anomaly that could be shaped into ultimate power. The fabled body of no meridians. At first glance, Tang Wu had assumed he was simply staring at a regular boy, one who had never trained and held no promise. But a closer inspection revealed the shocking truth. This body had not a single acupoint, no trace of an energy pathway anywhere. It was a complete void, a blank canvas, empty of any of the structures that defined a normal martial artist. So empty, in fact, that it almost seemed inhuman. But that was precisely what made it extraordinary, a vessel of limitless potential. With no predetermined paths, Tang Wu realized he could mold So Sam into absolutely anything he desired, shaping the boy into the ultimate weapon or master. He believed that, with proper guidance, this boy could restore the Tang clan's lost 10,000 flower rain technique, a pinnacle skill lost to history. Should that happen, every force, every power in the Murim would have to bow to the Tang family, recognizing their supremacy. A triumphant grin spread across the old man's face. In this moment, he held the entire future of his family in his hands, destiny balanced on a knife's edge. He meticulously prepared his ritual tools, eyes locking on So Sam one final time, measuring the boy's resolve and readiness. "Are you truly prepared to bear the Tang surname?" he asked, voice firm and demanding. So Sam didn't flinch, didn't hesitate. He simply gave a resolute nod, his decision carved into every fiber of his being. Tang Wu's tone hardened as he reminded him that this alone did not yet make him a full member of the family. Eventually, So Sam would have to prove himself to the elders, to the head of the family, and earn his place among them legitimately. On top of that, the ritual carried real risk. Death was a very real possibility. Will you still go through with it? Tang Wu's eyes bore into him. So Sam met that gaze unflinchingly, his resolve unwavering. There was no retreat, no second thought. A smile slowly curved Tang Wu's lips. That firm, unyielding answer was exactly what he had hoped for. He was ready. The Great Reformation ritual was about to begin. Turning to Tang Hua, he instructed her to stand guard outside, keeping watch over the chamber while the ritual unfolded. She moved to the door without hesitation, leaving So Sam alone with the glowing Dragon Phoenix golden needles hovering ominously before him. Energy began to swirl around Tang Wu as he summoned his full martial might, channeling it meticulously into the ritual that would reshape So Sam's very body and destiny. A surge of green light erupted from Tang Wu's hand, casting eerie reflections across the chamber as he readied himself to strike, every movement precise and filled with lethal intent. Positioning himself directly behind So Sam, the Dragon Phoenix golden needles shimmered ominously, their glow pulsing as if alive, each one brimming with the ritual's concentrated power. "I shall begin," Tang Wu intoned, his eyes slicing through the air like twin blades, focused, sharp, and utterly unyielding. He carefully selected a single needle, its tip gleaming, poised for the first piercing strike that would mark the beginning of So Sam's transformation. With no hesitation, he drove the needle straight into the crown of So Sam's head, embedding it deep with a quiet, terrifying precision. Energy surged through the needle as it sank into the boy, flowing like liquid fire along invisible channels that only Tang Wu could command. So Sam remained stoic, absorbing every piercing sensation, his body rigid yet composed, enduring the agony with silent focus. He understood that the others assumed his ignorance, speaking through silent sound transmission, believing him oblivious to their intentions. But so Sam relied on the lip-reading skills honed from years as an assassin, catching every whispered word and hidden instruction with unnerving clarity. The labeled body of no meridians made him stifle a small, inward chuckle, amused at how misleading appearances could be. He knew his body appeared empty only because of the game system overlay he carried, a construct that disguised the reality beneath. With a private status window and stats visible solely to him, he had become something neither fully human nor merely a character, a hybrid of potential and observation. Tang Wu, utterly convinced by the legend he had fabricated in his mind, had no idea that So Sam fully understood the absurdity, and that he merely needed to play along. If the old monster wanted to believe he had unearthed a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, So Sam was perfectly willing to embody that narrative flawlessly. Tang Wu returned his full attention to the boy, pouring every ounce of his martial energy through the ritual, hammering the needles into So Sam's back with surgical precision. At this point, So Sam was essentially a living pincushion, yet Tang Wu's face lit with unrestrained satisfaction, marveling at the results of his meticulous effort. The old man's eyes sparkled with approval. Even these temporary acupoints allowed the qi to flow without a single obstruction, a rare and perfect alignment. In fact, the energy moved through this so-called empty vessel several times faster than it could through any ordinary martial artist, a revelation that sent a thrill through Tang Wu's veins. To him, So Sam was no longer merely a boy. He was a masterpiece, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy appearing exactly when fate demanded. Yet Tang Wu's mind remained cautious, paranoid even. Reaching into a hidden box, he prepared for contingencies, unwilling to leave such a talent unprotected. Inside, a writhing mass of centipedes crawled over each other in near-total darkness, their movements sinister and purposeful. Selecting one that glowed faintly, he revealed it was no ordinary insect. It was a poisonous parasite, a living tool for absolute control. He understood the stakes. A talent this extraordinary would attract envy and danger, and no precaution was too extreme. Determined to secure his prize, he began preparing a failsafe, a method to ensure that no one else could claim the boy's potential. The plan was simple but ruthless. Implant the parasitic goo as a deterrent, a secret leash, in case So Sam ever turned against him. Without hesitation, Tang Wu guided the parasite with a needle, sending it crawling straight into the boy's ear canal, embedding it precisely. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous obsession, a deadly resolve. If he could not own this talent completely, he would destroy it before anyone else could. The chamber filled with swirling dark green energy, the ritual reaching its apex, tension pressing into every corner of the room. Every needle on So Sam's back acted as a conduit, channeling Tang Wu's immense power through him with relentless precision. It was a grueling, excruciatingly detailed process, each placement deliberate, each movement critical, a symphony of pain and energy. Finally, the flow of energy began to stabilize, and the needles completed their work, leaving a sense of heavy, charged silence in their wake. Outside, the sun dipped low toward the horizon, painting the world with the warm, fading glow of evening, signaling the end of a marathon day. The inn's exterior lay silent, the building holding its breath as the ritual drew to its inevitable conclusion. Inside, the dimming light left the room heavy with shadows, each corner deepening the sense of transformation that had just occurred. Tang Wu exhaled deeply, surveying his completed work, the satisfaction of a master who had shaped a rare prodigy filling his chest. He turned to the boy, pronouncing that his days as a mere horse handler for the Danri family were officially over, a chapter of subservience closed forever. From this moment onward, So Sam belonged to the Tang clan, the greatest martial family in all of Sichuan, his fate now entwined with theirs. Tang Wu knew that with a new status came a new identity, and a name was necessary to seal it. With deliberate authority, he bestowed upon him the name Tang Sam, marking him as the newest disciple and heir to the clan's legacy. The boy lowered his gaze, accepting not just the name, but the peril, responsibility, and expectation that came with it. A soft, resolute whisper escaped him. Yes, sealing his consent and his commitment. Outside, Tang Hua waited patiently, the weight of uncertainty pressing on her as she wondered whether he had survived the grueling process. The doors creaked open, letting the last rays of sunset spill into the hallway, painting it in golden orange. Tang Sam emerged, moving past her without a word, his expression unreadable, not even a glance spared. He stepped into the courtyard, the warm evening sun casting long shadows across the estate, illuminating his solitary figure in fiery light. Once he was certain no one watched, he paused, eyes fixed on the building behind him, measuring the distance and his freedom. Raising his hand, he activated his inventory skill, effortlessly extracting the glowing centipede from his own head with a practiced motion. Without flinching, he crushed the poisonous parasite into a bloody pulp with his bare hand, neutralizing Tang Wu's secret leash in an instant. The old man had assumed he had full control, a leash wrapped around the boy's life, but the mute Tang Sam was gone. The submission he once expected no longer existed. That former version of him, the powerless stable hand, was left behind, buried in the dust and dirt of the Danri family's past. From this moment on, he is no longer just some nameless drifter. He has become Tang Sam of the Sichuan Tang clan, and that single change turns the entire game on its head. With a new identity placed on his shoulders and the powerful Tang family standing behind him, he has finally gained the support he needs to spread his wings and rise higher than before. High above the silent mountain range, the moon hangs bright and cold, casting pale light over the Anhui branch of the heavenly demon cult. Within the walls of the fortress, the night feels heavy and suffocating, filled with drifting incense smoke and shadows that seem to cling to every corner. Then, from somewhere deep inside one of the palace chambers, a muffled cry slips through the darkness and echoes faintly through the halls. The sounds of drunken pleasure and shameless excess spill out into the corridors, bouncing off the walls as the night grows even more twisted. Inside that chamber, the branch leader, Pega Hyal, is surrounded by complete decadence, lost in a scene of indulgence without the slightest restraint. A trembling hand tightens around the bedding, fingers digging into the fabric as the wild party continues without pause. Nearby, one of the women lies completely drained, her body slack against the floor while her scattered hair spreads around her like a dark veil. She slowly lifts her face, her unfocused eyes clouded and glassy, as if the endless night has swallowed every bit of strength she had left. Then, without warning, a masked intruder drops from the ceiling, descending so silently and suddenly that he seems less like a man and more like a ghost. The woman's breath catches in her throat, her eyes widening in pure shock as the figure appears out of nowhere above them. Before anyone in the room can even gather their thoughts or move to defend themselves, the assassin makes his move. Blood explodes across the chamber as the woman is torn apart by the sudden strike, while the young master reacts instantly, flashing out of the killing zone in the blink of an eye. The young master skids backward across the floor, putting distance between himself and the danger, then quickly swings his cloak over his shoulders as he steadies himself. Pega Hyal rises to his feet, spreading both arms wide, his expression twisting with disbelief at the sheer nerve of the sudden attack. The blonde leader glares at the intruder with a look caught between irritation and shock, forcing each word through his teeth as he mutters that this should be impossible. But instead of panicking, he immediately starts complaining about the blood, whining that it has ruined his expensive Western silk robes. With visible annoyance in his eyes, he demands to know whether the intruder has any idea how much those precious robes actually cost. In the very next breath, that playful arrogance vanishes, and his entire presence turns sharp, cold, and murderous. The assassin known as Mad Cloud stands before him in silence, his glowing white eyes fixed on Pega Hyal from behind the mask. Without offering a single word in return, the intruder launches forward, his body cutting through the room as dark energy trails behind him. A huge surge of power erupts through the center of the chamber, ripping across the room with enough force to tear the space apart. Pega Hyal turns sharply toward the weapons displayed along the wall, reaching for them as the attack closes in. A vivid pink glow suddenly bursts to life, answering his call as his sword flies from the wall and rushes toward his hand. He catches the blade cleanly, gripping it with confidence as he prepares to meet the assassin's attack head-on. The two forces collide in an instant, purple and black energy crashing together as their blades meet with a violent shockwave. Locked in place, neither fighter gives up even a single step, their weapons press together as power roars between them. Pega Hyal's lips curl into a smirk, as if the danger in front of him has only made the fight more entertaining. He laughs right in the assassin's face and sneers that, for all the dramatic entrance, Mad Cloud is weak as hell. Then, with a wide sweep of his arm, he calls forth another saber, pulling it straight into his left hand without breaking his rhythm. Mad Cloud slips away from the strike, his black cloak snapping through the air behind him like a shadow tearing loose from the wall. The battle continues at terrifying speed, the two of them moving through the shattered chamber like dancers locked in a deadly rhythm. The branch leader shouts after him, refusing to let his target break free or escape from the range of his blades. Chaotic flashes of light flood the ruined room as the young master unleashes a furious barrage of blade chi, sending attacks flying from the twin sabers in both hands. The killer gathers his strength in silence, and the blade in his hand begins to shine with a deep, ink-like darkness. Pega Hyal's eyes suddenly widen, recognition flashing across his face as he realizes the terrifying technique forming before him. A massive jet black slash rips forward, cutting straight through the remaining shadows of blade chi and erasing everything caught in its path. The dark energy coils and spirals through the destruction, swallowing the force around it until the last remnants of blade chi disappear completely. At the center of that raging storm stands the assassin, his strike already complete, calmly neutralizing every attack that had come crashing down on him like rain. As the dust slowly settles through the broken chamber, Mad Cloud's single glowing eye remains locked firmly on his target. The destructive chi gradually fades away, leaving behind only a ruined room scarred by the force of their clash. Pega Hyal stares hard at the blade in front of him, and with chilling certainty, he recognizes the legendary ink light-killing sword. Only then does an imposing gray-haired man speak, his voice cutting through the silence as he asks Mad Cloud whether it has truly been 10 years. The gray-haired man, now revealed as Mad Cloud himself, corrects him with cold precision, saying it has been exactly 9 years and 190 days. Pega Hyal suddenly bursts into laughter, clearly entertained by the killer's almost obsessive memory for such exact details. Still laughing, he says he knew it had to be him, because no one else would bother remembering something so trivial with that much accuracy. The blonde leader then narrows his eyes and asks why Mad Cloud has bothered to come all the way to his branch in person. Mad Cloud answers plainly that orders have come down from the very top, and at those words, Pega Hyal's attention sharpens immediately. The command he delivers is simple, direct, and heavy with meaning. Execute the first stratagem. In an instant, every trace of playfulness drains from Pega Hyal's face, leaving his expression sharp, cold, and completely unreadable. The moment he realizes he is finally being given the chance to move, the first thing out of his mouth is a question about Do Hywook. Mad Cloud answers without hesitation, confirming that their destination is the Namgung clan, and more specifically, Do Hywook's wedding on the 15th. Pega Hyal repeats that single word under his breath, as if the news has struck him so hard that he can barely process it. His eyes slowly narrow, and beneath that frozen stare, a dark, simmering fury begins to rise. He can hardly accept it, struggling to believe that Do Hywook is truly about to stand before everyone and get married. His jaw tightens, his teeth grinding together as the news digs straight into a nerve he clearly could not ignore. After a tense pause, he asks exactly how far this mission is supposed to go, and how much destruction they are expected to cause. The answer comes back cold enough to freeze the room. Everyone is to be killed, with only Do Hywook and his bride, Namgung Hai, left alive. Pega Hyal rests his hand near the desk and begins tapping his finger against the surface, quietly turning the plan over in his mind. Behind his narrowed eyes, he seems to be measuring every danger, every obstacle, and every consequence of launching such a massive attack. The room sinks into a heavy silence while he sits there, unmoving, lost in calculation. Then he points out one serious problem. Tang Wu, the Tang Wu himself, will be arriving soon, and with their current numbers, they will not be able to handle it. Mad Cloud calmly assures him that the 5 shadows will be dispatched to strengthen the branch's forces before the operation begins. Pega Hyal's finger taps against the desk once more, but this time the motion carries a hint of satisfaction. With those reinforcements joining them, he admits that their strength should be more than enough. A crooked smirk creeps across Pega Hyal's face, twisted with pleasure, as he fully drinks in the orders and accepts the bloodshed to come. Now that his message has been delivered, the messenger turns away from the desk and quietly walks out. Pega Hyal watches him leave, but his gaze soon drifts, his thoughts already wandering somewhere far beyond the room. Leaning back in his seat, he tries to dig through his memory and recall what Do Hywook's real name was. Mad Cloud's face twists with bitterness and resentment as he glares back at that former brat of a partner with open disgust. He does not even waste another word on him, simply activating his skill and disappearing into a swirling cloud of black smoke. Left alone in the room, the young master mutters irritably to himself, grumbling that the man is just as unbearable as he always was. His frustration festers as he thinks about being stuck here, wasting away inside this dark, suffocating Anhui branch. While he was trapped in this gloomy place, Do Hywook had risen high enough to be praised as a hero of the Orthodox faction. And as if that were not infuriating enough, Do Hywook had even claimed the most beautiful woman in all of Anhui as his bride. Pega Hyal steps out toward the balcony and looks across the view, his envy spilling through his eyes no matter how hard he tries to hide it. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he summons his servants without bothering to raise his voice. Then he turns and walks out of the room, never once looking back at the mess behind him. As he leaves, he orders them to clean everything up and remove the filth lying on the bed. But his cruelty does not end with that simple command, and the coldness in his voice only grows clearer. In a chilling tone, he orders every guard on duty that day to be slaughtered for their pathetic incompetence. His subordinate bows deeply at once, understanding that questioning such an order would only invite death. From above, the leader turns his gaze outward, staring over the glittering lights spread across the city. He looks down at the territory before him, the very place he is preparing to soak in blood. This is the Manhwa branch of the heavenly demon divine cult, the hidden spark that will ignite a new war. Pega stands there with his robes hanging open, blood smeared across his chest and staining his clothes. The Manhwa branch leader feared as the naked silver demon. His stare is heavy with arrogance and murderous confidence as he prepares himself for the massacre drawing near. A wicked grin slowly spreads across his face, because to Pega, the real game has only just begun. Far above the valley, the full moon casts its pale light over the sprawling city lights of Ife, the beating heart of Manhwa province. Deep within the forest shadows, the steady rhythm of hundreds of marching feet echoes through the night. An army of the heavenly demon cult advances toward the unsuspecting city, their dark banners fluttering ominously as they descend. Somewhere else, another group rides along the mountain paths on horseback, moving under the command of a stern old master. Tang Wu, the Tang Wu himself, observes that they have reached their destination sooner than he expected. Tang Sam looks out toward the distant lights and realizes they have finally arrived in the domain ruled by the powerful Namgung clan. From high above, the people below look tiny against the bright, prosperous sweep of Manhwa, unaware that this very place will become the starting point of cataclysmic changes that will reshape the entire Murim forever. Down in the city streets, crowds of people pack the roads, drinking, eating, and filling the night with noise as they prepare for an enormous celebration. A lion dance winds through the sea of people, and cheers rise from every direction as everyone celebrates the wedding soon to come. The Namgung clan's estate glows with countless lanterns, openly displaying just how much wealth they are pouring into this grand festival. But near the front gates, the festive mood turns cruel, as one guard busies himself tormenting a group of starving beggars. They drop to their knees right there on the ground, shoulders hunched and hands trembling as they beg for mercy, asking for nothing more than a single lump of rice they can split between them. But the guard has no patience for pity or charity. His expression hardens, his hand shifts with aggression, and he looks like he is one breath away from beating them back. He barks at them to disappear, his voice sharp enough to cut through the crowd, acting as if these starving beggars have stained the clan's doorstep just by existing there. Before the beggars can even crawl away, the guard draws his leg back with a vicious motion and drives a kick straight into one old beggar's face. The old man is sent crashing backward, his frail body folding from the blow, while the others panic and rush to catch him as the guard keeps roaring over them. Then, from the doorway, a cold voice slices through the chaos, demanding to know what the hell is happening in front of the estate. Doohee-wook? The rising star of the Murim world steps out from the doorway and into the light, instantly pulling every gaze in the courtyard toward him. The guard's swagger vanishes in an instant. His shoulders shrink, his voice breaks, and he stammers that the beggars were swarming around the place and causing trouble. Doohee-wook does not explode in anger. Instead, he simply looks at the guard with a calm, quiet disappointment that somehow feels even heavier than a shout. Around them, the guests begin whispering among themselves, their eyes bright with recognition as they realize the handsome young hero has appeared before them. Without wasting another glance on the flustered guard, Doohee-wook walks past him and heads directly toward the beggars still huddled on the ground. He bends down and reaches out his hand with a gentle smile, asking the old man in a warm voice whether he is hurt. The beggars stare at him in disbelief, almost frozen where they are, as if they have never once seen someone of noble standing treat them like human beings. Doohee-wook personally helps the old man back to his feet, his movements graceful and kind, looking every bit like the flawless hero the crowd already believes him to be. Then he turns to the guard and tells him to stop acting so cruel, ordering him to make sure these people receive some of the leftover food from the wedding feast. The guard immediately bows his head and hurries away to obey, while Doohee-wook calmly turns back toward the entrance and returns inside, as if nothing happened. The onlookers are completely won over, murmuring about how he defeated the twin demons and how perfectly suited he is to become the clan daughter's match. The rumors around him only grow brighter, painting him as a legend still being born, a lone wanderer now stepping into the world of Murim royalty. But that peaceful admiration suddenly cracks when someone in the crowd gets shoved hard from behind, nearly stumbling into the people in front of him. The man whips around, already furious and ready to start a fight, snapping at whoever pushed him to watch where they are going. Then his eyes land on the face in front of him. It is Tang Wu himself, standing there with that terrifying presence only he can carry. The man's anger dies on the spot as Tang Wu's hand clamps onto his face, and in that horrifying instant, he realizes he just snapped at one of the deadliest elders alive. Tang Wu does not care about the man's regret. He slams his palm forward with brutal weight and tells him to get the hell out of his way. He pushes straight through the crowd, cursing everyone around him as useless bastards, while his granddaughter and Tang Sam follow closely behind. Inside the estate, Doohee-wook is still wearing that perfect smile, greeting guest after guest like the ideal host of a grand celebration. Then he notices the group from the Tang clan entering the courtyard, and his attention shifts toward them with a careful look. Tang Wu quickly grows irritated by all the murmuring around him, and without warning, he roars for everyone to shut the hell up. He plants himself in the center of the courtyard like a storm given human form, practically daring anyone nearby to question his right to be there. His eyes sweep across the crowd with open hostility, and he tells them that if they have something to say, they should say it directly to his face. Du He-wook steps forward at once, trying to soften the situation before it gets worse, and politely asks Tang Wu to calm himself. He lowers his head in a deep, respectful bow and introduces himself properly as the man everyone is gathered to celebrate. Tang Wu only studies him from head to toe, unimpressed, before asking if this young man is really the reason he had to drag himself all this way. He stares straight into Du He-wook's eyes and admits, with blunt honesty, that the boy looks decent enough, but nothing more than that. Then Tang Wu says it outright, telling Du He-wook that meeting him in person has turned out to be a massive disappointment. Ignoring the confusion spreading around him, Tang Wu asks whether Namgung Byok is inside, and Du He-wook quickly points him in the right direction. Du He-wook recovers his composure almost immediately and offers to escort the Tang clan group to the king's hall himself. Together, they move into the main building, leaving behind a courtyard full of guests too stunned to speak normally again. But Tang Sam remains frozen for a moment, his eyes widening as he realizes the so-called hero standing before him is actually a high-level predator. A blue system window flashes into view before him, warning Tang Sam that a high-level enemy has entered within 20 meters of his position. He stares straight ahead, his gaze locked tightly on the target, while the lively festival crowd around him seems to fade into a distant blur. Something about this new man feels strangely wrong to him, a subtle unnaturalness that crawls beneath the polished surface. The way Du He-wook moves is far too steady, far too measured, as if every step and every shift of his body follows a flawless pattern. Tang Sam pieces it together in a flash and realizes that this celebrated rising star is the very monster the system has been screaming about. His red eyes sharpen, narrowing as he scans Du He-wook's posture, searching for even the smallest trace of ordinary human weakness. Most people have tiny imbalances in their bodies, one shoulder sitting a little higher, one limb carrying a slightly different length or angle. But when Tang Sam looks at Du He-wook, everything about him is perfectly aligned, as if his body has been built to biological perfection down to the millimeter. That realization sends a cold chill through Tang Sam, making his instincts tighten as the truth begins to settle in. This man is not merely a gifted genius. He is another predator hiding in plain sight, the same kind of dangerous existence as Tang Sam himself. High above them, rows of swords are driven into the roof, their blades standing like silent witnesses to the clan's long martial history. This place is the King's Hall, the very heart of the prestigious Namgung clan estate, where power, pride, and generations of reputation all gather under one roof. The King's Hall looms above them, a massive, imposing structure built to make anyone who steps onto the grounds feel the weight of the clan's authority and history pressing down on them. Every detail radiates power, a statement that no intruder can ignore. Outside, Du He-wook gestures toward the walls lined with gleaming swords, explaining that each blade belonged to a past clan head, a testament to the legacy carried through generations, but his words drift unheard, lost among the murmurs of the visiting party. Tang Wu simply rolls his eyes, dismissing the pomp with a hint of disdain. In his mind, all these once mighty kings will eventually rot in the same earth, no matter how tall their swords stand or how grand their halls look. The young boy attempts to ask the elders to wait outside, hoping for a moment of courtesy, but Tang Wu ignores him entirely, stepping forward with unflinching purpose, his presence demanding passage. They begin the long ascent up the grand staircase, each step taking them closer to the monumental doors that guard the main hall, the sense of ceremony heavy in the air. Protocol and formalities mean nothing to Tang Wu. He knows the host is waiting beyond those doors, and he moves forward without hesitation, his authority unchallenged. The enormous doors swing open, revealing a hall of staggering opulence, walls carved with intricate patterns, glinting chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and every surface radiating wealth and power, announcing the Namgung clan's dominance without a single word. Inside, the clan head and his daughter stand in quiet anticipation. Tang Hua's eyes light up as she hurries to greet her uncle, her excitement bubbling over as she closes the distance with a spring in her step. Their feet glide over thick, ornate carpets as they enter, and the room's weighty atmosphere presses down on everyone, a silent reminder of the prestige and history contained within these walls. Finally, Namgung Byok, the clan head himself, steps forward with deliberate grace, offering a formal welcome to Tang Wu, whose approach has already commanded the attention of everyone present. Tang Wu scoffs, his voice dripping with scorn. He openly calls Namgung Byok a disgrace, criticizing him for running a clan that, in Tang Wu's eyes, has lost its dignity long ago. Namgung Byok doesn't even flinch. Instead, he lets out a small, knowing smirk, a signal that the two elders share an understanding far deeper than words could express. The air between them crackles with familiarity as they exchange barbs and laughter, old friends locked in a game of mutual teasing and unspoken respect, their history written in every glance and gesture. Watching quietly in the background, the elegant Namgung Hai observes each interaction with sharp, calculating eyes, taking in every nuance of the exchange. Tang Hua feels a flicker of surprise, realizing just how close her grandfather and the clan head truly are, a closeness she had only vaguely suspected until now. Her gaze catches Hai's, and for a fleeting moment, the two young women share a silent recognition, an unspoken acknowledgement of familiarity and shared experience. Hai breaks the quiet first, offering Tang Hua a warm, genuine greeting, her tone softening as she nods, a silent, "It's been a long time," passing between them. Tang Hua chirps back brightly, complimenting her sister on how beautifully she's grown since their last meeting, her voice full of genuine admiration and a touch of playful pride. Du He-wook stands back, maintaining his flawless, unshakable smile as he watches the reunion unfold, the calm epicenter amidst the bubbling social interactions. He finally introduces himself properly, his words measured and polite, but Tang Hua is already half giggling, eagerly asking if she can start calling him brother-in-law, her excitement practically radiating through the room. Her energy makes the moment almost physically palpable, leaving her family visibly embarrassed as she practically vibrates with joy and anticipation. Du He-wook simply laughs, his gentle amusement easing the tension, while Tang Hua teases her sister, marveling at how a shy, quiet girl like Namgung Hai managed to seal the deal so effortlessly. Hai facebombs subtly, exasperated by Tang Hua's lack of filter, silently wishing for even 5 minutes of uninterrupted quiet. Her gaze drifts toward the silent boy standing behind the Tang group, his presence understated yet impossible to ignore. Curiosity sparks, and she asks Tang Hua about the boy with the intense, piercing eyes, wondering who he might be. Tang Sam stands just within the shadows of the grand hall, his figure blending with the darkness, more like a specter observing the scene than a guest participating in it. Tang Hua realizes she hasn't yet introduced him and opens her mouth to speak, preparing to offer his name. But he interrupts her smoothly, his voice calm and firm as he introduces himself simply, Tang Sam. Both women glance him over carefully, their expressions curious as they try to determine where this enigmatic young man has come from and what sort of presence he carries. Du He-wook steps forward, ever the gentleman, extending his palm in a welcoming gesture toward Tang Sam. Tang Sam's eyes fix on the offered hand, sharp and calculating, silently questioning whether the hero before him can sense the hidden predator lurking beneath his calm exterior. His gaze is cold and analytical, dissecting every micro-movement and subtle signal in the other predator's posture, measuring threat and intention. Finally, he accepts the handshake, firm yet brief, the two of them locking eyes for a moment as unspoken assessments pass between predator and predator. Du He-wook suddenly speaks, his tone bright and almost childlike, as if he's just had a delightful, spontaneous thought. He mentions his plan to take Namgung Hai to Soho Lake tonight, promising the enchantment of watching hundreds of lanterns drift across the water under the glow of the full moon. With a warm, inclusive smile, he turns to Tang Sam, asking if he and Tang Hua would like to join them for the evening's festival, extending the invitation with casual charm. A perfect, almost chillingly precise smile spreads across Du He-wook's face, hinting at the careful, calculated game he is playing beneath his gentlemanly exterior. He ensures Tang Sam is included in the evening's plans, his words and demeanor leaving no room for refusal, yet wrapped in politeness. Above Soho Lake, the moon glows brilliantly, casting silver light across hundreds of floating lanterns, the water shimmering as if reflecting a sky full of stars, turning the scene into a picture-perfect festival moment. To an outsider, it seems like a typical, elegant high society outing on the water, serene and enchanting, the soft lapping of the waves providing a gentle soundtrack. The women lean on the railing of the ship, their eyes following the lanterns as they drift, captivated by the delicate dance of light and reflection. Du He-wook explains the fame of Soho Lake's night scenery, pointing out how generations have been drawn here to witness its beauty, his voice smooth and compelling. The moment is almost too perfect to be real, the kind of memory one would frame, yet Tang Sam remains vigilant, unrelaxed, his instincts never allowing him to fully enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Du He-wook continues his flattery towards Sister Tang Hua, comparing her to the ethereal glow of the moonlight, words carefully crafted to charm and impress. He then suggests to the men that they leave the ladies to their conversation, giving them a pretext to retreat and enjoy a drink together, his tone friendly but purposeful. With that, he turns and strides toward the cabin, moving to fetch wine for the gathering, every step radiating confident ease. Tang Sam's eyes follow Do Hee-wook's back, analyzing each movement, convinced that beneath the perfect exterior lies a predator masked by charm. He knows instinctively that anyone this flawless, this composed, must be hiding something monumental, a secret strategy lurking just beneath the smile. Every detail, the posture, the precision, the effortless grace, signals to Tang Sam that this man is not merely human in the conventional sense. He is a predator plotting silently, calculating far more than anyone realizes. Tang Sam feels the weight of that concealed menace pressing against him, certain that behind Do Hee-wook's charming smile lies a plan both intricate and dangerous, a hidden game unfolding in plain sight. Footsteps echo sharply across the wooden deck, each tap reverberating like a warning through the night air, signaling that someone, or something, is drawing near. A cold shiver of dread washes over Tang Sam, his instincts screaming that danger is imminent, unseen yet undeniably close. The system confirms his fear. An enemy 10 levels above him is lurking within 20 meters, a threat far beyond ordinary comprehension. Tang Sam whips his head around, scanning every shadow and corner of the deck with precise focus, eyes slicing through the dim light. Though the deck appears mostly empty, the alert continues to pulse, relentless and insistent, refusing to let him relax for even a second. Then realization strikes like a blade. The alert isn't for Do Hee-wook. The source of danger isn't where everyone thinks it is. Tang Sam quickly calculates the ship's dimensions, measuring length, height, and possible vantage points, mentally mapping the terrain with uncanny precision. If this formidable threat is so close yet invisible, logic dictates it must be lurking beneath him, hidden in the ship's shadowed underbelly. Meanwhile, Do Hee-wook strolls casually back onto the deck, claiming the wine had been stored in some odd, hard-to-reach spot, completely unaware of the true danger. Tang Sam realizes with a jolt that this is an entirely new enemy, one distinct from anything encountered so far, a predator operating under a veil of secrecy. The ship drifts further into the open lake, leaving safety and potential reinforcements far behind, isolation amplifying the stakes of the unfolding confrontation. Do Hee-wook presents a bottle of Jamaju, an exquisite and rare wine, intended as a gesture specifically for Tang Sam. A test, an offering, or perhaps both. Tang Sam remains perfectly still, rooted to the spot, his mind focused entirely on the hidden threat rather than the gestures of hospitality around him. Feigning a minor stomach ache, he politely asks to be excused, buying himself the necessary moments to maneuver without raising suspicion. Do Hee-wook doesn't bat an eye, replying casually that Tang Sam can simply ask the boatman for directions, his tone smooth but carrying an edge of intensity that belies the friendliness. The hero's gaze lingers a fraction too long, sharp and probing, hinting at awareness far beyond ordinary courtesy. Tang Sam doesn't hesitate. He moves straight toward the ship's interior, each step measured, silent, and deliberate, slipping into the shadows of the cabin. He navigates swiftly through the dim corridors, muscles coiled and senses stretched taut, every movement calculated to avoid detection. The system pings again, the signal of danger drawing closer, its proximity steadily decreasing as if the enemy is closing in on him deliberately. Tang Sam recognizes the pattern immediately. The foe is moving toward his current position, hunting, calculating, and closing the gap with lethal intent. He presses onward, tracing each ping through walls and shadowed compartments, mentally mapping enemy positions with surgical precision. Suddenly, another high-level alert bursts onto his system, the tension ratcheting higher with every warning. He halts in his tracks, eyes narrowing as he peers into the pitch-black hallway ahead, aware of the unseen presence that waits for him in the darkness. 2 enemies are now confirmed, hidden somewhere down here, their power radiating through the walls and corridors like an invisible storm. Then a third alert flashes, almost immediately followed by a fourth, each signal a pulse of danger demanding his attention and calculation. With Do Hee-wook positioned upstairs, Tang Sam realizes the unthinkable. 5 predators, 5 monsters, concentrated on a single, isolated boat. His eyes flare a vivid red, psychopathic instincts igniting, instincts honed to perfection in the face of lethal threats, each neuron alert to survival and strategy. He glances out at the softly glowing lanterns drifting over the water, the serene beauty of the festival in stark contrast to the storm of bloodlust and calculation in his mind. Fingers gripping the deck's railing, he steels himself, ready to begin the hunt, each movement prepared to strike with lethal precision. Tang Sam reasons quickly, noting that kidnapping cannot be the primary objective of these predators. If it were, they would have already acted. The absence of immediate aggression confirms his suspicion. They are after something much larger, something far more consequential. His certainty grows. The entire Namgung clan, the heart of this power and legacy, is the true target, and everything is moving toward that end. He clenches his fist, feeling the weight and responsibility of the situation pressing down on him, a mix of anticipation and strategy coursing through his veins. Tang Sam knows instinctively that these enemies are at least 10 levels above him, a gap that would overwhelm any ordinary warrior. The exact magnitude of their strength is impossible to quantify. Even for someone with his experience and skill, uncertainty fuels both caution and resolve. The coordinated infiltration, precise and relentless, reveals a plan aimed squarely at overthrowing the clan entirely. A coup of calculated ferocity. He leans against the railing for a moment, thoughts racing, piecing together the positions, strengths, and possible intentions of each hidden predator. Caught between the formidable presence of his dangerous mentor, Tang Wu, and the unknown enemies surrounding the clan, Tang Sam must navigate a perilous middle ground with care and precision. His gaze drops to the dark, glassy water below, reflections dancing in the moonlight, the calm surface belying the chaos lurking in the shadows. A twisted, psychopathic grin spreads across his face, red eyes blazing, revealing a mind teetering on the edge of chaos and anticipation. A surge of pure, unadulterated madness consumes him, sharpening his instincts and focus, and he silently decides, it is finally time to strike. The boat glides smoothly across the glassy lake under the full moon, the soft lapping of water masking the tension building on board. Ahead, the estate looms, festooned with glowing lanterns that cast playful reflections across the shore, a serene backdrop to the danger brewing within. On the perimeter, the rhythmic sound of marching boots echoes across the stone pathways, announcing the methodical patrol of the estate's guards. The waterway guards move in precise formation, each step measured, their presence a reminder that the Namgung estate demands vigilance at all hours. A subordinate hesitates, quietly questioning squad leader Go Sangong about the necessity of such an extended patrol, a flicker of doubt in his tone. The squad leader responds without patience, seizing the man by his hair, his grip firm and uncompromising, a clear lesson in respect and authority. With a harsh motion, he slams the subordinate's head down against the stone floor, punctuating his command with brutal finality. The warning is clear, complaints are not tolerated, and discipline is absolute. He reminds the squad that the upcoming wedding demands flawless security, the weight of responsibility and duty evident in his stern, unwavering gaze. He snaps at the useless slackers, ordering them to hand over the lantern already and stop wasting time, because their patrol is supposed to be moving. Inside the ship's cabin, two guards crouch down and creep forward through the dim space, one of them smirking as he mocks the rookie, warning that all his whining is going to get the head manager seriously pissed off. The manager turns away and leaves the guards to handle their own work, grumbling under his breath as he curses them for being nothing but a pack of lazy bastards. With his back pressed against the wall, Go Sangong stands there by himself, eyes half-lidded, imagining how much better it would feel to be on a real battlefield instead of stuck at this dull post. He even catches himself wishing that some enemies would actually appear, just to break the boredom and make the night a little more interesting. Then, from somewhere in the black water nearby, a faint splash ripples through the silence. Deeper inside, two guards push into the pitch-black tunnels, their only light coming from one small candle trembling in the darkness. One of them complains bitterly about being trapped down here on patrol while the rest of the clan is probably eating, drinking, and celebrating without them. He turns toward the youngest guard, hoping for even a little sympathy, only to freeze when the hollow, gaunt face of our main guy rises from the dark like something straight out of the Nun. A cold, ghostly breath slips through the tunnel, and that tiny sound is the only warning they receive. Panic grabs hold of the guards the moment they realize there is someone else with them in that suffocating darkness. But before either of them can even reach for their swords properly, a blade flashes out through the black air. Steel rings sharply in the tunnel as the guards scramble to protect themselves, their weapons clashing in frantic defense. The attacker cuts straight through them, and a violent spray of blood bursts into the air like a fountain. A body drops heavily into the flooded passage, hitting the water with a thick, brutal splash. Within the shadows, the violence unfolds with terrifying precision, each movement cold, controlled, and merciless. A sword slips from a dead hand and sinks beneath the surface, disappearing quietly into the dark water below. Then, just like that, the tunnel falls back into silence. The last sounds of the slaughter fade into the night, swallowed by the darkness and the slow movement of the water. Back at the main post, Go Sangong stretches his jaw wide and lets out a long, bored yawn. He grumbles to himself that his partners are taking far too long just to finish a simple round. Squad leader Go Sangong mutters under his breath, already convinced that his men must be slacking off again somewhere in the tunnels. He tightens his hand around the wooden torch, gripping it more firmly as he prepares to go after them. The fire flickers at the tip, throwing long, shifting shadows across the damp stone walls around him. "Just wait until I catch those bastards," he growls, wading forward through the dark, flooded tunnel with irritation building in his voice. But after a few steps, his pace begins to slow, because something in the heavy gloom ahead feels wrong. The veteran guard leans forward, narrowing his eyes as he strains to see through the thick darkness. "What is this?" he whispers, and then his gaze lands on a severed human arm drifting in the murky water. A wave of terror washes over him as the meaning of it hits, and he stammers in disbelief, wondering why the hell an arm is floating there. He immediately starts shouting for his missing men, his voice cracking and echoing through the tunnel as he calls out for the youngest guard in Dackle. Go Sangong swings the torch around in frantic arcs, but the darkness presses in so heavily that it seems to swallow the light whole. Only his own ragged breathing and the splashing of water answer him, making the silence feel even colder. He spins around in pure panic, never realizing that somewhere nearby, a cold, unblinking eye is following every move he makes. Hidden in the shadows, Tang Sam watches Go Sangong's fear spread with the calm focus of a predator waiting to strike. "Where was that one arm?" Tang Sam repeats mockingly, twisting Go Sangong's own words in a bone-chilling voice, while the squad leader stands frozen, unable to make sense of the carnage before him. The torchlight finally reveals the nightmare around him. His entire squad has been butchered with brutal precision and pinned across the walls. Go Sangong's spirit shatters as he stares at the gruesome display, only weak, broken sounds escaping his throat. Then a casual little voice cuts through the horror, and Tang Sam is revealed crouching calmly among the remains of the guards. Tang Sam lifts his gaze with a hollow, chilling expression and says coldly that he was simply missing one arm. Chapter 18 begins beneath the Namgung clan estate, where the dark, flooded tunnels lie deathly quiet, with only the soft ripple of water brushing against the stone walls. It is the kind of place made for secrets, and even more suited for murder. Without warning, that silence is torn apart as a violent surge of energy erupts from the water, revealing that a fierce battle has already been raging in these depths for some time. Tang Sam lunges forward with his glowing blade, his body lowered close to the surface as he rushes through the water and closes the distance, while his opponent waits in the background, ready to meet him head-on. In the darkness, their eyes lock onto each other, both warriors searching for the next opening. One gaze is cold and calculating, while the other burns with the arrogance of long experience. Go Sangong releases a roaring whirlwind of blue energy, his sword technique ripping through both the air and the water with enough force to crush anyone caught in its path. As their blades slam together, the elder scoffs with open contempt, dismissing Tang Sam as nothing more than a brat. In his mind, his long years of martial arts training should be more than enough to overwhelm this reckless upstart with ease. But Go Sangong's confidence quickly twists into a strained snarl when he realizes the boy is far stronger than expected, and he grits his teeth as his eyes flare with internal power. A sharp shockwave explodes between them, blasting air and water outward in a wide ring as neither fighter gives up even a single inch in their first clash. Tang Sam splashes through the tunnel and keeps his footing as he shifts position for another opening, while Go Sangong watches from a distance, suddenly wary of the boy's speed. Then recognition hits Go Sangong. He remembers Tang Sam as the guest who arrived alongside the poison hand master, Tang Wu, and that realization only fuels his confusion and anger even further. The elder barks into the darkness, demanding to know why someone welcomed as a guest of the clan would commit such a vicious betrayal, while his body stays locked in a guarded stance and his sword remains raised for the next attack. Far across the flooded passage, Tang Sam stands alone like a dark silhouette, water circling around his feet in slow ripples, and not once does his stare waver from his opponent. Tang Sam answers in an eerily calm voice, saying that everything he is doing is actually for the Namgung clan's sake, as if his twisted reasoning makes perfect sense inside that cold, terrifying mind of his. Go Sangong refuses to accept a word of it, screaming back about the warriors Tang Sam has already butchered and impaled like slabs of meat. The boy's shameless attitude only pours more fuel onto Go Sangong's rage, until his fury looks ready to burst out of him. With a furious roar, the elder launches himself forward, blue light wrapping around his blade as he warns Tang Sam not to expect the kindness of a quick death. The fight surges into a higher level as both of them release their own techniques, with Go Sangong drawing out the first form of the Heavenly Wind Sword, while Tang Sam activates a skill of his own to meet it. Go Sangong calls out his flowing Heavenly Clouds form, and in that instant his body blurs into a storm of high-speed strikes, trying to bury Tang Sam's defenses beneath sheer relentless pressure. Tang Sam's eye follows the incoming attack without blinking, recognizing it as a direct strike at the yellow dragon, and he braces himself to clash with it head-on, his face fixed in a cold, unreadable stare. Red and blue light erupt together in a massive blast inside the tunnel, and the pressure of their collision is so violent that it almost seems to rip the air itself apart. The shockwave that follows sends a huge wall of water rushing down the passage, turning the flooded tunnel into a raging current where even standing upright becomes a battle. Water slams upward against the stone ceiling from the force of their techniques, transforming the narrow corridor into a deadly trap of churning tides and crushing spray. Go Sangong lunges in again, his sword dragging a bright streak of blue through the flying water as he pushes forward, determined to finish the fight right there. Tang Sam watches the elder close in, half his face lit by that unnatural glow, waiting without flinching for the exact moment when his plan can be put into motion. A rapid flurry of blue slashes tears through the darkness and lands with deadly precision, sending blood splattering across the walls as the attacks finally strike their target. Tang Sam is blasted backward by the force of the blows, water exploding around his body, and for the first time the elder's technique proves too heavy for him to take lightly. As he forces himself to recover, Tang Sam checks his system UI and sees his HP has fallen into the critical zone, meaning a single clean hit could end everything. Go Sangong brings his glowing sword down in a heavy finishing slash, convinced he has finally cornered his prey, and he shouts that it is over as he commits fully to the strike. The blade bites deep, blood bursts into the water, and Tang Sam is knocked off his feet so violently that it looks as if a fatal blow has finally landed. Go Sangong breaks into a mocking laugh when he sees Tang Sam's sword slip away during the exchange, believing the boy has now been left completely defenseless. The elder advances with killing intent surging around him, but in the next instant, a blade appears from nowhere and slices right past his face. Blood sprays into the damp air as the sudden slash carves through Go Sangong's flesh. Go Sangong jerks backward just in time, barely escaping death, while his mind races in confusion over how that brat could throw a blade at him immediately after taking several heavy strikes. Water splashes around his legs as Go Sangong staggers back through the flooded corridor, the ripples around him trembling with the chaos of the battle. Then Go Sangong freezes, confusion spreading across his face as he scans the area, desperately trying to understand what just happened, because he had clearly seen Tang Sam drop his sword, yet somehow that same weapon had lunged forward as if it moved on its own. A fresh wound opens across the elder's face, and the sting of it makes him realize just how close he came to being sliced apart by this bizarre fighting style. In the distance, Tang Sam is already standing again, holding his sword as naturally as if it had never left his hand, using his inventory system to make the weapon vanish and reappear whenever he wants. The water erupts once more as the duel resumes with even greater ferocity, and the only light in the tunnel comes from the flickering flashes of their techniques. Tang Sam swings a horizontal slash with his left hand, his motion smooth and deadly, forcing Go Sangong to retreat while gritting his teeth in rage and concentration, now wary of every unpredictable attack. A sharp glint of steel cuts through the darkness, the blade nearly disappearing in the low light, and every movement between them becomes a gamble with death. Another flash of blue signals Tang Sam activating his system skills again, as he holds back and waits for the perfect opening to trigger the final piece of his plan. A dark figure lunges through the spray with eyes glowing and eerie white, and the fight turns into a deadly game of shadows, where one mistake from Go Sangong would mean certain death. Go Sangong's eye widens in shock as the sword vanishes right in front of him again, and far too late, he realizes he is not facing an ordinary martial artist at all. His eyes grow even wider as he understands that the boy's strange movements belong to no traditional martial art he has ever seen, making it feel as if he is fighting something not entirely human. A violent burst of power detonates between them, the pressure of their duel threatening to tear apart the stone foundation of the tunnel while the air grows heavy with blood and ozone. Outside, the disturbance is so massive that a towering plume of water shoots into the night sky, rising over the nearby watchtowers of the Namgung estate, while the slaughter below remains hidden under the cold moonlight. Debris and broken stone rain into the canal as the two fighters smash through the walls, lunging at each other like wild whirlwinds and trading lethal blows with enough force to destroy everything around them. Go Sangong is drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, his face twisting as he realizes this brat might truly become the one who kills him. Blood sprays through the air again as the elder takes another cut from the young man's uncanny blade, a weapon that keeps flickering in and out of existence with every strike. Go Sangong lands with graceful control, but Tang Sam crashes down hard, hitting the ground with a heavy, painful thud. The elder freezes mid-step, his eyes bulging at something that defies everything he knows from a lifetime of martial arts, because the boy is still somehow finding the strength to move. The same brat who had nearly taken the elder's life several times could not even land properly now, and Tang Sam gasps for air as blood pools beneath him from the deep wounds he has taken, while Go Sangong mocks him for finally reaching his limit and asks if that last strike truly hit its mark. The elder bursts into a manic, victorious laugh, fully convinced that his most recent attack has sealed the boy's fate and brought this brutal marathon to an end. Tang Sam struggles to remain upright, clutching at his chest while forcing his ragged breathing under control, his body barely holding together even as his mind stays cold. As he looks down at his battered body, he understands that he has taken far too much damage to keep fighting this way, and surviving the next minute will require something very precise. He calls up his glowing status window, and the blue light spills across his exhausted face as he checks his vitals, relying on the system as his last remaining lifeline. His red HP bar has shrunk to almost nothing, flashing like a death warning, and at level 12 he has absolutely no room left for even one mistake. Then his eyes catch it. His experience bar is almost full, sitting right on the edge of the next level, and one more bit of EXP could completely change the fight. A terrifying grin spreads across Tang Sam's blood-streaked face as he realizes there is still a way to turn everything around, because he has found the loophole he needs to survive. Tang Sam bursts across the stone platform with incredible speed, leaving behind a white blur of energy as he moves into the exact position he needs for the elder's next attack. Tang Sam kicks off the ground and launches himself back into the night air, his battered figure cutting across the enormous full moon like a dark blade. He is deliberately drawing Go Sangong in, tempting him toward one last clash where everything will be decided in a single exchange. This is not just a counterattack anymore. It is a gamble with his life hanging by a thread. Go Sangong's face sinks beneath a heavy shadow, and only his twisted grin stands out, sharp and ugly beneath the moonlight. Seeing the boy come at him again, he bares his teeth in cruel amusement, mocking what looks like a desperate wish to die. If Tang Sam wants his end so badly, the elder is more than willing to grant it. The elder gathers what little strength he has left and forces every last trace of internal energy into his sword. In the next instant, the blade erupts with a blinding azure brilliance, rising like a towering pillar of blue light in his hands. The entire space begins to tremble around him, the air itself vibrating under the crushing weight of the power he is drawing together. Go Sangong steadies his stance and prepares the final form of the heavenly wind sword technique, a strike meant to erase anything caught in its path, without mercy. This is his strongest attack, the one move he has held back until the very end, and now he is pouring absolutely everything into it. With a furious roar, he swings his sword and calls out the technique, cleaving the heavens as a vast vortex of blue energy bursts from the blade. The force rips through the water, tearing the tunnel apart with enough destructive power to flatten everything inside it. Go Sangong's sword chi explodes forward in a relentless barrage, each slash screaming through the air as his own fury reaches its limit. The brat's refusal to die has driven him past reason, and now there is nothing left in him except a bloodthirsty urge to kill. Tang Sam charges straight into the center of that storm without slowing down, refusing to dodge and making no effort to shield himself from the destruction rushing toward him. His eye is not on survival. He is searching for one thing only, the exact instant the attack lands. The blue slashes come crashing down like a violent monsoon, slicing through the water and tearing at the very air around Tang Sam's body. It is a terrifying display of pure destructive force, raw and merciless, swallowing the tunnel and light. Even with death closing in, Tang Sam's eye stays frighteningly calm. Every bit of his focus is locked on the timing, silently counting down the seconds until impact, as if the pain waiting for him no longer matters at all. The sword strikes slam into him with a sickening force, the power so overwhelming that it tears his arm straight from his shoulder in a violent spray of blood and blue light. Under Go Sangong's final technique, Tang Sam's body is being ripped apart piece by piece. His mangled body is thrown backward and upward, spinning through the air in a broken spiral, while streaks of blood trace the path behind him. From the outside, it looks as though the battle has finally reached its brutal and undeniable end. But Go Sangong does not stop, not even for a heartbeat. He leaps down from above, chasing the falling boy with one more crushing blow, determined to make sure there will not be a single piece of Tang Sam left to bury. The elder's laughter booms through the tunnel, loud and deranged, as he revels in what he believes is total victory. He sneers down at the pathetic bastard who dared to crawl towards someone as powerful as him. He lands beside his fallen opponent and bends over him, bringing his face close as he prepares to deliver the killing strike. With irritation dripping from every word, he curses Tang Sam as a stubborn prick, more than ready to finally end this exhausting nuisance. Then, all at once, Go Sangong freezes mid-motion. His pupils shrink in alarm as a strange, unnatural blue glow begins to leak from Tang Sam's mouth. In that single moment, the elder realizes something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. Tang Sam lies in a spreading pool of his own blood, his limbs nearly ruined beyond recognition, yet his face is lit with a radiant, almost insane smile. That expression is pure satisfaction. Despite everything he has lost, he has finally closed the distance, and this is exactly what he wanted from the start. He slowly sticks out his tongue, now shining with a brilliant blue light, as the power of the system surges through his shattered body. The deadly gamble has landed perfectly, and the price he paid has brought him exactly to the moment he was waiting for. Go Sangong's face drains of color as primal terror overtakes him. He finally understands that he has stepped right into a trap, and as he stares down into that horrifying smile, all he can force out is a strangled curse. A massive pillar of blue light erupts from Tang Sam's body, blasting outward with overwhelming force as the level up detonates through the tunnel. The radiance is absolute, swallowing everything in a blinding surge of power. For one brief moment after the explosion, the only sound left is the steady drip of blood falling onto the wet stone floor. The raging storm of violence vanishes all at once, replaced by a silence so cold it feels like death itself has settled in. The scene left behind is gruesome. Robes soaked dark with blood, a throat slick with gore, and stains spreading across the stone like proof of what it cost to survive. Victory is written everywhere, but none of it looks clean. Go Sangong stands frozen in place, a blade driven straight through the crown of his skull and jutting down through his neck. Beneath him, Tang Sam remains lying on the ground, and his grin only stretches wider. At last, the elder's body loses all strength and collapses limply into the shallow water, the life fading completely from his eyes. The duel is over. The master has fallen, not to a proper warrior, but to the monster he failed to kill. A huge glowing notification appears directly in front of Tang Sam's face, announcing that his level up has succeeded. After staking everything on that one brush with death, this is the reward waiting on the other side. His stats reset and surge upward at once, his HP bar filling all the way back to maximum as he reaches level 13. In this new life, Tang Sam is now stronger than he has ever been before. Tang Sam lies there wrapped in a soft blue radiance while the system begins restoring his wrecked body. The light pulses gently over his wounds, steady and rhythmic, slowly mending the damage left behind by the battle. Then, without warning, an enormous column of spiritual energy bursts from the boy and shoots straight into the night sky. It rises with a thunderous, vibrating roar, piercing through the clouds like a solid blade made of light. From high above the estate, the pillar burns like a brilliant beacon in the middle of the darkness, throwing long, sharp shadows across the sprawling buildings below. For a fleeting moment, the entire district is lit so brightly it seems to have turned into day. That intense blue light cuts through the night for miles, illuminating the jagged rooftops of the surrounding city and forcing every witness to look toward its source. Whatever this phenomenon is, it is far too massive to be ignored. On a dark and secluded balcony, Tang Wu's granddaughter and Mad Cloud stand watching the pillar with heavy, uneasy expressions. Even from across the estate, they can feel the pressure rolling off that energy, and neither of them can dismiss what they are seeing. Du He-wook and Namgung Hai remain frozen in the courtyard, their faces washed pale by the cold blue glow as they stare up at the impossible pillar of light. Beneath that overwhelming force, even the pride and dignity of their noble house suddenly feel small. Farther away, Pega Hyal stands among the dark trees of the outer gardens, his eyes fixed sharply on the source of the disturbance. The playful air he usually carries is gone, replaced by a tense and unreadable focus. Still gripping the hair of a victim from his hedonistic feast, the bare-chested Pega Hyal roars out in confusion, demanding to know what the hell is happening. His face twists between suspicion and anger as the strange light continues to blaze. Back in the cooling silence of the tunnel, blood drips steadily from a motionless hand, splashing again and again onto the wet stone floor. The heat of battle has finally faded, leaving only the grotesque remains behind. On the tunnel wall, the shadows of the battle stretch across massive characters painted in blood. Surrounded by carnage, broken bodies, and the ruins of his enemies, Tang Sam quietly declares that the ordeal is finally over. Above it all, the moon hangs high in the sky, casting its cold light over a night drenched in blood. At the Danri clan, everything is being swallowed by flames. The once proud estate has been transformed into a burning Hell's Cape, with fire raging across the grounds. Assassins dressed in black have descended on the clan without warning, cutting through its people and leaving bodies scattered across the burning estate. The slaughter is complete and merciless. In this surprise attack, no one is spared, and every corner of the clan is stained by the same brutal fate. Danri Chinwu, the head of the clan, stands alone in the wreckage of his home. Around him, the flames consume everything he built, and he can only watch as his legacy burns away before his eyes. From within the fire, a shadowy figure slowly steps forward, his outline wavering through the heat. Every inch of his presence radiates a pure and suffocating killing intent. The mysterious intruder comes to a stop directly in front of the patriarch. No explanation is needed. This is the man responsible for the carnage spread across the estate. Danri Chinwu is frozen by shock, his body unable to move as he faces the monster before him. His voice barely works when he forces out the question, asking who this person is. No answer comes back to him. There is only a swift, lethal strike cutting through the air before he can react. And just like that, the great Danri Chinwu is dead. His severed head rolls across the floor, his eyes losing their light as the final breath leaves him. The killer looks down at the fallen body with a chilling emptiness in his gaze. There is no triumph, no anger, no excitement, just the cold detachment of someone finishing another job. Then he turns away from the ruined estate and begins walking off, leaving behind nothing but corpses, flames, and ashes. Like a cold, calculating machine, he turns back just enough to reveal himself as the one directing everything from the shadows. Without a hint of emotion, he orders his subordinates to carry a message to Ho Yong. In a flat, merciless voice, he announces that the Danri clan has been completely wiped out. Then he gives the order for the next phase of the plan to begin. The camera cuts to the depraved Pega Hyal, his hands gripping the limp body of a woman who had been nearly drained of all vitality. Her eyes stare blankly, hollow and lifeless, reflecting nothing but the cruel amusement of her captor. The air around them feels heavy with the aftermath of his violence. Satisfied that he has taken enough, Pega Hyal tosses the woman aside like a discarded rag. His gaze, sharp and calculating, immediately shifts toward the distant Namgung clan, tracking their territory with unwavering intent. He straightens his disheveled clothes with a contemptuous mutter, the corners of his mouth curling in disgust. Was she really the second young lady of the Danri clan? He grumbles. All she left behind was a foul taste in my mouth. As he turns his head, a shadowy figure suddenly materializes in his line of sight, emerging from the darkness with quiet menace. Pega Hyal smirks to himself, pondering whether the other tasks have already been completed elsewhere. He thinks of Guangwon, serious to a fault, incapable of enjoying even a shred of fun, and shakes his head slightly at the thought. He glances up at the moon hanging in the sky, contemplating the Namgung clan and the storm that is poised to descend upon them. The pale light of night illuminates his determined expression as he plans his next move. Confident in his strategy, Pega Hyal begins walking, each step deliberate. He knows with absolute certainty that no flashy signal this intense could have come from any of his supposed allies. It must be entirely his doing. Pausing briefly, he weighs the slim possibility that the Namgung clan might have caught wind of something. The thought flickers across his mind, but he quickly dismisses it, willing to accept the risk to ensure his plan proceeds uninterrupted. With cold precision, he issues the order to seal all roads leading to Anhui immediately, cutting off any potential leak of information regarding the massacre. Every precaution must be taken to prevent news from reaching the outside world. An entire battalion of his men bows in the shadows, their voices rising in a unified shout of loyalty. Every soldier is ready to execute the first major phase of his ruthless strategy without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the Namgung clan estate, the guards are in a state of panic. Something terrifying has been discovered on one of the inner walls, and its presence sends chills down their spines. Massive, bloody characters have been scrawled across the stone, a message so macabre and out of place it immediately freezes the watchers in fear. The text declares, plainly and menacingly, that when the moon is full, the emperor will fall, a direct and shocking threat aimed squarely at the clan's leadership. The writing continues with a chilling prophecy, claiming that, I shall become the new king. The guards stand paralyzed, the words imprinting themselves with horrifying clarity. The full prophecy emerges. When the moon reaches its peak, the emperor will fall, and the one who walks slowly shall ascend to the throne. Its implications hang heavy in the air. Namgung Bayok, one of the clan's senior elders, stares at the bloodied message, disbelief etched deep into his face. Who would dare to commit such audacity inside their own home? Overhead, the night sky seems to press down upon the sprawling estate, heavier than usual. The threat is immediate, tangible, and originates from within their own walls. Bayok's mind races as he recalls the upcoming wedding, realizing this message was timed perfectly to sow confusion and panic within the clan. Every element feels calculated. He commands the guards to double their numbers and maintain unwavering vigilance. Any suspicious individual, no matter how minor, must be reported to him immediately. Walking away, Bayok's mind spins with strategies and contingencies. He must uncover the truth before the situation escalates beyond control. He reasons through the prophecy. Emperor clearly symbolizes the Namgung clan itself, and the full moon likely refers to the wedding night. The pieces start aligning in his mind. Yet the phrase, "I who walk slowly," gnaws at him. He cannot shake the feeling that there is a deeper meaning hidden within, and he struggles to identify who this mysterious I might be. Suddenly, realization strikes with terrifying clarity. Bayok's eyes widen, and his face drains of color as the puzzle falls into place, each fragment revealing an ominous picture. The massive tower of the Namgung clan stands oblivious to the impending storm, its grandeur untouched, but unaware that chaos is set to erupt within its walls. Inside, a heavy hand slams onto a table, signaling that the argument in the inner sanctum has reached its boiling point. Tensions that have been simmering finally explode. Clan leaders shout over one another, debating furiously whether the bloody message is a cruel prank or a tangible, sinister conspiracy aimed at them. Namgung Yong, head of the Azure Sky Sword Unit, fumes with outrage. The notion that a traitor could exist among their ranks is utterly unacceptable to him. He challenges the logic of suspecting the man set to become their son-in-law merely because of cryptic writing on a wall. Namgung Yong seethes, practically foaming at the mouth, warning that if this news spreads, the entire Murim world will mock the Namgung clan mercilessly. The meeting hall grows tense, the air thick with anticipation. High-ranking members sit grimly around the massive wooden table, acutely aware that the clan's honor and reputation are hanging by a thread. Namgung Yin, leader of the Boundless Sword Unit, speaks next, his tone calm and deliberate. His viewpoint contrasts sharply with Jung's fiery indignation, offering a measured perspective on the escalating crisis. Leaning forward, he draws everyone's attention to the scroll on the table. The focus must be on the 8 specific characters the intruder left behind after the massacre, a clue everyone else has overlooked. Tapping his finger against the parchment, In dissects the cryptic message. He points out that the phrase, walking slowly, is likely a direct allusion to their own rising star, Do Hee Wook, hinting at an insider's significance. Jung erupts in another fit of rage, unable to comprehend In's logic. He demands to know how such nonsense could be taken seriously, his face red with disbelief and fury. In, however, does not waver. Covering his mouth thoughtfully, he lays out the intruder's deliberate behavior, highlighting how the killer had slipped in unnoticed yet made efforts to be seen, creating a paradoxical display. He emphasizes that the killer's intent extended beyond murder. The act was designed as a public statement, a spectacle meant to leave everyone watching utterly unsettled. The gruesome message etched in blood serves as a haunting signature. The intruder didn't vanish quietly. Instead, he made his presence, and his power, impossible to ignore, taunting the clan through the carnage of their fallen warriors. In continues, tapping his chin, insisting the intruder's goal was far more than a simple assassination or espionage. The display carried deeper implications meant for all to witness. He brings up the enormous pillar of blue light that shot into the night sky, a beacon so vivid and commanding that no one nearby could ignore it. The beam reached high into the clouds before the intruder vanished like a ghost, signaling power rather than an accidental misstep. Yong slams his hands onto the table, contorting his face in fury. He accuses In of attempting to justify arresting Do Hee Wook based on nothing more than a potential trap laid by an unknown enemy. He argues vehemently that moving against their own without proof would annihilate the clan's prestige. He refuses to let their name be dragged through mud on mere suspicion. Leaning forward and pointing sharply at In, Yong shouts about the risk of an elaborate setup, his voice cracking as he mentions Namgung Hai, worried about the fallout if her future husband is suddenly branded a criminal. His personal stakes are clear and intense. From the head of the table, a firm voice cuts through the commotion. Elder Namgung Bayok finally intervenes, declaring that enough is enough. Stroking his long white beard thoughtfully, Bayok acknowledges that both sides have valid points. He concurs that the intruder's actions are suspicious and calculated, affirming that while it is a strategic game, the possibility of an insider cannot be dismissed. They must examine every angle. He reminds them that the Heavenly Thunder and Heavenly Wind units are already deployed in the field, investigating. More concrete information should arrive soon, easing some uncertainty. A heavy silence blankets the room as the weight of his words settles. All eyes fix on him, each leader pondering the next step with tense anticipation. Bayok confirms that the Heavenly Thunder unit is actively scouting toward Hefei, monitoring for any movement from rival factions that could pose a threat. Outside, the full moon hangs bright and foreboding. Byok notes that if any faction is truly plotting against them, tonight is the night they would strike. He glances upward, expecting at least some sign of approaching forces, the quiet now pressing and unnerving. The meeting continues in strained silence as they await updates from the scouts. The tension is palpable, thick enough to slice through with a blade. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the sound of frantic footsteps echoing down the hall. Someone is running, desperate and out of breath, their urgency unmistakable. A guard bursts through the doors, nearly stumbling in his haste, shouting that he has an urgent report for the patriarch. His face is as pale as the moonlight, panic etched into every line. Namgung, who, leader of the Heavenly Thunder Unit, bursts into the room, his uniform disheveled and sweat plastered to his face. Every step he takes is hurried, his chest rising and falling rapidly as though he's been running without pause, panic etched into his expression. Namgung Byok rises instantly, the lines of his face hardening as his gaze locks onto Hu. What happened out there? He demands, his voice firm, cutting through the tension, seeking answers from the obviously shaken commander. Hu drops to one knee, bowing his head in deep shame, the weight of his report pressing down on him. His voice trembles as he speaks, recounting the mission he led to scout the surrounding lands, every word heavy with dread. He delivers the devastating truth. Not a single member of his unit has returned. Every scout sent into the field has vanished without a trace, swallowed by whatever force they encountered. The emptiness of their absence resonates through the room. The revelation crashes over the leaders like a tidal wave. Namgung Yung leaps to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief, his mind racing as he grasps the magnitude of this disaster. This is no simple infiltration. Something far more sinister has unfolded. Hu's gaze drifts toward the dark waters beyond the estate, memories of where his men should have returned hours ago flashing in his mind. None have come back, meaning they were eliminated before even a single signal could be sent. The horror of it anchors his chest. Byok places a steadying hand on the young leader's shoulder, though his own face darkens with concern. He asks for Hu's honest assessment of what has befallen their forces, seeking clarity amidst the chaos. Hu looks as if he has seen a ghost. The sudden and complete loss of his entire scouting unit is a burden almost too heavy to bear, the terror of the unknown gnawing at him with relentless force. Bowing deeply, his voice reduced to a mere whisper, Hu addresses the assembled elders. He confesses that the Namgung clan situation is far grimmer than any of them could have anticipated, the full scope of danger pressing down like a physical weight. A wide view of the clan estate under the full moon reveals a magnificent but ominous sight. The estate stands grand and unbroken, yet it is enveloped by a suffocating sense of being trapped, as if invisible hands have boxed them in from every side. The three leaders exchange looks filled with pure dread. Slowly, the reality sinks in. They are isolated, surrounded, and vulnerable in ways they never imagined possible. Namgung Yung breaks the suffocating silence first, his voice laced with fury and disbelief. Who could possibly have the power, or the audacity, to encircle the great Namgung clan like this? He demands, challenging every leader present. Byok rubs his forehead, deep in thought. He considers every possibility, even the 18 water channels of the Yangtze River, wondering if they could somehow orchestrate such a feat. The moonlight glints off his furrowed brow. He briefly examines the fleet of boats resting silently under the moon, but dismisses them instantly. The treaty with the water channels prevents any inland movement, ruling them out. Whoever surrounds them must be something else entirely. Looking out into the inky night, Byok's mind solidifies around a chilling realization. If the reports are accurate, the clan is being cut off from inland approaches. Every escape route, every supply line, is blocked. Jung bellows in disbelief, pointing a trembling finger as he demands to know which faction in Anhui possesses the overwhelming strength required to encircle the Namgung clan. His face burns red with frustration, convinced that no organization could possibly wield such power, dismissing the reports as fantasy. Namgung sits quietly, head bowed in contemplation, resisting the urge to yell. He knows Jung's logic is mostly sound, but he is painfully aware of a terrifying exception that no one else dares to consider. Finally, In lifts his gaze, eyes grave and sharp. He tells the assembled leaders there is, in fact, a single place in the entire Murim world capable of laying siege to their clan, a fortress whose power dwarfs almost everything else. Lightning slices across the turbulent sky, revealing the formidable silhouette of the heavenly demon castle. The multi-tiered fortress stands as a looming testament to absolute dominance and dread, its shadow stretching like a dark omen over the land. Beneath the cold glow of the full moon, Tang Sam stands alone at the threshold of an immense, luminous palace. Quietly, he recites the prophecy he etched in blood, a declaration that the emperor's reign is nearing its end. His gaze climbs the towering structure, his dark silhouette resolute against the illuminated estate. The first portion of his ominous message hangs in the air, heavy with intent, as he scrutinizes the domain before him. With a predator's smirk, Tang Sam glances over his shoulder, sharp features illuminated by the moon. He completes his chilling declaration, asserting that he is the one destined to ascend as king, the path to power forged by his own design. Far above the Namgung estate, the sky remains deceptively serene, though the grounds below seethe with unseen unrest and the promise of imminent chaos. Tang Sam draws in a measured breath, feeling the raw energy within him swell to a roiling peak. The anticipation of power and the thrill of confrontation pulse through him like electricity. He steps forward with deliberate purpose, every movement signaling readiness to confront the storm of chaos he knows is headed his way. A blade flashes in the darkness, slicing through silence with a chilling precision. Tang Sam's mind drifts back to the previous night's battle with Go Sangong, replaying each encounter in meticulous detail. Suddenly, a towering pillar of light erupts from the ground, obliterating all in its immediate path, a raw testament to the devastating energy of the clash he is envisioning. Tang Sam immerses himself in a vivid simulation of the storm's eye, visualizing the two warriors clashing with ear-splitting roars, each strike moving at a velocity that blurs perception, sending sparks and shockwaves across the battlefield. The exchange rages with relentless intensity, a whirlwind of steel and radiant sparks that illuminates the entire courtyard, each movement a testament to lethal precision. Amid the blur of swinging swords, Tang Sam's eyes track every motion, every angle, absorbing each strike with fascination. His gaze is primal yet unervingly transcendent, capturing the essence of the deadly dance. Immediately, a colossal wave of sword chi erupts, sweeping across the imagined battlefield with unstoppable force, as if the very air has been electrified by the clash. Unlike the previous night, Tang Sam opts to leap backward, narrowly evading the deadly surge of energy, demonstrating both his caution and newfound mastery of timing. He pauses, breath ragged, knowing he has just skirted a fatal strike by the slimmest of margins, the tension of survival pressing against every nerve. The realization hits him. Had Go Sangong unleashed his full power during that technique, Tang Sam would have been annihilated instantly. The gulf between novice and master is stark. The raw disparity in strength is undeniable. Against a true Murim master, his previous skills, no matter how honed, would have been utterly insufficient. A sudden clarity strikes him. Martial arts in the Murim world are far more lethal and precise than any game skill he has ever employed. The stakes are real, the consequences permanent. From his dantian, a vortex of lightning spreads outward, coursing through every limb as he struggles to replicate Go Sangong's exact techniques, his body resonating with electrical intensity. Energy arcs across Bongsu's frame like 1,000 stinging needles, each surge igniting his nerves and forcing his muscles to remember every lethal movement. The lesson crystallizes. Survival in this world requires mastering these techniques personally, not merely observing them from afar. A final explosion of white light marks the conclusion of this initial confrontation, echoing across his consciousness like the end of a storm. From the detonation, innumerable streaks of sword chi radiate outward, tearing at the imagined form of Go Sangong with unstoppable force, each arc leaving an imprint of destruction. Blood begins to paint the virtual courtyard as the cost of battle becomes undeniably clear, a stark reminder of the deadly stakes at play. Sharp arcs of blue sword chi continue to slice through the air with relentless energy, eradicating any obstacle in their path, leaving trails of radiant destruction. The sheer power of this technique could easily shatter stone walls, a testament to its catastrophic potential and the mastery required to wield it safely. At last, the battle within his mind concludes, leaving a stillness that contrasts with the violence just simulated. Tang Sam watches as his imagined opponent is torn apart, fragmented into countless pieces, the image of destruction seared vividly into his consciousness. Returning fully to reality, a grin spreads across Tang Sam's face, pure delight evident as he realizes he has successfully absorbed and internalized every technique Go Sangong deployed. The insights gleaned from the Tang family's methodology are astonishing, each movement and principle now etched into his growing understanding of Murim combat. He feels his internal energy pathways shifting and reshaping, realigning with the intensity and precision of the battle he has absorbed, reinforcing his core strength. This experience, seared into his body and mind, becomes a permanent enhancement, a foundational step in his rapid ascent of power within the Murim world. A crisp system chime rang through the air, and at last, he had pushed past the threshold and reached level 13. Right after that, Another notification window flashed into view, announcing a new class advancement mission tied to the title, Exclusive Tester Warrior. He narrowed his eyes and carefully read the floating window in front of him, clearly drawn in by this unexpected turn in his growth. The mission objective was anything but easy. To advance, he would have to defeat 100 enemies who were level 10 or above. His mind drifted back to the guards he had cut down the day before, and he realized they had been far tougher than the low-level thugs he was used to dealing with, even though they were probably only around level 5 or 6. There was no doubt he had grown stronger, but taking down 100 fighters of that caliber or higher was clearly not going to be some simple stroll through the courtyard. Before he could think any further, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind him, shaking the entire Namgung estate and violently tearing his thoughts apart. Darkness swallowed the moment, and time slipped back to just before the blast, when Do Hee-wook's rushed footsteps echoed again and again across the cold stone tiles. From high above the commotion, Do Hee-wook looked down on everything with open irritation tightening across his face. Below him, guards hurried back and forth in a panic, desperately trying to clean the long streaks of blood left from the fierce battle between Tang Sam and Go Sang-gong. Then, as though he had caught some strange scent drifting through the air, he turned away, his eyes going cold and unreadable, nothing like the pleasant young master he usually pretended to be. With smooth, practiced steps, he slipped through the estate, moving so naturally that he disappeared into the frantic crowd without drawing attention. Do Hee-wook could tell that everything had become far more troublesome after what happened the previous night, especially now that security had tightened across the entire estate. He understood that he had to contact the shadows as soon as possible. The plan was no longer waiting in place. It was moving into its next phase. Just as he was about to continue on, a voice suddenly stopped him in his tracks, asking where he thought he was going in such a hurry. Do Hee-wook recognized the man at once as the leader of the Boundless Sword Squad, and a question flickered through his mind about why someone of his rank was out at this hour. A crooked, sinister smile slowly crept across Do Hee-wook's lips, half hidden beneath the heavy shadows of the night. He clasped his hands together in a false display of respect and calmly claimed that he had only stepped out to investigate the strange light that had appeared the night before. Namgung clearly did not believe a word of it, and he pressed Do Hee-wook directly, asking whether he had truly discovered a signal from an intruder. For a brief instant, something dangerous flashed in Do Hee-wook's eyes, and the polite mask on his face began to split at the edges. The warriors of the Boundless Sword Squad held their formation without backing down, forming a solid wall of disciplined steel in his path, their hands already sliding toward their sword hilts. Do Hee-wook stood completely motionless in the courtyard, his still figure stretching into a long, ominous shadow beneath the night. When Do Hee-wook gave no answer, Namgung's expression hardened, and he ordered him to follow at once to the Imperial Palace for an urgent matter. Without even waiting for the Namgung family's almost son-in-law to respond, Namgung turned away and began walking straight back toward the Imperial Palace. Do Hee-wook's face darkened at once, and his body gave a faint twitch, as if a deep unease had suddenly crawled beneath his skin. But instead of obeying, Do Hee-wook simply released a tired sigh. The moment Namgung saw that reaction, his face went pale as stone, because every suspicion he had been holding was now confirmed. Do Hee-wook murmured quietly that, over time, he had actually become rather fond of the vessel he was currently using. Then, all at once, something inside him snapped, and he asked if they had already figured it out, his face twisting into an expression of pure madness. Namgung drew his sword in panic, shouting Do Hee-wook's name as a cold and terrifying change swept through the air around them. Before anyone in the formation could even move, a violent burst of energy ripped through the center of them like a storm exploding from within. Namgung stood frozen in horror, watching helplessly as the explosion tore straight through the heart of the Namgung family's main palace. And even more cruelly, while his attention was caught by the destruction, Do Hee-wook had already transformed right behind him. Yellow lightning began wrapping around Do Hee-wook's body, snapping and crackling with such force that the ground beneath him seemed ready to split apart. His hair rose wildly from the surging power as he prepared to release the devastating technique known as the Lightning Emperor Sword. The air itself seemed to shriek under the pressure as the first violent sparks of a massive discharge flared to life. He called out the first form, Thunder Strike, and in the next instant, the entire courtyard vanished beneath a blinding flash of light. Huge bolts of lightning came crashing down from the sky, turning the estate grounds into a deadly trap with nowhere safe to run. The people nearby could only stare with wide, stunned eyes, unable to understand the sudden slaughter unfolding right in front of them. None of them could believe what they were seeing. This was supposed to be the same young master Do Hee-wook they had known for years. Namgung was blasted backward, blood bursting from his mouth as the lightning attack scorched his body with terrifying force. He slammed against a crumbling wall and collapsed there, gasping painfully as the overwhelming strength of the being before him finally sank in. It seemed impossible, but Do Hee-wook had erased the entire elite squad with a single effortless strike, and through the thick dust and unbearable pain, Namgung watched him begin walking closer. Wrapped in a horrifying aura of dark energy and crackling lightning, Do Hee-wook stepped slowly through the shattered wreckage. His presence pressed down on everyone like a suffocating shadow, leaving the few survivors trembling beneath the weight of it. Refusing to accept the nightmare in front of him, the bald man stared in disbelief as the once friendly young master now radiated murderous intent, as though a completely different person stood there. The man rushed forward and demanded to know what Do Hee-wook thought he was doing, but the only answer waiting for him was a cold, piercing silence. Do Hee-wook did not even slow his steps. He simply reached out, cutting off the man before the rest of his words could leave his mouth. With a sickening sound, he sliced through the guest, and fresh blood sprayed violently across the stone tiles. In that final instant, the victim's face froze in shock, his eyes wide as blood scattered through the air around him. The courtyard immediately broke into chaos, everyone stampeding in fear as they finally understood that young Master Do Hee-wook had truly lost his mind. He stood right at the center of the massacre, surrounded by blood and wreckage, wearing a wild, unhinged grin as if the chaos around him was something to be savored. Namgung forced out the last scraps of strength left in his body and asked who he really was, because the man before him was clearly no longer the person he once believed he knew. Do Hee-wook bent closer with that wide, crazed smile stretching across his face, and with chilling ease, he told Namgung that the answer was a secret he had no intention of sharing. Then, in the blink of an eye, Do Hee-wook disappeared from where he stood and shot straight toward Namgung, his entire body wrapped in a terrifying storm of chaotic lightning. Namgung could only stare in stunned silence as those violent streaks of lightning danced through the air and came rushing directly toward him. His entire body locked in place, frozen by fear, while his face twisted with pure terror, as though he had already accepted that death was closing in. The soul-reaping blade was already right before his eyes, close enough to steal his breath away. The man who had nearly become Namgung's son-in-law, someone he had never once suspected, had turned out to be a master capable of ending his life effortlessly. Even in his final heartbeat, Namgung could never have imagined that this would be the way he met his end. But just as death seemed certain, a sharp voice suddenly tore through the air, and an unexpected force stepped in at the final instant, pulling Namgung back from the edge of death. Tang Wu himself stepped forward, green energy surging fiercely around him as he demanded to know what the young master thought he was doing. His eyes burned with rage, and he pointed a furious finger at Do Hee-wook, asking what that brat was trying to pull. Do Hee-wook charged in without hesitation, his lightning-wrapped sword crashing violently against the elder's defensive aura. Green sparks burst between them as Tang Wu's poison energy strained against the crackling yellow lightning, the two forces grinding fiercely in midair. Even while their powers clashed and scattered sparks across the battlefield, Do Hee-wook kept grinning, clearly enjoying the resistance pressing back against him. From within the shadows, Tang Sam watched the confrontation unfold, quietly nodding as he saw that the old man had stepped in exactly as expected. Tang Wu's energy suddenly swelled with greater force, and Do Hee-wook's expression tightened as he realized his lightning was slowly being pushed back. Do Hee-wook clicked his tongue in irritation, feeling Tang Wu's poison energy begin to creep into his meridians and interfere with the flow inside his body. A huge burst of light and power exploded between them, washing over the courtyard and blinding everyone caught in the blast. With one sharp flick of his hand, Tang Wu blocked the full force of the shockwave and swept away the dust clouds spreading through the courtyard. Behind him, Namgung struggled to catch his breath, gasping heavily as he thanked Tang Wu for stepping in and saving his life. Tang Wu looked across the ruined battlefield with a heavy gaze, lamenting how cold, ruthless, and merciless the Murim world had become lately. Then his eyes returned to Do Hee-wook, filled with disgust at the thought of a son-in-law striking his own family from behind. Do Hee-wook only responded with a mocking laugh, his face twisting with sadistic delight as if the accusation amused him. Standing amid flashes of lightning, he tore at his clothes with a crazed look burning in his eyes, then barked back a question of his own. Weren't all those living in the Jianghu just as vicious and ruthless as he was? Another sudden explosion thundered in the background, shaking the area and making it clear that the destruction inside the Namgung clan was still far from over. Tang Wu began preparing his next move, raising his hand as a dense green poison gathered and glowed around his fingers. He warned Do Hee-wook to reveal his true identity while he was still speaking politely, though the deadly aura surrounding him made that mercy feel thin. Do Hee-wook recognized the technique as the secret butterfly internal art, yet he sounded almost bored, as if even the possibility of a serious duel barely interested him. Watching from a distance, Tang Sam quickly realized that Du He-wook was not truly trying to fight. He was waiting, searching for the right opening to escape. As he quietly studied everything unfolding before him, Tang Sam felt something was off about Du He-wook appearing here alone. It seemed less like the man had come simply to attack, and more like he had been searching for something specific all along. At that moment, Tang Hua peeked over the top of a broken wall, confused as she wondered why her grandfather was standing out there in the middle of danger. Tang Sam's eyes widened as the realization struck him. Du He-wook's real target might not have been Tang Wu at all, but the girl herself. Du He-wook's gaze snapped onto Tang Hua, and a predator-like grin spread across his face as he declared that he had finally found her. Tang Wu roared in fury, realizing the trap a moment too late, and unleashed a barrage of flying needles straight into Du He-wook's lightning. With madness flashing in his eyes, Du He-wook readied himself to send a lethal strike directly toward Tang Hua. Tang Wu tried desperately to intercept it, pushing his green energy forward in a frantic attempt to shield his granddaughter from the attack. A massive discharge of electricity ripped through the air, tearing across the courtyard as it flew straight toward the girl. The elder could only watch in horror as Du He-wook hurled his sword in the middle of battle, turning it into a deadly bolt of lightning. Tang Hua stood frozen where she was, the blinding light of the lightning sword bearing down on her faster than she could react. Tang Wu's voice broke as he screamed her name, his body straining forward even though he knew he could not reach her in time. Her eyes widened in fear, and she braced herself for the impact that now seemed impossible to avoid. Just as the bolt was about to strike, Tang Sam dove in and snatched her away, pulling her out of the path of destruction at the last possible moment. The sword slammed into the ground behind them, and the force of the explosion tore through the earth where Tang Hua had been standing. A thick cloud of dust and smoke rolled over the area, swallowing everything in its path and hiding the result of the blast. When the dust shifted, a massive crater was all that remained in the place where the girl had stood only seconds earlier. Tang Wu sprinted through the haze in a panic, calling out for his granddaughter with a desperation that shook his voice. Then he stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as a figure slowly appeared through the thinning smoke. At the very edge of the destruction, Tang Sam was sitting there, holding Tang Hua tightly and shielding her completely within his arms. Tang Wu's voice trembled as he asked, barely able to believe it, whether the boy had truly managed to save her life. Tang Sam lowered his gaze to the unconscious Tang Hua in his arms, then slowly gathered himself to hand her back over. He rose to his feet and carefully held Tang Hua out toward her grandfather as the last of the dust finally settled around them. Tang Wu stood there speechless, his eyes filled with shock and overwhelming relief as he reached forward to take his granddaughter from Tang Sam's arms. High above the devastated courtyard, Du He-wook threw his head back and burst into a crazed laugh, savoring every scream, every collapse, and every bit of chaos he had unleashed. Seen up close, there was nothing human left in his face. His expression twisted like a demon's, while both eyes blazed with a fierce yellow light. From below, Tang Sam stared up at Du He-wook, who stood over him from the rooftop like an untouchable monster. As much as he hated to admit it, that brat's martial skill was terrifyingly real. Tang Sam's crimson eyes stayed locked on Du He-wook without blinking. His heart hammered violently in his chest as the truth sank in. He was standing against a genuine grandmaster. Before leaving, Du He-wook glanced down one last time at great hero Tang, his eyes full of mockery as he openly sneered at the elder. With a threatening grin spreading across his face, he promised that this would not be the end, and that they would be seeing each other again very soon. Then, without wasting another breath, Du He-wook sprang from the rooftop, crossing the buildings with a speed that looked almost beyond human. Tang Wu's eyes twitched sharply as fury surged through him. In all his long life, he had never been struck with such unbearable humiliation. Du He-wook cast one final look back over his shoulder, still unable to fully understand how his attack had somehow missed its mark. Down in the ruined courtyard, Tang Sam stood in the shadows like a dark silhouette, silently watching the predator vanish into the distance. But the serial killer buried inside him could not help responding with a smile of his own, his glowing red eyes reflecting the same hunger for blood. Du He-wook caught that twisted, eerie expression the instant it appeared, and with every passing second, his fascination with this strange brat only grew stronger. At that moment, everything finally began to click into place, and Du He-wook realized exactly who he was staring at. He thought back to the enormous pillar of light from the previous night, the unmistakable sign that Tang Sam had leveled up. Now it all made perfect sense. This kid was the one who had been tearing apart his plans piece by piece from the shadows. For one tense instant, the two predators locked eyes, and Du He-wook became certain that this boy had been behind everything. Before fully taking his leave, he silently vowed that he would return one day for a proper rematch with Tang Wu. A blinding burst of energy flashed through the area as he disappeared, leaving only broken stone, smoke, and the wrecked courtyard behind him. Tang Wu roared after him in helpless rage, but he could not give chase. His granddaughter was still in his arms, and protecting her came first. Tang Hua slowly regained consciousness, coughing weakly as her eyes opened, and she realized her grandfather was holding her close. The hard lines on Tang Wu's stern face softened the moment he saw her awaken, and relief briefly broke through his anger. Still, he cursed under his breath, because he knew this fight was nowhere near finished. As his gaze fell over the shattered ground around them, one painful truth became impossible to deny. The Namgung clan had been completely played. By sunset, the sky burned a deep, bloody orange, as if the heavens themselves were reflecting the tragedy spreading across the estate below. The once proud Namgung estate was crumbling before everyone's eyes, with smoke rising from halls that had once stood as symbols of power and honor. Inside the wreckage of his ruined hall, Patriarch Namgung Byok sat in disbelief, unable to accept that only 4 people had caused this much destruction. He stared across the carnage and saw that even terrifying high-level demons like the Inyang twins had been cut down without mercy. Only then did the full shape of Du He-wook's scheme become clear. Even the marriage had been nothing more than one move in a long plan to destroy them. They had been completely cut off from the outside world. Every messenger pigeon they sent was hunted down by falcons before it could escape, and their legendary defensive formation had been torn apart, leaving them utterly exposed. Namgung Byok bitterly admitted that they were no better than rats trapped inside a jar, with the enemy slowly tightening the walls around them. Namgung limped painfully toward him, struggling forward step by step as if he still hoped he could offer some kind of answer. Once he was close enough, he asked for permission to speak openly, even though the suggestion he carried might sound dangerously bold. Namgung laid out the 3 paths left to them. They could fight until the bitter end, attempt to flee, or send someone out to request help. Namgung Byok immediately told him to forget the first 2 options, because both of them were little more than suicide. Their only real hope was to get a messenger through to the Murim alliance and beg for reinforcements. Namgung stated the brutal truth clearly. At full speed, a master could reach them in less than a week, but first, that person would have to break through the enemy's encirclement. The Patriarch let out a heavy sigh. The plan made sense, but carrying it out was almost impossible. He wondered aloud who could possibly survive charging through an army of enemies alone. Namgung answered that he already had someone in mind, then quietly turned his attention toward their honored guest. The person he meant was Tang Wu, an absolute master whose movement techniques were considered second to none. But Namgung Byok remained doubtful, unsure whether even Tang Wu could escape alive if he had to break through by himself. Namgung fell silent, his face sinking into shadow as the grim weight of their situation pressed down on everyone in the hall. Then, in the center of the ruined hall, the elder leaning on his cane offered a chilling answer. If they wanted an opening, they would have to use them. He was speaking of the people trapped inside the estate, the terrified guests who were desperate to escape the massacre closing in around them. In a cold voice, he revealed the ugly truth of the plan. They would use hundreds of innocent wedding guests as bait to pull the enemy's attention away. Later, night settled over the cliffside, and the moon hung high above the darkened Namgung estate, casting a cold light over the battered grounds. Inside the main hall, Namgung Byok and Tang Wu faced each other in a heavy discussion, while Tang Hua and Tang Sam waited close by in tense silence. Tang Wu personally vouched for Tang Sam, telling the old patriarch that the boy was now part of the Tang family and could be trusted completely. Namgung Byok lowered his gaze, the pressure of their desperate situation clearly weighing down on his shoulders. Then he bowed his head, not just out of respect, but with the desperation of a man who had run out of choices. He begged Tang Wu to take the guests and flee towards Soho Lake, hoping they could find help before it was too late. Tang Wu, however, had no intention of accepting so easily. He merely scoffed, keeping his arms folded across his chest. The irritation was written plainly across Tang Wu's face, making it obvious that this plan did not sit well with him at all. Namgung Byok stayed deeply bowed, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. He knew, painfully, that Tang Wu was likely the only one with the foresight and skill to navigate the coming storm. Once Tang Wu departed, everyone else would be left utterly defenseless, and their deaths would be inevitable. The truth tasted bitter, but he had no choice but to acknowledge it. Yet, even in this dire moment, there was a sliver of hope. If Tang Wu could secure reinforcements, the Namgung clan might just survive. Slowly, he began to outline the plan, detailing how they could travel down the Yangtze River by boat, seeking aid from the powerful waterway strongholds, a desperate gamble for survival. At the south gate, preparations were already underway. A full fleet of ships bobbed in the water, sails ready, while a massive crowd of warriors and clan members hustled to gather supplies and organize themselves for the urgent departure. Tang Wu didn't waste a moment. He asked sharply when they were meant to set off. The answer came without hesitation, immediately. There was no time to lose, they had to depart today. Closing his eyes, Tang Wu's expression grew thoughtful and intense. The entire future of the Namgung clan now rested on his shoulders. Every life, every hope, depended on a single man, the patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Wu himself. Without waiting for another word, Tang Wu rose to his feet, his movements calm, yet commanding. "I have my own business to attend to," he said coolly, a stark reminder that this mess belonged to the Namgung clan, not him. Before Tang Wu could step through the doorway, Namgung Byok spoke once more, his voice heavy with urgency. He asked that Tang Wu make sure to take Namgung Hai with him, unwilling to risk leaving her behind. The old patriarch's gaze drifted into the distance, utterly drained, haunted by the thought of facing the enemy head-on. He admitted silently that he didn't want his granddaughter to witness the battle, not in the state he knew he would be in. Tang Wu said nothing in response, only giving a slight tilt of his head, as if indifferent to the plea and the heavy emotions surrounding it. Suddenly, Namgung Byok snapped out of his daze, his eyes widening as panic surged through him. He called out desperately, the fear in his voice cutting through the tense silence. Anxiety gripped him tightly. The fate of the entire clan pressed down like a physical weight. For the first time, Namgung Byok's pride faltered completely. Despite leading a powerful clan, he felt the sting of absolute vulnerability, terrified that his family wouldn't last even 10 days against the looming onslaught. Every fiber of his being clung to this last hope, a desperate plea for survival. That was the breaking point for Tang Wu. His voice erupted in fury, filling the hall with a roar that could shake the mountains. He bellowed, demanding whether the old man truly believed the clan would fall so easily. His words thundered as he shouted his title, reminding everyone present that he was the legendary Tang Wu, a force no enemy should underestimate. With authority burning in his gaze, he commanded Namgung Byok to endure, promising that reinforcements would arrive. Tang Hua watched from the side, her face pale and tense, fully aware that her grandfather had stepped into a war with no turning back. What none of them yet realized was that they had already been pulled into a violent vortex, a conflict that would soon shake the entire Murim world to its very foundations. Outside, the moon hung high, casting silver light over the calm surface of the lake, its reflection shimmering like liquid glass. Tang Sam stood at the cliff's edge, arms resting loosely at his sides, taking in the serene, yet tense panorama before him. His mind replayed the Namgung clan's secret plans he had just overheard. Frankly, he found the entire strategy reckless, riddled with too many uncertainties and risks, and doubted it could succeed without catastrophic loss. A sudden movement in his peripheral vision made him turn his head slightly, alert. It was Tang Hua, clearly overwhelmed, her hands clutching her hair as if trying to keep herself from losing control entirely. She froze the moment she noticed him standing there, her body stiffening as though rooted to the spot. Her cheeks flamed crimson as the weight of the awkward encounter hit her full force, and embarrassment threatened to swallow her whole. For a long moment, silence stretched between them, broken only by the gentle lapping of water below, as they both gazed out across the moonlit lake. Tang Sam's quiet presence stung Tang Hua like a swarm of invisible bees. The boy she once deemed worthless had, in an instant, transformed into the hero who had saved her life. Tang Hua's mind raced in panic, caught between awe and mortification, struggling to comprehend what he might be thinking. She stole a quick glance at him, her lips parting slightly as if trying to speak, yet words failed her entirely. Her eyes darted away, still burning with shame, unable to meet his calm, unreadable gaze. Finally, she forced out a barely audible "thank you for saving her life," the words almost lost in the night air. Tang Sam responded with nothing but a blank stare, which made her panic all the more. She hastily added a warning, telling him not to get any strange ideas. Far away in the darkness, a malevolent presence stirred, its aura pulsating with raw, murderous intent, a crimson glow that seemed to seep into the night itself. The scene shifted to the riverbank, where Pega Hyal stood silently by the moonlit waters, silver hair whipping in the gentle breeze, his posture alert and composed. Through the dense thicket, a shadowy figure emerged, massive and muscular, its body marred with jagged, charred scars, moving straight toward him with unstoppable purpose. Sensing the encroaching danger, Pega Hyal halted and called out sharply, addressing Du He-wook by name. Du He-wook's voice rang with mockery, teasing whether he should now just adopt this as his real name, as if everything else was trivial. Pega Hyal remained composed, asking pointedly if Du He-wook had any excuse for the chaos and failures they had endured. Du He-wook merely laughed, finding it absurd that he was being blamed for setbacks beyond his control. Pega Hyal reminded him coldly that 4 of their shadows had been annihilated without achieving a single objective. He declared that their first plan had utterly failed. Du He-wook ran a hand through his hair, dismissing Pega Hyal's assessment, claiming with confidence that the situation was far from lost. Stepping close, his eyes glowing with intensity, he declared that he could still rise as a hero in the orthodox world, challenging fate itself. Suddenly, his body began to warp and twist, bones groaning and muscles contorting in a horrific metamorphosis, a grotesque display of raw power. Flesh and sinew shifted violently, reshaping him in ways that defied natural anatomy, cracking audibly as the transformation surged forward. Then, in a shocking instant, Do Hee-wook vanished entirely, replaced by the perfect form of a breathtaking woman, her skin flawless and unmarked, every detail eerily precise. In this new form, he assumed the identity of Namgung-hai, laughing at the fact that they no longer needed the real girl. The plan was clear: infiltrate the clan as Hai and rise to become the next successor from within. Pega Hyal watched, a mixture of shock and twisted admiration spreading across his face at the flawless transformation. Do Hee-wook erupted into wild laughter, calling Pega Hyal a complete madman, reveling in the audacity of the move. "This changes everything for our mission," he shouted, excitement crackling in his voice. He licked his lips slowly, a twisted grin creeping across his features as he drank in the spectacle before him. Do Hee-wook, now in Namgung-hai's form, praised the perfection of the copy, admitting the beauty was flawless. A surge of dark exhilaration flickered in his eyes, despite the grim truth lurking beneath. Turning back, he sneered with pure disgust, questioning whether his partner had finally lost his mind entirely. Pega Hyal, however, remained unbothered. At this point, the distinction of gender was irrelevant. With a cryptic smile, he remarked that as long as it achieved the goal and felt right, that was all that mattered. Then, a colossal clash of energy erupted between the two monstrous figures, each testing the limits of the other's strength in a violent display of raw power. Amid the roaring storm of energy, Pega Hyal stood unmoved at the center, his gaze cold, calculating, and utterly unyielding, measuring every move with precise intent. Suddenly, a sharp screech cut through the night air as a hawk swooped low over the lake, its wings slicing through the moonlight with deadly grace. Descending with unerring precision, the bird carried a small scroll tied to its leg, the message fluttering gently as it approached. Pega Hyal's eyes followed its landing with calm interest. "Is this report coming from Water Shadow?" he asked, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. He unrolled the note, reading the single word scribbled upon it: drifting. The confirmation hit him immediately. The Namgung ships had already set sail, disappearing into the night. His gaze shifted toward the horizon, sharp and focused. The moment had come for him to move as well. Waiting here would accomplish nothing. "I'll follow the hawk," he said quietly. "It will lead me to our next objective." Every motion betrayed his readiness, every sense alert to the path ahead. He had once argued it was a waste to leave someone of Pega Hyal's talent behind with the Namgung clan, promising there would be more than enough excitement there to keep him occupied. But Pega Hyal countered sharply, insisting that far greater intrigue awaited on those very ships, and his intuition told him the thrill would be unmatched. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized the audacity of his companion's plan. He was about to tangle with none other than Tang Wu, the legendary Tang Wu himself. And then it all clicked. Pega Hyal finally understood the full scope of the scheme his comrade had in mind, the pieces snapping into place in a chilling revelation. He asked whether this had anything to do with that strange pillar of light they had witnessed the previous night, pressing for confirmation. Did Pega Hyal truly know who had caused it? Pega Hyal only offered a cryptic laugh, refusing to give a clear answer, his amusement both maddening and inscrutable. Without another word, Do Hee-wook lunged into the darkness, his figure vanishing into the blackness of night, leaving Pega Hyal barely a moment to shout his name one last time before silence fell. Pega Hyal stood alone on the shore, the cold night pressing in around him, watching as his partner disappeared completely from view. Meanwhile, the massive vessels of the Namgung clan sliced through the churning, ink-black waters under the pale gaze of a cold full moon, their hulls cutting clean lines across the river's surface. Behind the lead ship, a line of vessels followed in tense silence, their crews moving quickly and efficiently, trying to escape unnoticed under the cloak of night. The fleet sailed steadily toward the horizon, oblivious to the fact that their carefully plotted escape route had already been observed, and danger was quietly closing in. On the main deck, Tang Sam stood in the shadows, eyes cold and calculating, flanking Tang Wu and Tang Hua as they kept a wary watch on the shoreline, searching for any sign of lurking threats. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement was being tracked through the lens of a telescope from somewhere along the riverbank, unseen eyes following their progress with precise focus. A hidden observer crouched in dense undergrowth, tracking the fleet silently, muscles coiled and ready to act as soon as the right moment arrived. Lowering his spyglass, The scout's expression hardened, steeling himself for the action that was about to unfold. He sprinted down the wooden dock, passing lines of silent, spear-wielding soldiers who melted into the shadows, their forms barely visible under the faint moonlight. Leaping aboard a far larger, more menacing warship anchored in the gloom, he moved with practiced efficiency, every motion precise and purposeful. Kneeling before his commander, he reported swiftly. The target fleet was exactly where they had predicted, a perfect confirmation of their intelligence. Without hesitation, the woman at the ship's railing gave the order, her voice cutting through the night as she commanded their own ships to launch into the chase. Her scarred, cold face was set in absolute authority. Known as Water Shadow, she ruled with iron precision over the 18 waterway strongholds of the Yangtze River, her word absolute. She suggested they intercept the fleeing fleet directly, turning the river into a deadly gauntlet. For the Namgung clan, the nightmare had only just begun. They were unknowingly sailing straight into the heart of Water Shadow's territory, where the trap was waiting patiently, like a predator coiled for the kill. The fleet moved through the dense, nocturnal mist of the Yangtze River, the fog curling around their hulls like ghostly fingers. Figures on deck stood silhouetted against the shadowed mountains, unaware that danger was silently converging from all sides. From the upper deck shadows, Tang Sam kept a vigilant eye on Tang Wu and Tang Hua, his stare sharp, calculating, and unyielding, reading both the river and the unfolding threat. He considered his master's nature carefully, knowing Tang Wu was a man driven by pragmatism and efficiency above all else. In the Poison Master's world, power and survival were the only currencies that mattered. In Tang Wu's eyes, Tang Sam and Namgung Hai were expendable, useful only as long as they contributed to the clan's survival and never became a burden. When the moment of life or death came, Tang Wu's decision would be ruthless and simple. He was a man who would burn his own home to keep his hands warm, leaving nothing to sentiment or hesitation. Between his own blood and a stranger like Namgung Hai, the choice would be obvious. Tang Wu's loyalty began and ended with the survival of the Tang core alone. Tang Sam knew he was even lower on that scale of importance. If a sacrifice were required, his life would be the first to be thrown into the flames without hesitation. He pressed his hand against his face, masking a dark gleam of anticipation. The betrayal he foresaw was inevitable, and he had to be ready for it before the smoke of war even began to rise. The river rippled as the fleet pressed deeper into the darkness, the air heavy and still, like the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation. From above, the ships seemed like tiny, fragile specks adrift on the endless, ink-black surface of the river, moving blindly toward the heart of a silent, encroaching blockade. Tang Wu's eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon, senses sharp and alert. Not a single enemy had been spotted along their route, which only heightened his suspicion and unease. He knew the force sent to crush the Namgung clan was immense. There was no way they would leave such a vital waterway unguarded, not even for a moment. Feeling the trap tightening, Tang Wu barked in order to slow the ships, preferring caution and precious time over blind haste into an unseen ambush. The sails shuddered as the crew scrambled to follow his command, the entire formation groaning under the sudden deceleration, tension building with every creaking plank and rope. At the bow, sailors squinted into the fog, gripping the railing tightly. The night was deathly quiet, until a faint, ethereal glow appeared in the distance. One of the men pointed shakily, voice trembling, as a line of light slowly emerged from the mist, growing steadily brighter and more defined with every passing second. Dozens of lanterns flickered across the water, outlining the massive silhouettes of an approaching fleet, perfectly positioned and waiting for the Namgung ships to draw near. As they closed the distance, the intricate dragon designs embroidered on the sails became terrifyingly clear. It was a wall of wood and cloth, an overwhelming barrier stretching across the river like a living fortress. The Namgung clan crew erupted in cheers, mistakenly believing that reinforcements had finally arrived. They scrambled across the decks, waving arms and voices at the approaching ships in joyous relief. They clung to the hope that their distress signal had been answered, that salvation was finally at hand. Faces lit with smiles, hearts lifted, though tragically, this hope was misplaced. The flags fluttering in the wind bore the banners of the 18 waterway strongholds, but they were not allies. The enormous fleet advanced with a slow, steady menace, every movement deliberate and unyielding. Tang Hua glanced at her grandfather, seeking confirmation that their journey was safe. Tang Wu said nothing, eyes narrowing as he examined the dragon's sails, a shadow of concern flickering across his expression. His jaw tightened as the magnitude of the enemy force sank in. There were far too many ships for a simple reinforcement group. This was a force meant to dominate, not to aid. The enemy fleet fanned out with calculated precision, cutting off the main channel. Every movement suggested a blockade, a deadly trap designed to ensnare the Namgung clan, not to rescue them. The dragon ships began to pivot across the river, their heavy hulls turning broadside one after another. As the sides came into view, rows of firing ports and waiting archers were revealed, cutting off the waterway like a moving wall and leaving the Tang fleet with nowhere to slip through. Tang Wu stared toward the horizon, his eyes narrowing as the truth finally struck him. Their enemies had not been ignoring them at all earlier. They had been guiding them, step by step, straight into this exact stretch of river. A bead of sweat slid slowly down Tang Wu's temple, catching the firelight as his body stiffened. Every instinct he had was screaming for him to flee, because these so-called reinforcements were not salvation at all. They were a death sentence. He moved himself between Tang Hua and Tang Sam, his posture suddenly tense and protective, but his face had already lost its calm. Panic spread across his expression as he muttered in a shaking voice that those ships were not reinforcements. Then Tang Wu suddenly roared with everything in his lungs, his voice ripping across the surface of the river. He shouted for the helmsman to turn the ships around at once, but by the time the order left his mouth, the trap had already closed too far. The 18 waterway fleet surged closer with terrifying speed, their ships slicing through the dark water from every side. The Tang vessels were now caught in the middle, trapped inside a circle that was tightening by the second. Those bastards are enemies. Tang Wu thundered, his composure finally shattering in front of everyone. The deck erupted into confusion as the crew's earlier cheers died instantly, replaced by panicked shouts and the scrape of frantic footsteps. On the enemy flagship, a huge figure with dark hair tied into buns stood at the railing, looking down over the battlefield. Water Shadow gazed at her prey from above, her massive presence hanging over the river like a shadow of death. Water Shadow stood firm and towering, her muscular body and scarred face making her rank unmistakable at a glance. With one sharp signal, she called her archers forward, and behind her, they waited with flaming arrows already drawn tight against their bows. With a cold, merciless command, Water Shadow ordered her forces to fire. Tang Wu and Tang Sam could only look on as the enemy bows released together, and the night sky above them began to glow with a deadly, burning light. A true rain of fire came pouring down over the Tang fleet, thousands of flaming arrows curving through the air like burning stars. Under the relentless barrage, even the dark river seemed to flare with reflected flames, as if the water itself had caught fire. The lead ship took the full force of the attack, its wooden frame cracking apart as flames swallowed the deck almost instantly. Tang Wu was caught in the center of the inferno, surrounded by terrified crewmen screaming as fire spread in every direction. Flaming arrows hissed through the smoke before burying themselves into planks, sails, and sailors alike. There was nowhere safe to hide anymore, no shelter from the fire, only the brutal choice between burning alive or throwing oneself into the freezing river. One sailor screamed as the flames wrapped around him, the fire crawling over his body with unnatural speed. In moments, the deck had turned into a slaughterhouse of burning men, collapsing masts, and splintered wood crashing through the smoke. Tang Wu released a violent surge of green poison energy, the glow bursting outward from him in a thick, eerie wave. It formed into a shining sphere around him and Tang Hua, shielding them from the fire closing in on all sides. The flames splashed against the green barrier like waves striking glass, flaring and scattering across its surface. For the moment, the poison energy held firm, keeping the heat and burning arrows from breaking through. Tang Sam watched the destruction from the shadows of the burning deck, his face disturbingly calm despite the chaos around him. And in that moment, he saw Tang Wu's true priority clearly. His master was protecting only the girl. The ship had become a hell of orange firelight and thick black smoke, with embers drifting through the air like sparks from a furnace. Tang Sam stood quietly in the middle of it all, staring at the burning remains of the temporary life he had been given. Tang Wu kept screaming orders at his broken crew, trying to force them to turn the ship even as everything fell apart. He was desperate to save himself, barking commands over the roar of the flames while the deck cracked and crumbled beneath his feet. Tang Wu watched the fire devour his fleet, his poison master's face twisting into a grim, calculating expression. With every burning mast and collapsing sail, he understood more clearly that his ships were already nearing their end. Tang Hua clung tightly to Tang Wu's arm, her voice shaking as she begged him for a way out of the massacre. Behind them, the enemy ships continued to loom closer, closing off the river like jaws snapping shut. The fleet was completely surrounded from the front and rear, leaving no open path across the water. The dark river, once their route of escape, was rapidly transforming into a graveyard filled with fire, wreckage, and screams. Tang Wu suddenly pointed toward the shoreline. shouting for the burning vessels to be steered towards solid ground. His eyes locked onto land with desperate intensity, searching for even the smallest chance to escape the inferno alive. He barked for the survivors to move, his gaze never leaving the distant shore. Tang Wu already knew the ship was beyond saving, and he had no intention of remaining on that doomed deck for even a second longer than he had to. A violent tremor ripped through the deck as the enemy ships crashed forward, ramming into the Namgung fleet with brutal force. The impact shook the burning vessels, sending men stumbling and debris scattering across the planks. Water Shadow did not even bother wasting time giving orders to her subordinates. Instead, she hurled herself forward with terrifying force, personally charging in to crush the Namgung family's fleet beneath her own hands. She plunged straight into the enemy ranks, swinging her heavy mace with savage power. Each brutal strike tore through the Namgung disciples in her path, sending blood, shattered weapons, and splinters of wood spraying across the burning deck. The deck groaned under the damage as more burning debris dropped from the broken masts overhead. The sharp cracks of splintering wood were almost swallowed completely by the overwhelming roar of the fire around them. Water Shadow wiped the blood from her face, her cold eyes sweeping over the carnage like a predator inspecting a kill. Then, with a cruel grin spreading across her scarred features, she ordered her men to slaughter every survivor left on board. A massacre broke out across the deck as the pirates surged into the remaining Tang disciples. Steel flashed through the smoke, and the few survivors who could still stand were forced into a desperate fight for their lives. Swords collided in the middle of the smoke and falling embers, each clash ringing out sharply through the chaos. Around them, fire continued to rain down, turning every breath and every step into a struggle. Tang Sam stood silently on the burning deck, watching Tang Wu and Tang Hua from a distance through the shifting smoke. The two of them remained stunned, frozen in place as the collapse of everything around them unfolded before their eyes. Tang Wu clenched his teeth hard, his pride visibly wounded by the humiliation of such a desperate retreat. This was a corner he had never imagined being driven into, and every second of it twisted his expression with frustration. He stepped toward Tang Hua, green poison energy beginning to coil and swirl around his fist. His body was already preparing for his ultimate technique, a last resort meant to carry him away from the burning vessel. Without giving the Namgung young miss even a single word of warning, Tang Wu reached out with cold decisiveness. In one swift motion, he struck her pressure point, and her body immediately went limp as she lost consciousness. He grabbed hold of her clothing and pulled her close, his eyes still fixed on the shoreline as the ship continued to sink and burn beneath him. In his mind, everyone else on board had already been abandoned. Namgung Hai rushed toward them in alarm, her voice filled with desperation as she demanded to know what they were doing. She could see it plainly now, they were preparing to escape while leaving the others behind. Tang Wu did not even turn his head to look back at her. His attention remained locked entirely on the solid ground ahead, the one place that still promised survival, and he had no intention of risking his own life for a guest. Namgung Hai pointed out in shock that even a master could not possibly carry 3 people to safety. Tang Wu answered her with chilling calm, correcting her without hesitation and stating that he only intended to take 2. Shock washed over Tang Hua as the full weight of the betrayal crashed down on her. The person being discarded was her benefactor, the very man who had saved her life only yesterday, and now her own grandfather was cutting him out of their escape. When she looked back one last time, Tang Sam was still standing there like a silent silhouette in the middle of the flames. He did not run, did not shout, and did not move at all, his eyes fixed on the man who had once claimed to be his grandfather. Tang Wu called out to his disciple, but there was no warmth left in his voice. It came out flat and empty, stripped of every trace of affection, as though he had finally decided to end the performance of being family. He admitted that the only thing he had ever truly wanted from Sam was his raw talent. Tang Wu had been greedy for a tool that could strengthen the future of the Tang clan, and he even confessed that he had planted a goo insect inside Sam to ensure absolute control. What he wanted was never a grandson. He wanted a cornerstone. Tang Hua looked on in horror, finally seeing the cold, merciless nature of the man who had been leading them. The fire burning around them was fierce, but the chill in Tang Wu's voice felt even more unbearable. Tang Wu's face sank into shadow as he spoke of his bitter regret, not for betraying Sam, but for growing attached to a mere puppet. With those words, he severed every remaining tie between them in one cruel stroke. His eyes flared with a sickly green light as he delivered his final judgment. Tang Wu would not kill Sam with his own hands, but he would not save him from the burning ship either. Tang Hua stood there in complete turmoil, reaching out as Tang Wu prepared to leap away. The one being left behind was not only her benefactor, but also the man she had secretly fallen for. and that truth tore through her helplessly. She remained alone on the deck, her head lowered in despair as the cruel turn of fate settled over her. Around her, the flames climbed higher and higher, swallowing more of the ship with every passing moment. Tang Wu stood on the railing with Tang Hua in his arms, pausing only long enough to look back at the disciple he was abandoning. As a final farewell, he called him Tang Sam of the Tang clan. Then Tang Wu launched himself into the night air, leaving a streak of green behind him as he flew toward the shore. The burning ship, the trapped survivors, and Tang Sam were all left behind to face the pirates' mercy. Tang Hua kept her head lowered, her shoulders tight as she refused to turn back toward Tang Sam. She could not bring herself to meet his eyes, and in that silence, a single tear filled with deep resentment slipped down her cheek. Then, in the blink of an eye, Tang Hua released her movement technique and shot after her grandfather. Behind her, the burning vessel was swallowed by flames from bow to stern, turning into a floating funeral pyre on the dark river. Tang Sam remained perfectly still while fire roared all around him, the flames casting his long shadow across the blood-soaked planks. In the middle of all that screaming, smoke, and destruction, he looked strangely calm, almost as if he did not belong there at all. He slowly pushed his hair back from his face, and a dark, predatory look began to rise in his eyes. Now that the people watching him had fled, there was no longer any need to pretend, and he decided it was finally time to begin. From inside the smoke, a pirate suddenly lunged toward him with his sword raised high, aiming to cut down what looked like a defenseless boy. But the attacker had no idea that the moment he stepped in, he had already signed away his life. Tang Sam's hand moved faster than the pirate could follow, flashing out with a burst of blue energy. Before the blade could even reach him, the attack was stopped cold, as if the pirate had struck an invisible wall. The pirate's body was blasted backward with brutal force, his bones crushed by the impact of Tang Sam's counterattack. Tang Sam did not even pause to watch him fall, moving on as if the man had barely slowed him down. He seized the next pirate by the throat and lifted him off the deck with terrifying ease. The man's face twisted into pure terror as he realized he was trapped in front of a monster, and blood splashed across the burning wood beneath them. Tang Sam grabbed the headless corpse without hesitation and dragged it away through the firelit wreckage. A low, quiet hum rose from deep in his throat, calm and eerie against the chaos around him. Soon, the world around him blurred into streaks of red flame and black smoke as he moved through the enemy one by one. His shadow flickered wildly in the firelight, and in the middle of the slaughter, he looked completely in his element. Out on the Yangtze, the burning fleet lit up the night like a line of torches on the water. The ships continued to sink in the darkness, while bodies drifted silently around them, bearing witness to the massacre unfolding above. Pirates swarmed across the blazing deck, their voices rising in savage cries as they shouted for no Namgung disciple to be left alive. The massacre had entered its final stage now, and every corner of the ship was drowning in violence. Heavy, deliberate footsteps crushed across the scorched planks as the cleanup crew moved through the wreckage. They searched through the smoke and fallen debris, looking for anyone still breathing so they could finish the job. A bald-headed pirate suddenly noticed a figure wandering aimlessly near the flames. Narrowing his eyes, he called out across the burning deck, trying to get the stranger's attention. What he saw was Tang Sam, already changed into a pirate's clothes, standing there in the middle of the raging fire. The man asked if the boy even understood how miserable he looked, because to anyone watching, he seemed less like a survivor and more like a corpse still walking. Tang Sam slowly turned his head, and a grotesque grin spread across his blood-streaked face. With unsettling calm, he answered that he was perfectly fine, as though the horror surrounding him had not touched him in the slightest. Across the Yangtze at night, the main Namgung vessel continued to lean into the dark water. Flames climbed over its broken frame, and their reflection spread across the river's surface like a funeral pyre drifting in the current. Tang Wu streaked across the river like a green comet, using his poison energy to drive himself forward. With Tang Hua at his side, he cut through the night toward the distant shoreline and the safety waiting beyond the water. His face was locked in cold determination as the land drew closer. He had already abandoned everyone left behind on the burning ships, and not a trace of hesitation showed in his expression. The quiet river mirrored the orange glow of the dying fleet, while pieces of burning debris floated aimlessly in the aftermath. The shore seemed close enough to reach, but even with safety in sight, the night had not yet released them. On the beach ahead, a group of masked warriors from Heavenly Demon Castle stood waiting in silence. The moment Tang Wu spotted them, he cursed under his breath, calling them dogs who always hid in ambush. Tang Wu was forced to spread out a massive web of green energy as he realized an entire force had been waiting for them on the shore. He had escaped one death trap only to leap straight into another. The shoreline was lined with the silent figures of heavenly demon castle executioners, their masks still and their weapons ready. They watched from the beach as the remnants of the Namgang clan struggled desperately toward land. A dense sphere of toxic power erupted around Tang Wu as he crashed into the ambushers. The air around him crackled under the pressure of his lethal internal energy, turning the beach into another battlefield. He tore through the first wave of masked men on the sand, his movements blurring with desperate, violent speed. Every strike was meant to open a path for his granddaughter, and blood scattered across the beach with each blow. Tang Wu finally paused long enough to drag in a ragged breath, one eye glowing with a sickly green light. The strain of using high-level techniques one after another was beginning to carve itself into his aged face. The beach was already littered with the battered remains of the Namgang group who had escaped the sinking ships. Exhausted from the long swim, they had barely managed to crawl ashore, only to find thousands of ambushers waiting there to finish them off. Tang Hua crouched on the wet sand, her hair clinging to her face and her eyes wide with shock. She looked back toward the burning river, and only then did the full scale of the disaster they had barely survived sink in. Tang Wu stood over her, his shadow falling across her small figure as he ordered her to keep moving. His voice drove her toward the dark forest ahead, where the trees offered the only possible cover. Tang Hua and the exhausted survivors forced themselves forward, their heavy boots sinking into the soft, wet sand with every step. One by one, they disappeared into the darkness of the woods, though true safety was still far beyond their reach. A trail of deep footprints marked their desperate escape across the beach, leading away from the water and into the gloom beneath the trees. Behind them, the river still burned, lighting the night with the wreckage they had left behind. Back on the deck of the sinking ship, Tang Sam stood over the corpse of a Namgang warrior. The flickering orange flames stretched long shadows around him, and now that he had perfectly disguised himself, he blended among the pirates without drawing suspicion. Blood dripped from Tang Sam's chin as he stared into the smoke with an empty, focused expression. Then, somewhere in the back of his mind, a familiar notification sound rang out. A blue interface flickered into view before him, displaying his progress in the Vagabond class advancement quest. To complete the requirement, he still needed to eliminate 100 enemies. Tang Sam looked around at the corpse-covered deck and gave a small nod, counting that he had reached 18 kills so far. Still, he wondered whether the men he had just slaughtered had actually met the level requirements for the quest. A voice suddenly called out from somewhere inside the smoke, and Tang Sam turned his head toward it. His eyes searched through the haze, sharpened by the adrenaline still rushing through him from the slaughter. A pirate shouted at him, clearly unsettled by the state of the boy's face. He ordered Tang Sam to cover himself with a cloth, warning him that he looked like a complete mess and would stand out too much. Tang Sam's gaze was wide and manic, his pupils glowing a piercing red against the blazing inferno behind him. In that moment, he looked less like a human child and more like a demon that had crawled out of the flames. He began wrapping a strip of cloth around his head, hiding his features beneath rough, makeshift bandages. Once his face was covered, he gave the elder pirate a short, cold confirmation. A pair of heavy boots climbed the stairs toward the main deck, making the damaged wood creak under an enormous weight. The true power behind the pirate fleet had finally stepped onto the scene. The Waterway Vice stronghold leader looked out across the carnage, his wild mane of sandy hair shifting in the hot wind stirred up by the flames. He surveyed the aftermath of the night's work with a strangely casual air. A deep chuckle rumbled from him as he commented on the slaughterhouse his subordinates had made of the proud Namgang fleet. Judging from his relaxed smile, the scale of destruction seemed to please him. The surviving pirates immediately dropped to their knees, lowering their heads in fear and respect. Their voices rang out together as they acknowledged the arrival of their colossal commander. The Vice stronghold leader demanded a report on the battle, his booming voice cutting easily through the roar of the fire. What he wanted to know most was whether the target had been secured. One subordinate quickly reported that although the fleet had been wiped out, Tang Wu and several high-level experts had managed to break through the blockade and reach the shoreline. The commander scratched his head in irritation, already deciding that he would have to report the escape directly to the stronghold leader. From the look on his face, that was not news he wanted to deliver. He ordered his men to hold their positions until further notice, completely unaware that the boy with the bandaged face stood silently only a few feet away from him. Through the narrow gaps in his makeshift mask, Tang Sam's red eye followed every movement of the pirate commander. His stare was cold, focused, and predatory, as if he had just chosen his next target. A massive pirate junk sailed past the burning remains of the Namgang fleet, its sails marked with the intimidating emblem of the Waterway stronghold. The main force was now moving in, gliding through the smoke and fire. Water Shadow stood at the railing of the pirate ship, her pigtails fluttering in the river wind. From there, she watched the flames she had helped unleash devour the horizon, her gaze fixed on the burning night. The Vice Stronghold leader stepped up behind her through the heat and smoke, but before he could even speak, Water Shadow called him by name. "Do he wook," she said sharply, her tone already carrying irritation, as if she had been waiting far too long for him to finally enter the battle. Do he wook looked down at her with a crooked smirk tugging at his lips, clearly amused by her impatience. His eyes narrowed slightly as he wondered whether she had already figured out that the first ambush at the shoreline had failed to bring down the Poison Master. Water Shadow did not bother turning around. Her gaze stayed fixed on the far-off stretch of land beyond the burning ships, as she calmly said that Pega Hyal had warned them of the enemy's arrival long before the first vessel ever went up in flames. From the beginning, they had prepared for every possible outcome. Water Shadow stared hard at the person in front of her, then gave a slow, knowing nod. There was no mistaking that smug grin, no matter what face he wore. Whether this fat man dressed himself as a woman or appeared as a man, that same mocking curve of his mouth always gave him away, and she could see straight through every transformation. The commander stroked his long beard between his fingers, letting out a low, thoughtful hum as he accepted her criticism. With a faint smile still lingering on his face, he said he would remember that particular weakness in their future dealings. Then his expression shifted back toward business. He turned the conversation to the mission at hand, asking what they intended to do next about Tang Wu and the survivors who had escaped toward the shore, since the hunt was far from over. Water Shadow stood with her enormous mace resting close by, her face half swallowed by shadow as a sharp, toothy grin spread across her mouth. She said they were driving the Poison Master towards Xianjing Mountain exactly according to plan. Her voice grew colder as she added that the mountain waiting ahead would become Tang Wu's final resting place, because every step he took now was leading him closer to his own grave. The Vice Stronghold leader burst into a pleased laugh, describing Xianjing Mountain as a cruel piece of terrain, half-towering peak and half-bottomless ravine. Once Tang Wu reached that place, he would be trapped against a cliff with nowhere left to run and no path of escape. He seemed to savor the irony of it, picturing the old Poison Master dragging himself up the slopes with all his remaining strength, never realizing that the harder he fled, the faster he was rushing straight into death's waiting jaws. Water Shadow's hand tightened around the handle of her heavy weapon, her fingers closing over the wood with a firm, decisive grip. That single movement made the plan feel final. The time for the last mobilization had arrived. Against the blazing fleet behind her, Water Shadow stood like a dark silhouette carved out of the flames. She ordered her troops to prepare their gear, making it clear that they would soon move out with the rest of their forces and finish what they had started. The commander weighed the situation with obvious satisfaction, noting that one of the 10 great overlords was now facing 3 shadows instead of only 2. To him, the advantage was almost laughable, and the odds had become overwhelmingly one-sided. He started walking away, brushing aside any doubts about the change in their arrangement. As far as he was concerned, the details no longer mattered. If the final result was an absolute kill, then whoever joined the hunt was irrelevant. The wooden deck groaned beneath his slow, heavy footsteps as he made his way toward the stairs. His posture remained calm, but his thoughts had already moved ahead to the next stage of the slaughter waiting on land. Just before descending, he suddenly paused and glanced back over his shoulder at Water Shadow. A certain question seemed to surface in his mind, and he asked whether she had run into anyone else during the chaos out on the river. His yellow eye narrowed as he pressed further, asking if she had seen a strange individual in the middle of the battle. He described someone with eyes as black as an abyss, or perhaps a powerful master whose martial arts could release a blinding light. What he truly wanted to find was the boy who had disappeared from the deck. Water Shadow did not react. With her back still turned to him and her eyes on the burning ships, she answered in a curt, indifferent voice that she had not seen anyone matching that description anywhere nearby. The commander's face hardened with visible frustration. He knew every possible escape route had been sealed off, and yet that mysterious figure had somehow vanished right before his eyes, as if he had dissolved into thin air. His dark silhouette loomed over the deck for a moment longer before he decided to let the matter go. There were larger targets to chase and far more important prey to bring down than one missing boy. A dark, confident laugh slipped from him as he prepared to leave the ship. In his mind, once the massacre on the mountain was complete, anyone still hiding in the shadows would eventually be forced to reveal themselves. The Yangtze River ran dark and silent beneath the jagged peaks, its surface swallowed by mist and night. For a brief moment, everything felt unnervingly still, like the world was holding its breath before the next wave of violence crashed down. Far deeper within the mountains, a scattered line of survivors pushed through thick undergrowth beneath the cover of darkness. They moved quietly, almost like ghosts slipping between the trees, desperate to put distance between themselves and the forces hunting them down. Then a sharp rustle cut through the silence of the forest. Somewhere in the shadows, something shifted, hidden from sight but close enough to make every instinct scream that it was watching, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. In the next instant, assassins burst down from the canopy with blades already drawn, their bodies dropping through the darkness like falling spears. Tang Wu and his men were forced to close ranks at once, forming a defensive circle as the ambush erupted around them. Tang Wu did not waste even a breath. He thrust out his palm, unleashing a violent surge of toxic green energy that tore through the air and caught the first wave of attackers while they were still mid-leap, ripping apart their formation with deadly force. The forest floor instantly turned into a scene of carnage as the green poison struck with merciless precision. Each impact dropped another attacker, leaving broken bodies scattered across the leaves and dark stains spreading through the underbrush. Tang Wu charged straight into the chaos, his eyes burning with a cold, murderous gleam. His hands moved like the fangs of a viper, wrapped in the deadly aura of the Tang clan as he cut through anyone foolish enough to come near him. A massive wave of poisonous energy exploded outward, blasting open a path through the dense crowd of enemies. Even the Sea clan members standing nearby were shaken by the sight, terrified by the overwhelming strength of the Tang clan grandmaster. When the fighting finally paused, the remaining soldiers stood panting among the corpses of their enemies. One man's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his will nearly crushed by the endless pressure of battle after battle. Tang Wu stared into the dark forest with an expression as hard as stone. Without offering comfort or allowing anyone to argue, he told the survivors that they had to keep moving, because stopping here would only invite death. And so the old man, Tang Hua, and a handful of Tang clan elders continued forward into the trees, leaving the Danri group behind without so much as a parting word. A Danri leader watched their figures disappear deeper into the forest, a chill crawling down his spine. Tang Wu had just helped wipe out another wave of enemies, yet the power he displayed was so terrifying that even allies could not look at it calmly. When the leader turned back to his own people, he saw some slumped on the ground and others swaying on their feet, each one marked by complete exhaustion. He clenched his jaw and cursed under his breath. This had once been an elite force, but now their strength and morale had both been shattered. After surviving the naval battle, they were barely holding together, and to make matters worse, the Tang clan had now left them behind. The commander raised his voice to the remaining men and told them they would take a brief breather right where they stood. Even a few short minutes of rest felt like an impossible luxury, but their bodies had reached the point where they could no longer ignore it. The unit spread out across the clearing in silence. Some men leaned heavily against tree trunks, while others simply dropped where they were standing, and the quiet of the forest pressed down around them like a suffocating weight. Every single man had been pushed to the very edge. Their shoulders rose and fell with ragged breaths, each exhale turning faint in the cold night air as fatigue dragged at their limbs. The once proud unit had been reduced to a handful of battered survivors, their formation broken and their confidence torn apart by the relentless fighting. The commander looked over the small group with a sinking feeling in his chest. Only about half of them still seemed capable of standing, and the truth was even worse than he had first feared. His fist tightened as his thoughts turned to their missing allies. Danri Hui was supposed to meet up with them, yet there had been no sign of him at all. Now the survival of the entire Black Crow unit hung by a single thread, frayed almost to the breaking point. The odds were pressing down on them from every direction, and the heavy silence around the clearing only made that hopelessness feel even more crushing. He lowered himself to the ground and buried his head in his hands, finally reaching a grim decision. They had no choice left. They needed to fall back and retreat to the Danri clan immediately, without wasting even another second. Around them, the dark woods remained eerily still. Long, twisted shadows stretched between the ancient trees, and the silence carried the unmistakable feeling that something was out there, hidden just beyond sight. A sudden shift in the brush caught one soldier's eye. His pupil widened in alarm, and in that instant, every hair on the back of his neck seemed to rise as danger closed in. The leader sprang to his feet at once, drawing his sword with a sharp metallic ring. He barked an order for the entire unit to prepare for combat, his voice cutting through the clearing like a warning bell. With his blade pointed toward the dark tree line, he demanded to know who was hiding out there in the shadows. Behind him, the surviving soldiers scrambled into position, forcing their exhausted bodies back into fighting stances even though their legs were barely holding them up. The edge of the clearing remained pitch black and impossible to read. Thick foliage concealed whatever was approaching, and the tension grew so sharp that it felt as though the air itself could split apart at any moment. Then, slowly, silhouettes began to step out from the deep gloom between the trees. Their movements were quiet and unnaturally smooth, carrying the predatory calm of hunters who had already cornered their prey. A figure wrapped in blood-soaked bandages emerged into the faint light. Tang Sam stood among a group of shadowy companions, his appearance so grim and ghost-like that he looked as if he had crawled back from the grave itself. The soldiers went pale the moment they saw them. Terror spread across their faces as they assumed the worst, screaming that the pirates had finally tracked them down and come to finish the job. Tang Sam slowly tilted his head, and from beneath the bandages, his eyes burned with a savage crimson glow. What caught him off guard was the identity of the people he had to erase in order to clear this system mission. They were none other than the Namgung vassals, the Danri clan, the very family whose body and name he had stepped into after transmigrating. Leaning closer with a chilling calm, he let a single eerie word slip from his lips. Peekaboo. Through the pitch-black forest, a mass of warriors came rushing downhill like a tide of death. Moonlight caught along the edges of their drawn blades, flashing coldly between the trees as they advanced together, every step carrying the pressure of an army ready to sweep the woods clean. At the very front, the lead soldiers charged ahead with twisted, crazed grins stretched across their faces. Their excited shouts rose into one bloodthirsty roar, and their commander's voice thundered over them, ordering them to slaughter everyone in their path and leave not a single survivor breathing. Standing against the incoming wave, the Danri clan elder, a thin, hardened man with a long gray beard, snapped his head toward his men and shouted for them to hold their ground. Desperation sharpened every word, because more than victory, he needed them to endure long enough to return to the clan alive. The two sides crashed together with a violent eruption of steel, muscle, and killing intent. Blades slammed against blades, bodies shoved through the dirt, and in the blink of an eye, the quiet mountain forest turned into a brutal graveyard filled with screams and sparks. Far from the center of the fighting, Tang Sam watched the battlefield through the narrow gaps in his bandaged face. His red eyes glowed with a sharp, predatory focus, but he wasn't simply observing the chaos. He was measuring it, waiting for the exact moment when one strike would matter most. Then he moved, so fast his figure blurred against the darkness. His blade met the enemy's weapon in a violent burst of sparks, and the force behind that collision rippled outward, sending a heavy shock through the air around them. The impact gathered into one brutal point where their swords pressed together, a compressed explosion of power trapped between two edges of steel. Neither fighter stepped back, neither loosened their grip, because in that single struggle, yielding even an inch meant surrendering their life. The Danri clan elder clenched his teeth until his jaw trembled, every muscle in his body screaming from the strain. He could feel it clearly now. His body had already reached its limit. If he failed to end this immediately, he knew he wouldn't survive even one more minute of this fight. Tang Sam gave him no chance to recover, not even the smallest breath. His movements grew smoother, colder, and far more dangerous, as if the battle itself had sharpened him. Pouring his energy into his blade, he began launching strike after strike at a speed that nearly vanished from sight. He released the flying swallow, 10 successive swords, and in that instant, his single blade seemed to split into a storm of flashing steel. The technique rained down in a relentless sequence, each cut flowing into the next, built to crush even a seasoned master beneath sheer pressure. Wrapped head to toe in bandages and driven by an icy killing instinct, Tang Sam slipped through the elder's defenses with terrifying elegance. His red eyes never drifted from the old man for even a heartbeat, tracking each shift of his stance and every tiny change in his balance. The forest air filled with the sharp whistle of his blade as he attacked from one angle, then another, then another. Every slash came with frightening precision, not wasted or wild, but carefully placed to push the elder's guard closer and closer to the breaking point. Tang Sam sprang upward into the night, his bandaged body briefly outlined against the dark sky. As he raised his weapon for another devastating blow, the moonlight made him look less like a man and more like a demon descending into battle. His eyes narrowed, and all unnecessary thought disappeared from his face. In that focused state, the rhythm of the fight became painfully clear to him. The timing of each movement, the tremor running through his opponent's blade, even the smallest vibration hidden inside the clash. But the elder refused to retreat. With a desperate roar tearing from his throat, he forced his body forward again. He knew he was being outmatched, yet the pride of a martial artist would not allow him to collapse or beg for mercy. He swung his heavy sword with every last bit of strength left in his aging body. To him, Tang Sam's blinding speed was nothing more than a cheap trick, a flashy performance with no true weight behind it. So he gambled everything on one crushing strike, determined to end the demon's life in a single blow. Their weapons collided once more, spinning into a violent vortex of steel as the sound of metal rang out through the trees. The two of them were locked in a deadly rhythm, a dance of blades where one wrong breath, one mistimed step, would decide who died. Blood sprayed into the cold night air as the battle grew even fiercer. Each exchange carved new wounds and sent fresh crimson scattering across the ground, yet Tang Sam's red eyes only seemed to burn brighter with every drop that was spilled. The force of their clash hurled both fighters into the air, their bodies thrown back as blood trailed behind them like a dark mist. For a brief moment, they struggled for control above the ground, each trying to seize the better position before gravity dragged them down again. Tang Sam landed lightly, almost soundlessly, his breathing still calm despite the carnage surrounding him. Without hesitation, he adjusted his stance and shifted into the Sami sword style, as though the fight had already entered the next step of a plan only he could see. The Danri clan elder stared at him in disbelief, his face turning pale as he tried to understand what he had just witnessed. The speed was monstrous enough, but the way Tang Sam changed styles so smoothly, without losing rhythm or balance, was something the elder had never seen before. With a scream full of defiance, the elder's eyes flared with one final surge of blue energy. He lunged forward, pouring everything into that last desperate attack, as if he were willing to burn through his very soul to bring Tang Sam down. A blade tore through the air and bit deep into its target with a sickening, heavy crunch. In the next instant, crimson spread rapidly across the ground, staining the dirt as that lethal exchange reached its most vicious point. The elder's eyes flashed with triumphant mockery, and for one brief moment, he looked certain he had won. He pointed out that the bandaged boy had left himself completely exposed, wide open to the final strike he had been waiting to land. But what stood before him shattered that confidence in an instant. The old man's expression twisted from satisfaction into pure, helpless shock, because he could not accept that the martial arts he had devoted his entire life to had brought him to such an impossible result. Then the truth became clear. A corpse had suddenly appeared against his opponent's back, placed exactly where the blade had landed. The elder's strike had not pierced the bandaged figure at all, it had sunk into a dead body instead. The elder sucked in a ragged breath and slid backward, trying to force some distance between them. That last exchange should have ended the battle, yet this impossible reversal had thrown everything into chaos, sending the entire situation spiraling far beyond his control. He looked again, narrowing his eyes as if the answer might appear if he stared hard enough. But no matter how he examined it, it made no sense. He had been absolutely certain his final strike should have cut Tang Sam down cleanly. Tang Sam lowered his gaze toward his own hands, as if remembering a lesson carved into him long ago about what power truly meant. Then his calm voice slipped through the noise of the forest, cold enough to chill the air. In a real battle where lives are on the line, the one with more hidden cards is the one who holds the power. And from the very beginning, he had been holding an entire deck. He tilted his head just a little, and those red eyes stared out from the narrow gaps in his bandages. The look in them made it clear that he was done letting the elder guess. Now, he was ready to show exactly what he meant by having more cards to play. Standing like a dark silhouette among the trees, Tang Sam looked down at the elder and asked whether that single hidden blade was really the best he could offer. The question carried a cruel edge, aimed at a man who had already lost without fully understanding how. The elder stared up at him, and then recognition slowly crept into his shaken face. Something about those glowing red eyes reached deep into an old, buried fear, and a wave of ancient terror washed over him as he realized what kind of being was truly standing before him. Up close, Tang Sam's eye looked like a pit of cold calculation and quiet madness. He had already seen too much, survived too much, and the death of one more elder before him was nothing more than another step along the path he was walking. Without warning, several glowing daggers shimmered into existence around Tang Sam, appearing from empty air as if the darkness itself had forged them. They hovered beside him like weapons held by invisible hands, and he did not need to touch even one of them to make them deadly. Tang Sam swung his sword in a clean, commanding arc, and the floating daggers instantly responded. Like arrows released all at once, they shot forward through the forest air, flying straight toward the Danri elder. The daggers sliced through the air like a swarm of hornets, each one guided by Tang Sam's will with terrifying precision. They twisted past the elder's clumsy defenses, moving almost as if they possessed a mind of their own. From the elder's side, the entire world seemed to fill with incoming steel. blades flashed from too many directions at once, leaving no safe path to retreat through and no possible way to block them all in time. A pained grunt tore from his throat as the first blade struck, and then more followed. The sharp ring of clashing weapons was swallowed by the uglier sounds of torn cloth and pierced flesh, as the elder was shredded by an opponent who was barely even swinging his sword. His mind reeled at the sight before him. This was no illusion, and his eyes were not deceiving him. The demon in front of him was truly pulling weapons out of thin air, as if even the atmosphere itself belonged to him. Tang Sam dropped into a low, predatory crouch, his bandaged body coiled and ready to spring. His glowing eyes stayed locked on the broken man ahead, and to the elder, what he was witnessing could no longer be called martial arts. It was twisted, demonic sorcery. Then Tang Sam lunged forward to deliver the final blow, his entire body becoming a blur of lethal motion. The fight had reached its end, and the Danri clan elder was about to become the latest prey cut down without mercy by the demon of Banyan. But behind him, an assassin suddenly launched himself forward with a scream, his blade flashing as it caught the moonlight. With hatred in his voice, he cursed and shouted for his target to die. In that instant, the Danri elder found himself caught between two deadly threats. One killing blade closed in from the front, another from behind, and both were racing toward him as if each one wanted to claim his life first. The seasoned fighter's eyes widened in horror, his face twisting as the reality of the situation hit him. There was no opening left, no angle to slip through, and no way to dodge the strike that was already upon him. A massive burst of blood exploded into the air as the attack landed, splashing across the scene in a harsh, visceral crimson. For one brutal moment, the forest seemed to freeze around the violence. From beneath the bandages, Tang Sam's red eyes blazed with terrifying intensity as he effortlessly cut down the assassin who had dared to interfere. His fury turned toward the unlucky fool, as if the man's only crime had been stepping into the path of his hunt. The Danri clan elder stared back at Tang Sam, his pupils blown wide with shock. Now he was face to face with the monster, close enough to feel the pressure rolling from him like a cold, suffocating shadow. As the elder watched that brutal execution unfold before him, a jolt of recognition shot through his entire body. Those eyes, those terrifying red eyes, were familiar, and that familiarity made the fear crawling through him even worse. He clenched his teeth, forcing the words out even as his voice trembled. At last, he identified the man standing before him not as some unknown demon from the shadows, but as a worthless insect from his own clan. He roars Tang Sam's name into the dark, his voice cracking with fury as disbelief twists across his face like a shattered mask. No matter how hard he tries, he can't understand how someone he saw as worthless trash could suddenly possess such terrifying, overwhelming strength. With a furious roar, the elder throws himself forward, demanding to know just how long Tang Sam has been deceiving him like a fool. He brings his blade down with every ounce of strength in his body, driven by the desperate need to crush the man he once treated as a slave. Tang Sam faces the attack without the slightest panic, his cold expression unmoving as that red eye follows every inch of the incoming strike. The elder's focus is just as sharp, his blue eyes blazing with a frantic determination to end this nightmare before it can go any further. Their blades slam together in a blinding burst of sparks and raw force, lighting the dark woods as if lightning had struck the clearing. Locked in the clash, the elder screams at him, calling Tang Sam a demon while both of them struggle for control in the center of the clearing. In that instant, the horrifying truth finally crashes down on him. The suicide plague that struck Binyang was Tang Sam's doing from the very beginning. Their swords grind violently against one another, and the shriek of metal scraping metal echoes through the trees like a death cry. The elder springs backward, his thoughts spiraling as he struggles to connect the monster standing before him with the servant he once looked down on. He spits the past back at Tang Sam, reminding him that he was once nothing more than a filthy slave who shoveled horse dung for his masters. Without warning, razor-thin wires whip through the air in a deadly web, their silver edges flashing coldly beneath the moonlight. The elder is swallowed by the trap before he can react, his body sliced apart as blood erupts wildly in every direction. He lowers his gaze in stunned silence, seeing his body covered in countless fine, bleeding cuts. Broken and desperate, he gasps that he must return to the Danri clan, refusing to believe this is where he dies. Tang Sam stands above him in the darkness, surrounded by lethal wires that sway around his body like the strands of a spider's web. He looks down at the dying elder with terrifying calm, declaring that the one who hides the most secrets is always the one who survives to win. Nearby, the aftermath of battle settles into a suffocating silence, while the remaining survivors struggle to gather themselves in the dark. One of the warriors snaps under the pressure, shouting in frustration as he demands to know where their reinforcements have disappeared to. Tang Sam's eyes narrow as he senses something shift in the night air, listening closely to the faint sounds drifting through the forest. He quietly confirms that the reinforcements they had been waiting for have already been stopped, and not just for a moment, but for quite some time. He tells his companion that something has gone badly wrong, and if they want answers, they need to check it for themselves. A scout turns his head over his shoulder, his expression twisting with unease as a group of figures finally emerges from the tree line. A large force of soldiers advances slowly through the darkness, their steps controlled, orderly, and heavy with a quiet menace. The man scoffs under his breath, grumbling that the higher-ups always take their time reaching the battlefield, though something about this group immediately feels wrong. Then he suddenly freezes, confusion spreading across his face as he realizes every one of them is wearing their clothes inside out. Fear seizes him the moment he recognizes the one leading them, and he realizes too late how careless his words had been. Panicked, he blurts out, "Stronghold leader." Before he can even finish speaking, a sudden violent flash tears through the air with terrifying speed. He looks down in confusion as a dark blur appears directly before his eyes, still trying to understand why the reinforcements' equipment looks so strange. In the next breath, his head is cut clean from his shoulders, and a fountain of blood sprays upward into the night. The remaining survivors stare in frozen terror, unable to move as the brutal betrayal unfolds right in front of them. Water Shadow stands calmly amid the carnage, her gaze cold and steady as she watches the massacre she has just unleashed. A cruel grin spreads across her blood-spattered face as she gives the order, telling her men to slaughter every last one of them. Far above, the jagged peak of a dark mountain cuts into the stormy night sky, wrapped in thick mist like a looming shadow. In the clearing below, the quiet night is ripped apart by screams and clashing steel as warriors butcher one another among the trees. A man lies sprawled across the blood-soaked ground, his face twisted with pure terror as he raises one trembling hand and begs for mercy. But his pleas reach no one willing to listen, and he can only sob helplessly while staring up at the death descending toward him. Another warrior breaks out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes the blades turning on them belong to their own allies. Standing among the corpses, he bares his teeth and shouts in desperation, unable to make sense of the slaughter happening around him. "How can we butcher our own men?" one man cries out, his mind reeling as a comrade swings a blade nearby. The stench of iron hangs thick in the air as blood sprays over the grass, staining the ground with the mark of absolute betrayal. Water Shadow sneers with sadistic delight, her voice cold and merciless as she threatens to crush the skull of anyone who dares take even one step back. A soldier turns in horror and sees a massive dark silhouette rising behind him, its glowing eyes staring down at him from the shadows. The clearing turns into a slaughterhouse, with men being cut down without mercy as steel flashes through blood and gore. One fighter collapses into the dirt, his lifeblood spreading beneath him until the forest floor darkens into a gruesome red. From deep within the shadows, Tang Sam watches the chaos unfold, his gaze detached and calculating as the massacre consumes the clearing. He does not stay there for long, slipping through the underbrush with predatory grace as the clash of swords begins to fade behind him. Like a dark blur moving through the night, Tang Sam weaves between the trees, completely unnoticed by the warriors tearing each other apart. Behind his bandages, his eyes remain razor-sharp, following the movements of every surrounding force with deadly precision. High above the forest, countless torches glow orange around the perimeter, revealing that the entire mountain is slowly being encircled. A commander's voice cuts through the chaos, a harsh bellow demanding that his troops execute the stronghold leader's brutal decree: leave no one alive. Not a single soul is to escape this mountain. Tang Sam remains still, pressed against the rough bark of a thick tree. His eyes are narrowed, locked onto a secondary unit of enemies currently navigating the dense brush nearby. Two pirates stand as sentries, scanning the pitch-black forest with tense, restless eyes. They haven't the slightest clue that a predator is lingering in the shadows, watching their every move with lethal intent. Tang Sam glides through the thick canopy with ghostly precision. Even as the enemy tightens their perimeter, his objective remains sharp and unwavering in his mind. The true, horrifying scope of this operation finally clicks into place for him. They aren't just hunting outsiders. They're ruthlessly slaughtering their own comrades to ensure that absolutely no witnesses survive the trap. A driving hunt, Tang Sam mutters to himself. He breaks into a sudden, explosive sprint, his body a mere dark flicker weaving effortlessly between the towering trees. A flicker of genuine surprise touches his expression. For the first time, he finds himself forced to admit a strange reality. He's never actually been the one cast as the prey before. The path ahead plunges into a deep, foreboding darkness. The only sound breaking the oppressive, heavy silence is the soft, rhythmic rustling of leaves underfoot. Off in the distance, a line of armed silhouettes stands firm, forming a solid, impassable barricade of living steel that cuts off the escape route completely. Tang Sam doesn't bother with the subtleties of stealth anymore. He charges directly toward the line, his stride purposeful and his focus absolute, entirely indifferent to whether these men are pirates, Danri clansmen, or vassals of the Namgung family. As soon as they spot a lone figure hurtling toward them, the soldiers scramble in a panicked frenzy, shouting for everyone in the vicinity to move to high alert. Tang Sam's eyes turn cold, glittering with murderous intent. He prepares his hands, ready to unleash the full, devastating lethality of his hidden arsenal. With one sharp, practiced flick of his wrists, the thin wires whip through the air, tearing through the soldiers in a gruesome spray of blood and severed limbs. He lands in a low, feline crouch amidst the slaughter. His silver wires glint faintly in the dim light before retracting smoothly back into his sleeves. A glowing blue status screen flickers into existence before his eyes, displaying his current HP and the steady progress of his defensive martial arts training. He studies the notification for a heartbeat, giving a single, grim nod of satisfaction. His next level up is finally within his grasp. More enemy soldiers swarm out from the tree line, shouting and stumbling toward the scene as they catch the echoes of the carnage ringing through the forest. Tang Sam watches the approaching men with nothing but icy contempt. His red eye burns, a stark, terrifying point of light peering through the layers of his bandages. Maybe they're useful after all, he muses quietly. He turns his back on the pile of bodies and dissolves back into the deep, welcoming darkness of the woods. Elsewhere on the mountainside, a heavy, suffocating silence hangs over another clearing, where the ground is already littered with the bodies of fallen warriors. Tang Hua moves toward the imposing, dark-clad figure of Tang Wu, her voice low as she asks if he felt the strange, shifting energy in the air as well. Tang Wu lets out a low, guttural growl in response. His lips pull back in a feral snarl as he carefully surveys the immediate area. His gaze remains fixed on the horizon, his features hardening. He confirms her suspicion, identifying the tactical formation as a textbook driving hunt. He explains that the enemy isn't just attacking, they are deliberately hurting them, pushing them forward toward the treacherous, jagged peaks of the mountain. A scout, clearly overcome by panic, sprints toward them. He cries out for great hero Tang, insisting that he's seen something they need to witness for themselves right now. Tang Hua, Tang Wu, and the Danri clan elders stand in grim, heavy silence as they reach the very edge of the trail. The perspective shifts to reveal their dire situation. They are stranded on a narrow, exposed outcrop, staring out at a sheer, terrifying drop into a swirling, misty abyss. The Danri clan elder stares down into the bottomless dark, his skin turning deathly pale and damp with cold sweat. A sea cliff, he stammers, his voice hitching with raw, uncontrollable terror. Another survivor crumbles to his knees in total despair. His spirit completely shattered, he stares up at the dark, uncaring sky and lets out a cry of pure, unadulterated dread. The Danri clan elder's eyes bulge wide, his face a hollow mask of hopelessness. It's finally set in. Their path of retreat is gone. They are well and truly trapped. Beside him, another man clutches his head and lets out a hysterical shriek. His voice cracks as he wails that they only came here to celebrate a wedding, and now, they're surely going to die. Deep in the shadows, Tang Wu's silhouette looms massive and threatening. With his wild, unkempt hair and bared teeth, he looks less like a man and more like a predatory beast. A tight close-up captures Tang Wu's snarling face, his teeth grinding together in a display of raw, savage, and unbridled fury. Tang Wu releases a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Shut up! As his anger peaks, his eye begins to glow with an eerie, toxic green light that pierces the gloom. He spins away from the cowering, trembling men and fixes his gaze on the dark forest behind them, declaring that even a broken-down old-timer like himself hasn't given up the fight just yet. Tang Hua watches from the periphery, her expression guarded, as Tang Wu stands defiantly before the cowering group, his presence radiating an overwhelming, lethal aura that seems to shake the very air. "What the hell is wrong with you greenhorns?" he bellows, his face twisted into a grotesque, terrifying snarl. "All we have to do is cut down every single bastard that tries to climb up here." Tang Wu leans in uncomfortably close to the Danri clan elder, his expression absolutely menacing. He demands to know if the old man truly thinks they're incapable of handling this, eliciting nothing but a pathetic, stuttered no in response. Ignoring the whimpers, Tang Wu turns his eyes back toward the mountain path, where a cluster of other survivors has gathered in the shadows. Beside him, Tang Hua keeps her daggers drawn and steady, both of them remaining hypervigilant for any movement rustling within the trees. A frantic, desperate soldier stumbles into the light with his hands held high, screaming that they've been betrayed. In the background, Tang Sam stands perfectly still, a silent, shrouded observer behind his bandages. The boy doesn't utter a single sound, his sharp, piercing eyes the only hint of humanity visible beneath the heavy cloth wrapping his face. The sudden revelation of an internal betrayal hits Tang Wu and Tang Hua like a physical blow, catching them completely off guard. The soldier gasps out that the stronghold leader's own troops have turned on them, initiating a total massacre. He and the others are just trying to flee for their lives, just like everyone else. Tang Wu's mind races, processing the chaotic information. He realizes that this sudden, vicious infighting might just be the only sliver of an opening they need to escape. He glances down the mountain, his voice urgent as he commands the group to move now, while the enemy is too busy slaughtering their own to notice them. Suddenly, a loud, mocking laugh tears through the air, aimed directly at the so-called great hero Tang. Two dark shadows emerge from the tree-line, effectively sealing off the group's only viable escape route. A massive, bearded giant looms over them, accompanied by Du He-wook, who swings a mace almost as large as her own body with casual ease. The giant sneers, openly calling Tang Wu a cornered rat trapped in a jar. Tang Wu grits his teeth so hard they nearly crack, demanding to know exactly who these bastards are. The giant of a man lets out a short, dismissive snort, his expression twisting into a mocking sneer as he prepares to drop the charade and reveal his true face. With a wide, jagged grin, his features begin to shift and contort, the layers of his disguise peeling away to reveal a countenance that is not only strikingly younger, but far more terrifying in its cold intensity. Tang Wu's face blanches instantly, his previous mask of seething anger completely replaced by a look of visceral, bone-deep horror as he finally recognizes the true identity of the monster standing before him. He lets out a jagged, desperate cry, his voice cracking as he screams the name Du He-wook, trembling with an raw, unadulterated fear that he had managed to keep hidden until this very moment. Du He-wook lifts his heavy mace with effortless grace, his eyes flicking toward his comrade as he snaps a cold, impatient command. Stop wasting time playing around, and just finish off the old man already. The girl freezes in her tracks, the crimson splatter of blood across her cheeks stark against her pale skin, her eyes vacant and unblinking as she stares down her intended victim. Du He-wook doesn't even spare her a glance, his gaze drifting past the immediate chaos toward the distant, darkened horizon as he calmly mentions that there is someone else he is still searching for. He shifts his attention back to Tang Wu, telling the older man to compose himself before beginning a slow, measured advance with the predatory confidence of a wolf stalking a wounded animal. He halts just inches outside of striking distance, a sinister glint in his eyes as he informs his prey that he has one last simple question he needs answered before the real slaughter commences. His lips curl into a cruel, twisted smirk, his voice dripping with venom as he brings up that little piece of trash the Tang family has been dragging along with them. Veins bulge along his temples and his eyes begin to glow with a sickly, unnatural light. He snarls, demanding to know the exact whereabouts of Tang Sam, his presence at the edge of the cliff radiating an aura so eerie it would chill the marrow of any man. The plateau remains draped in a suffocating, unnatural silence under the pale moonlight, with only a few lingering, shadowy figures remaining near the jagged precipice of the cliff's edge. Watching from the deepest shadows, Tang Sam, his face obscured by rough, makeshift bandages, realizes with startling clarity that he is the true prize of this entire hunt, and that the reckless carnage he witnessed was merely bait meant to flush him into the light. He narrows his eyes, his gaze turning ice-cold and analytical as the chaotic, violent events of this long night suddenly click into place with perfect, terrifying logic. Flashing images of that fateful night race through his mind, confirming his suspicion. His unexpected arrival on the scene had completely dismantled the intricate trap they had spent so long preparing. He grips his chest tightly, a strange, raspy sound forcing its way from his throat as the dark thrill of being the ultimate target begins to settle deep within his bones. His eyes widen with a manic, predatory glee. The sheer idea that he is the dangerous variable everyone is desperate to capture is, in a sick way, absolutely exhilarating. Out on the open plateau, the group continues to whisper and pace nervously, their heads constantly swiveling as they frantically scan the horizon for any sign of their elusive, hidden prey. Du He-wook strokes his chin with a contemplative air, clearly convinced that a martial artist powerful enough to unleash such an explosive flash of energy would never simply vanish into thin air. Finally losing his grip on his dwindling patience, he lets out a thunderous, ego-filled roar that echoes across the night, demanding that the coward lurking in the shadows reveal himself immediately. He shrieks a final, venomous warning, his face contorting into a mask of pure rage as he begins a slow, agonizing countdown, vowing to leave absolutely no one alive if the shadow refuses to show his face. In that heartbeat of silence, a sudden, violent blur of motion tears through the dark, and Tang Sam makes his move, a single, piercing red eye glowing with focused, lethal intent. A blinding, metallic flash of light suddenly erupted, cutting through the heavy gloom of the plateau and demanding the attention of every single soul present. Do Hee-wook's eyes widen in a mixture of feral shock and intense focus as he finally catches a glimpse of a lone figure emerging from the oppressive darkness. In a flicker of blue, the system interface blinks into existence, scrolling rapidly through Tang Sam's current vitals, his combat status, and the extensive array of skills he is ready to unleash. A surge of raw energy courses through the interface, casting a cool, rhythmic blue glow over the display as the protagonist readies himself for his final, daring escape. Do Hee-wook squints hard, shielding his face with his hand as he struggles to peer into the intense, blinding radiance that continues to bathe his prey. Just as quickly as it had arrived, the brilliant glow vanishes entirely, leaving Do Hee-wook staring at the desolate, empty cliffside in a state of utter, disbelieving shock. He frantically tried to process the scene, his mind racing. In that split second of brilliance, he had clearly spotted a shadow flickering within the light, standing tall right at the very brink of the precipice. He lunged toward the edge without a second thought, his hands grabbing at the air in a desperate search for any lingering trace, but all that remained were a few scattered, drying pools of blood. Do Hee-wook now stands at the very edge of the precipice, staring down into the 2,000-meter void, a deadly abyss that no sane martial artist would ever attempt to survive. Gazing into the yawning mouth of the abyss, Do Hee-wook grits his teeth, his jaw tight as he wonders if that leap was a desperate, suicidal act or a calculated, final gamble for freedom. Tang Wu and his companions watch the villain's every move, their own faces masks of confusion and lingering dread, as a thick, suffocating silence settles over the scene, leaving them frozen in place. Namgung Hai lies slumped against the cold earth, her head turned toward the ground. She is completely and utterly drained, both physically shattered and emotionally hollowed out by the tragedy unfolding before her. Do Hee-wook lazily scratches the back of his head, looking almost painfully bored with the entire ordeal as he mutters under his breath about how this whole affair has left a foul, bitter aftertaste in his mouth. A jagged, predatory smile stretches across his face. Since things didn't go according to his original plan, he decides with a shrug that he'll simply have to settle for slaughtering everyone left on this plateau. Tang Wu and Tang Hua stand their ground, staring him down as he steps forward, while Namgung Hai finally begins to stir, her body still trembling violently from the aftershocks of the trauma. Tears well up in Namgung Hai's eyes as she looks up at the man, her voice a mere whisper as she asks, with shaking breath, why he would commit such senseless, cruel acts. Do Hee-wook glances down at her with cold, utterly indifferent eyes. There is not a shred of pity in his gaze, only a hollow, detached sort of amusement at the sight of her suffering. He looms over the small group, mocking Namgung Hai for being too slow-witted to grasp the gravity of their situation, his movements fluid and filled with a lazy, dangerous sort of confidence. Tang Wu screams for his granddaughter and Namgung Hai to retreat as the air pressure around them begins to skyrocket. He realizes they are about to be swarmed by a legion of masters, and he knows that if he stays burdened by the need to protect them, none of them will walk away alive. Do Hee-wook raises a hand, signaling his forces to capture Tang Wu. He isn't finished with his mind games yet, and he insists that he needs his main target alive for the grand finale. A desperate, panicked cry echoes through the nearby woods as the heavenly demon castle soldiers hesitate, thrown into total disarray by the sudden, booming command that erupted from the shadows. Do Hee-wook and Water Shadow exchange a sharp, annoyed glance, their brows furrowing at the unexpected interruption of their carefully orchestrated hunt. At that very moment, a powerful voice rings out from behind the ranks of their own subordinates, commanding the two leaders to hold their positions for just a moment longer. The soldiers scramble to clear a wide path, terrified of drawing the wrath of the newcomer. They know better than anyone that it is a fatal mistake to stand in the way of his chosen path. Pega Hyal doesn't even wait for them to move, instead charging aggressively through his own lines, carelessly knocking his own men aside like rag dolls and leaving them sprawling in the dirt. He steps fully into the dim light, his robe splattered with fresh blood as he holds up a sharp, jagged shard of metal. He sneers, asking if they really thought they could begin such a glorious feast without their grandest guest. Tang Wu's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes that yet another top-tier powerhouse has joined the fray. The odds, which were already grim, have just shifted into the realm of the impossible. Pega Hyal flashes a predatory smile, clearly savoring the growing frustration he is inflicting upon the great master. Tang Wu grinds his teeth in suppressed rage, desperately wanting to show them that he remains the deadliest fighter on this entire clearing. Just as the arrogant intruder prepared to unleash his power and crush their spirits, a sudden, jarring interruption from the new arrival sent his entire scheme spiraling into chaos. Pega Hyal reached into the dark, hidden folds of his robes. With a sudden jerk, he yanked out a limp, heavy object by its hair. A thick, dark liquid clung to it, dripping steadily and leaving a gruesome, wet stain upon the earth at his feet. A twisted, jagged grin spread across his face as he gestured toward his captives. He announced that he had brought a special little gift along for them to witness. The sheer malice dripping from his words made the surrounding air feel frigid, turning the blood of everyone present to ice. With a callous flick of his wrist, he tossed the object. It tumbled through the air with a sickening weight before thudding heavily against the dirt. It rolled forward, coming to a final, jolting stop directly at Namgung Hai's feet. Namgung Hai stared down at the bundle, her mind reeling in a state of absolute shock. Her eyes struggled to register the grim reality before her, and the sudden, heavy silence that descended upon the clearing was almost deafening. Pega Hyal threw his arms open wide, as if he were the lead performer in a grand theatrical production. He mockingly demanded a drumroll, preparing to unveil the prize he had so carefully curated for their suffering. Lying there was the severed head of the Namgung clan patriarch, Namgung Hai's own grandfather. The old man's face was deathly pale, marred by deep streaks of fresh blood, his eyes frozen wide in a final, agonizing expression of pure horror. The sight acted like a spark in a powder keg, sending the men under Tang Wu into total, unadulterated panic. Sharp cries of terror echoed through the clearing, and their remaining resolve shattered instantly, replaced by a paralyzing fear. A tight close-up on Namgung Hai's eye revealed the world crumbling around her. Her pupil dilated to a pinprick as the horrific reality locked into place, causing the rest of the battlefield to dissolve into a frantic, meaningless blur. She collapsed heavily onto her hands and knees before the remains of her kin. A fractured, guttural sound tore from her throat, a cry of pure, unbridled grief as her mind finally buckled under the immense weight of the trauma. Her hands trembled with violent, uncontrollable spasms as she reached toward him. Her fingers twitched just inches from her grandfather's blood-matted face, her breath coming in ragged, shallow hitches that made it impossible for her to speak. Finally, she hauled the head into her lap, cradling it gently as she broke down into jagged, uncontrollable sobs. She called out his name repeatedly, desperate for a response, but the cold, lifeless eyes stared back with a haunting, permanent silence. Pega Hyal loomed over her, his tall, dark silhouette casting a long shadow that swallowed the light. He observed her agonizing display of sorrow with a look of twisted, clinical fascination, his eyes narrowed as if studying a specimen. A small, involuntary sound bubbled up in his throat as he watched her break down. He tried to suppress it, but the sheer absurdity and cruelty of the scene began to tickle his dark sense of humor. He suddenly erupted into a fit of manic, uncontrolled laughter. His shoulders heaved and his frame shook as he gazed down at the shattered young woman, finding the total collapse of her spirit to be nothing short of hilarious. His high-pitched, piercing cackles tore through the stillness of the night, utterly drowning out the desperate, broken sobs of Namgung Hai. He doubled over, clutching his stomach as he continued to guffaw, pointing a mocking finger at her. He sneered, belittling her for weeping over a dead old man, genuinely entertained by the sight of the world's greatest beauty reduced to such a pathetic, broken heap. A wide, sweeping shot captured the desolate, blood-soaked battlefield, now littered with the cooling corpses of the fallen. Amidst the carnage, Pega Hyal stood as the only one who seemed to find any flicker of joy in the slaughter. He flashed a wide, chilling smile, declaring to anyone listening that nothing in this world could stir his blood quite like watching the face of a beautiful woman being completely ravaged by despair and tears. Du He-wook and Water Shadow stared at their companion with nothing but raw, visceral contempt. They were seasoned killers, yet they found themselves unable to comprehend the depths of the madness they were witnessing. Even to them, his behavior was entirely too stomach-turning to tolerate. Pega Hyal scanned the clearing, looking genuinely perplexed by the grim, heavy atmosphere surrounding his peers. He tilted his head, asking in a tone of feigned confusion if he were truly the only person present who found the entire situation amusing. Water Shadow snapped back, branding him a disgusting, sick bastard, while Du He-wook hissed, labeling him a genuine monster. Pega Hyal's expression curdled instantly, his amusement replaced by a flash of volatile anger as he shouted back at them. He barked a reminder that they had already successfully crushed the Namgung clan, and he made it clear that Tang Wu was next on his personal list of things to dismantle. Leaning in, his face distorted into a mask of manic intensity, he began to count off his victories. He reveled in the dark triumph of his mission, boastfully claiming the heads of 2 legendary masters as his latest trophies. Tanghua watched the lunatic's outburst with a growing sense of dread. She had endured enough of Pega Hyal's unpredictable madness to realize with cold certainty that the nightmare of this night was far from over. The plateau sat bathed in an eerie, silver moonlight, the absolute, chilling calm that precedes a literal, brewing storm of poison and death. Tang Wu stood as a stark, dark silhouette against the expansive night sky. Green sparks of raw, lethal energy began to flicker and crackle around his aging body as he steeled himself to unleash his final, desperate gambit. His arm began to emanate a sickening, brilliant green radiance, the air around him shimmering violently as he condensed his inner power to its absolute breaking point. Tang Wu's eyes burned with a fierce, emerald flame from deep beneath his brow. He was no longer merely an elderly man. He was transforming into a living vessel for the most forbidden and lethal art of the Tang clan. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, several glowing needles streaked through the air like emerald bolts of lightning. They coiled around Namgung Hai and Tanghua, snatching them off their feet and propelling them toward the edge of the cliff. Tanghua glanced back in a mix of utter confusion and primal terror as she was swept away. She cried out for her grandfather, the horrifying realization dawning on her that he was consciously sacrificing his life to ensure her escape. The needles served as radiant, tethering beams of light, guiding the 2 women safely through the encroaching chaos. They were being forcibly propelled away from the battlefield, shielded by the Elder's final, exhausted reserve of strength. Tang Wu watched them recede, his back turned firmly toward the enemies he was about to engage. He thought to himself that he had poured half of his remaining life force into those needles, a final price paid to guarantee their survival. Tang Wu gritted his teeth, silently repeating the Elder's dire, grim warning in his mind. Even with the protection he had provided, the descent would be an ordeal of such brutality that it could very well leave them crippled for the rest of their days. Tang Wu's face settled into a mask of unwavering, grim determination as he stared into the distance. For him, safeguarding the future of his clan was the only justification he needed for the horrific path he was about to tread. Du He-wook shrieked in sudden, hot frustration, demanding to know what Tang Wu thought he was doing by letting the prize captive slip through his grasp. He was accustomed to having his prey at his mercy, not being denied. Tang Wu silenced their jeers with a thunderous, authoritative declaration. From this moment forward, Tanghua was officially the sect master of the Tang clan. With that final decree, the old man resolved to remain behind and purge this filth from the earth single-handedly. A close-up of wide, terrified eyes captured the crushing weight of the moment. The sect master's voice rang out with one final, ironclad command. She had to survive, no matter what it cost. Tanghua looked on in shock as she was carried through the air by the swirling green energy. Trapped in the middle of a conflict that far exceeded anything she had imagined, her composure finally shattered completely. Tang Wu stood paralyzed for one final, fleeting moment, a single streak of crimson blood trickling down his cheek. He left his granddaughter with his parting words, silently entrusting her with a heavy blood debt he prayed she would one day live to settle. Tanghua's desperate scream for her grandfather pierced the night air as she vanished over the edge of the cliff. It was a sound of absolute, echoing heartbreak, signaling the end of the life she had once known. Pega Hyal clutched his head, releasing a guttural, furious roar of denial. He couldn't wrap his mind around the idea that the old fossil still held enough power to pull off a desperate maneuver like that. He vented his rage toward Tang Wu, cursing the elder for snatching his playthings right from under his nose. He lunged forward, desperate to close the distance and stop their escape, but it was already far too late. Pega Hyal's eyes went wide as a massive, spectral presence coalesced before him. The air turned heavy and stagnant, saturated with a biting, toxic energy that felt as if it were burning his very lungs. Tang Wu stood at the heart of a swirling pillar of emerald poison, his silhouette warping and expanding into something monstrous. The forbidden soul-dementing ghost poison hand was finally being unleashed upon the world. Pega Hyal stared in utter disbelief as the energy radiating from the elder spiked to impossible, terrifying heights. He realized with a jolt that he was no longer facing a man, but a literal, unstoppable force of nature. A skeletal, spectral fist, glowing with the same eerie, sickly green luminescence, clenched tightly. Tang Wu roared a challenge to the dogs of the heavenly demon castle, daring them to step forward and meet their final end. Tang Wu's body had fully transformed into a horrifying, glowing spirit of vengeance. He declared that his only remaining title was that of one of the 10 great overlords, and he intended to fulfill that role to the bitter end. His face was nothing more than a hollowed-out skull wreathed in green flame as he made his final, terrifying vow. From this second forward, he would butcher every single wretched soul standing before him. Meanwhile, far beneath the chaotic violence occurring on the plateau, the massive, sheer face of the 2,000-meter cliff plummeted down into the lightless void below. The wind howled against the jagged, unyielding rock face, a silent, uncaring witness to the life-or-death struggle of a man currently in a blind, terrifying freefall. Tang Sam plummeted through the open air, his fingers clawing desperately at the stone as he hunted for any possible purchase. With a final, frantic motion, he slammed his sword into the cliffside, sending a shower of sparks flying as the metal shrieked against the unforgiving rock. He rapidly calculates his descent, his eyes narrowing as he realizes he has already plummeted 500 meters. That leaves another 1,500 meters of sheer, jagged mountain face below him, a distance that promises nothing but certain death. Warm blood smears across the sharp rocks as his body is mercilessly battered against the cliffside. He knows all too well that falling any further is essentially a death sentence, even for a warrior of his caliber. He frantically pulls up his inventory menu, mentally cataloging the various bodies he's collected along his journey. With his physical resilience bolstered by his recent level-ups, he realizes that if he times this perfectly, he might just be able to use those corpses as a makeshift buffer to break his fall. A dark, intensely practical plan begins to harden in his mind. If he can strategically deploy the corpses from his inventory to absorb the brutal kinetic impact and create air drag, he might be able to slow his lethal descent just enough to survive the plummet. He suddenly slams hard into a protruding rock shelf, the violent impact nearly knocking the wind from his lungs. He is barely managing to hold on, his fingers slipping as his speed accelerates, dragging him deeper into the dark, yawning void. The ground is still completely invisible, swallowed by thick, oppressive layers of mountain mist. A look of sheer panic crosses his face as his grip fails entirely. He lets out a desperate, guttural scream as he feels his sword slipping out of his reach. In a split second of pure, adrenaline-fueled desperation, he forcefully activates his inventory. A brilliant, blinding blue light erupts from his outstretched hand, momentarily cutting through the suffocating darkness of the fall. Several lifeless bodies materialize from the shimmering light, plummeting through the air alongside him like gruesome, macabre umbrellas. He swiftly maneuvers his body among them, desperately using their collective mass to create a cushion against the rushing wind. One of the falling bodies slams directly into a lower ledge with a sickening, heavy thud, absorbing a massive amount of kinetic energy from the fall. Tang Sam immediately seizes the momentary chaos caused by the impact to reach out and hook his fingers onto a nearby rock. He manages to snatch his sword back from the air, his eyes locked intensely on the next jagged landing point. He becomes a frantic blur of motion, desperately fighting against the relentless pull of gravity that threatens to tear his body to pieces. He stabs his blade deep into the cliff face once more, the bone-jarring jolt nearly tearing his shoulder from its socket. He then kicks off another falling corpse to soften a secondary, brutal impact against the sheer rock wall. Breathless, battered, and covered in grime, he finally manages to wedge himself into a narrow, dark crevice. He looks up at the towering, impossibly steep wall stretching high above him, his face streaked with dust and fresh blood. He peers down into the bottomless abyss, fully aware that the others will eventually pursue him to the bottom, one way or another. He hardens his resolve, bracing himself to survive this nightmare and wait for the perfect moment to launch his counterattack. Back at the summit, the entire plateau is now bathed in a blinding, unnatural green radiance that cuts through the night, visible for miles in every direction. The forbidden poison arts have clearly reached their final, terrifying peak. Du He-wook glances back at the glowing, volcanic eruption of energy, sweat pouring down his pale face. He finally understands the true, horrific nature of the Sichuan Tang clan's most forbidden techniques. Du He-wook's eyes narrow as he watches the swirling green energy coalesce. His mind races, quickly coming to the grim realization that the old man is committing to a desperate, suicidal gamble with his own life. He watches on with a chilling mix of shock and cold calculation as Tang Wu is completely swallowed by a spiraling vortex of emerald poison, the sheer, overwhelming scale of the technique pushing back the heavy night. Du He-wook's composure finally snaps, erupting into a feral, high-pitched scream as he orders his men to charge, desperate to hack down the poison master before the terrifying transformation reaches its completion. The soldiers of the heavenly demon castle grit their teeth and draw their steel blades, their faces drained of color as they stare into the glowing, toxic green abyss. A tide of warriors rushes headlong into the suffocating mist, their desperate war cries echoing across the plateau as they attempt to overwhelm the Elder through sheer, overwhelming numbers. The first wave of attackers is met with instant, lethal resistance. Jagged, glowing green streaks of pure energy tear through the air, sending horrific sprays of blood misting across the battlefield. From a distance, the plateau looks like a literal beacon of death. Cultists swarm toward the brilliant light, screaming in a frenzy for the honor, or perhaps the cursed luck, of being the one to strike down Tang Wu. Tang Wu's silhouette begins to warp, expand, and distort within the billowing smoke. His human form is rapidly being replaced by something far more ancient, distorted, and truly terrible. The words soul-dementing ghost poison hand manifest in the air as a massive, towering skull composed entirely of toxic fumes looms over the plateau, its hollow, cavernous eye sockets burning with a malevolent emerald fire. The charging soldiers are instantly engulfed by the toxic cloud. They barely have the time to let out a single, strangled scream before the potent poison begins to rapidly dissolve their flesh into a gruesome, bubbling green slurry. Cultists claw frantically at their own throats in a futile struggle for air. Their heavy armor begins to melt away, and their skin blisters and sloughs off under the sheer, concentrated weight of the toxic aura that now saturates every inch of the plateau. Du He-wook and the other high-ranking leaders are forced into an immediate, desperate defensive posture, roaring at their remaining subordinates to hold the line and block the incoming wave of rot and decay. A central pillar of light erupts with a sound like a booming thunderclap. The emerald energy expands outward in a violent, concussive shockwave that completely levels the surrounding trees at the clearing's edge. The blinding flare momentarily illuminates the dark, silent forest far below, casting a ghostly, deadly sunrise that marks the final, devastating act of a legendary master. As the intense green light finally fades, the three primary antagonists, Pega Hyal, the Waterway Vice stronghold leader, and Du He-wook, stand amidst the smoking wreckage, their clothes smoldering from the residual energy. Du He-wook stares intensely at the scorched, blackened earth where the epicenter of the blast hit, his eyes scanning the lingering, poisonous haze for any sign of his target. Du He-wook stands tall, his pale hair wild and disheveled as he reflects on the sheer, terrifying power of that attack. He knows that without the protective antidote beads they consumed earlier, they all would have been reduced to nothing but bleached bone. He hunches forward, looking toward Pega Hyal as a violent, gut-wrenching cough racks his chest. His lungs struggle painfully against the lingering, toxic traces of poison still hanging in the stagnant air. His face is a mask of pure exhaustion and bubbling rage, with dark blood trickling from his nostrils as he desperately gasps for air in the aftermath of Tang Wu's final, cataclysmic strike. He looks back at Du He-wook and Water Shadow, his voice trembling with genuine shock as he demands to know how they can remain so unervingly composed after what they just witnessed. Water Shadow stands still, his eyes remaining cold and unreadable behind his mask. He stoically begins to prepare for the next phase of the operation, seemingly completely indifferent to the other man's frantic questions. Pega Hyal's expression shifts suddenly into a state of manic intensity. His eyes go wide and bloodshot as the raw, pulsing adrenaline of the slaughter begins to take hold of his senses once again. His boots crunch loudly on the dry, poison-scorched earth as he slowly regains his footing, the dark, twisted thrill of having survived fueling his growing madness. He lets out a sudden, sharp, and jagged laugh that echoes through the heavy, oppressive silence of the plateau, a sound of pure, unhinged relief. Pega Hyal's face breaks into a wide, terrifying grin as he takes a deep, wheezing breath, declaring that the brush with death has finally made him feel truly, vibrantly alive. His opponent, however, becomes even more deranged, retorting to the entire situation with a sudden burst of laughter that leaves all three of the gathered leaders startled and on edge. Through the dissipating green light, they spot the lingering shadow of Tang Wu dealing with the remaining elders who accompanied them. Their desperate, pathetic pleas for mercy echo throughout the clearing. Tang Wu, now looking like nothing more than a charred, skeletal husk of a man, remains standing upright. With a single, fluid wave of his hand, he transforms the surrounding pile of corpses into a dense, swirling cloud of lethal toxin. Once nothing but a dry, brittle skeleton remained of the victim, he carelessly tossed it aside like worthless trash. He glared at the three leaders, callously exposing their followers by revealing that every single one of them had been carrying an antidote pouch hidden on their person. The sect master's voice seems to echo across the clearing one final time, dryly acknowledging that they had prepared meticulously to take his life, even going to the extreme lengths of planting a mole at such a deep level within his sect. His body was but a withered ghost of its former self, yet Tang Wu's presence remained utterly overwhelming, a stark, chilling reminder of why he earned his status as one of the 10 great overlords of the Murim. His glowing, sunken eyes seemed to pierce straight through the souls of the remaining cultists, mocking them for their arrogance and thinking a mere bead could truly stop a master of his caliber. Suddenly, Tang Wu lunges forward with the speed of a jagged lightning bolt, his swift, lethal movement catching even the 3 leaders completely by surprise. A skeletal, glowing green hand reaches out to crush the intruder, but Water Shadow does not hesitate for a second. He lets out a sharp, commanding shout and swings his mace, stepping forward to engage in brutal combat. The ground shatters violently under the sheer weight of a massive green energy strike, sending a thick, suffocating cascade of rock shards and toxic dust erupting into the air. A blinding, stark white light clashes head-on with the oppressive green, the 2 opposing energies grinding against each other with a high-pitched, agonizing sound like tearing, tortured metal. At the epicenter of the collision, an blinding, ice-searing whiteout erupts. It acts like a gravitational vacuum of raw power, violently dragging everything in the immediate vicinity toward its churning, destructive center. For a fleeting moment, it appeared as though Water Shadow was seizing the upper hand. Her movements surged forward as she successfully shattered the dense, suffocating cloud of toxic smoke. She let out a wild, feral grin, her sharp teeth bared in a predatory display of triumph. She was absolutely ecstatic, convinced that she had finally torn through Tang Wu's ultimate defensive barrier. But the victory was short-lived. From the deepest, murkiest depths of the swirling smoke, a sharp, lethal metallic glint suddenly pierced through the air. In that infinitesimal heartbeat, a venomous needle streaked toward Water Shadow's eyes with terrifying precision. The sheer speed of the projectile caused her face to pale, and she instantly broke out into a cold, trembling sweat. Just as the needle was about to find its mark, sealing her fate, a hand shot out from the side with lightning-fast reflexes, catching the hidden weapon mid-air and pulling her back from the jaws of certain death. Du He-wook let out a guttural roar, his eyes wide and frantic. He yanked his teammate back to reality, his voice laced with venom as he berated her for being reckless enough to challenge a master of such caliber head-on. He spat out a mocking sneer at the Tang clan's trademark hidden weapons, scoffing that they shouldn't delude themselves into thinking a measly needle could actually claim a life just because it was tucked away in their sleeve. Tang Wu didn't even blink at the insult. He snapped his fingers, projecting a sudden, razor-sharp surge of killing intent directly at the venomous needle trapped in Du He-wook's palm. The mechanism instantly whirred to life, its petals blooming open like a lotus, emitting a blinding emerald radiance that sliced through the suffocating darkness. A massive, white-hot explosion roared across the battlefield, the sudden, overwhelming flash blinding anyone nearby as it carved a jagged, smoldering crater into the already scorched earth. Watching his teammate get backed into a corner, Pega Hyal launched himself into the air, surrounded by a swirling trail of purple energy. His eyes remained locked, cold and unyielding, on the skeletal, emerald-glowing silhouette of the elder positioned far below him. He screamed down at the old man, challenging him to fight with some shred of fairness, his face twisted into a grotesque, ugly mask of pure arrogance and manic bloodlust. With a violent swing, he unleashed the shadowed phantom bloom. A devastating, relentless cascade of purple energy slashes rained down from above, falling like dark, lethal petals directly onto his enemy's position. Tang Wu retorted with a jagged, mocking sneer of his own, cutting through the noise to question the honor of his opponents, who had brazenly decided to gang up on him in a cowardly, 3-on-1 skirmish. A fresh volley of dark, poison-tipped kunai erupted in response. The steel needles hissed through the air, piercing right through the thick purple haze of Pega Hyal's technique. In midair, multiple lotus-shaped mechanisms suddenly deployed, their golden petals unfolding with a sharp, synchronized mechanical click, priming themselves for a devastating detonation. A sequence of deafening explosions rippled violently across the plateau. The successive blasts of searing light and intense heat transformed the entire area into a chaotic, hellish zone of roaring fire and thick, choking smoke. The sheer force of a nearby blast caught Pega Hyal while he was still airborne, spinning him uncontrollably through the air and throwing him violently away from the center of the conflict. He skidded across the ground, struggling to find his footing. His once pristine, pale hair was now matted with blood, and his robes were reduced to shredded ribbons. He glared back at his opponent, his teeth gritted as he cursed the Tang clan's arts, spitting venom at their inherently petty and deceitful nature. His eyes suddenly widened in realization as he sensed a subtle, chilling shift in the air. His pupil contracted into a tiny, terrified as the atmosphere grew heavy, signaling that the danger had just intensified to a lethal level. Before he could react, a jagged strand of green energy snagged his ankle mid-jump. The sudden, violent tension jerked him forcibly out of the air, the energy wire tearing through his flesh with a sickening, wet snap. Tang Wu's demonic, goblin-like visage slowly emerged from the swirling green mist. His yellow eyes burned with a look of cold, calculated triumph as he tightened his grip on the energy wire, leaning in to whisper, "Caught you."